In a world where the realms of gaming and reality intertwine, every individual attains the ability to undergo a class change upon reaching the age of 18, transforming into formidable practitioners to combat the myriad of monsters that surge forth from dimensional rifts. Warriors, mages, assassins, and clerics. These powerful combat professions are revered, basking in both fame and fortune. Conversely, life-oriented professions are deemed utterly inconsequential, regarded as the dregs of society. Lin Feng, a transmigrator, found himself in the spotlight during the highly anticipated class change ceremony, only to tragically awaken as the most worthless life profession, a summoner, capable solely of conjuring harmless creatures devoid of combat prowess, thus becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Just as despair began to engulf him, he awakened the globally unique SSS-level talent, Divine Hints. Divine Hint. The summoner profession you currently possess harbors a hidden evolution path. Proceed forth. Divine Hint. In the sea-level dungeon Goblin Forest, beneath the great tree in the southeast corner, lies a hidden treasure chest containing a golden-grade weapon. Divine Hint. The skill Summon Little Rabbit you are learning can mutate into Summon Moonlight Jade Rabbit King after being summoned 1,000 times. Divine Hint. The boss Flame Demon Lord appears formidable, yet its left knee is its fatal weakness. Striking this area can deal tenfold critical damage. While others struggled to strategize for a dungeon, Lin Feng effortlessly claimed all hidden rewards. Guided by the hints, the prodigies reveled in acquiring a piece of silver equipment. Lin Feng's storeroom brimmed with legendary artifacts. Chapter 1. The Class Change Ceremony, the most worthless profession ***. Blue Star, Jianhai City, 3rd High School. The vast playground was teeming with throngs of students, each having turned 18, their faces etched with a blend of excitement and anxiety. A peculiar energy permeated the air, causing a tingling sensation against their skin. Today marked the most pivotal day of their lives, the annual class change ceremony. 50 years ago, the world underwent a cataclysm. Enormous spatial rifts, akin to scars across the sky, manifested globally, unleashing countless monsters and placing human civilization on the brink of collapse. It was then that humanity joyfully discovered they possessed abilities akin to those of game characters. Upon reaching 18, one could awaken their own profession through the class change array, gaining extraordinary powers to confront these monsters. Did you hear? Wang Xiao from the neighboring First High School awakened the A-level hidden profession Dragonblood Warrior yesterday and was immediately recruited by Kyoto University. Unbelievable. An A-level. Our school's best last year was merely a B-level frost mage. Let's hope we awaken a combat profession. Even if it's just the most basic warrior, it's certainly better than those life professions. In the crowd, students murmured amongst themselves, their words laced with anticipation and trepidation for the future. Lin Feng stood amid the throng, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. He was a transmigrator. Having resided in this world for 18 years, he understood better than anyone how this class change would determine the trajectory of his destiny. In this realm, profession dictated everything. Powerful combat professions, such as warriors and mages, could venture into perilous dungeons and wild areas, slaying monsters to acquire materials, equipment, and wealth, ultimately becoming esteemed figures. Conversely, life-oriented professions, like tailors and chefs, while possessing their own utility, remained of lowly status, incapable of combat, destined to lead a mundane and meager existence within the safety of cities. I must awaken as a combat profession, please. Lin Feng silently prayed, but he yearned to transcend mediocrity. As time elapsed, the enormous array composed of peculiar crystal stones at the center of the playground began to radiate a gentle white light. Silence. The principal's voice, imbued with energy, boomed from the platform, instantly quelling the clamor. The class change ceremony commences now. Students whose names are called, please step onto the stage in order. Class 3, 1, Zhang Wei. A tall boy excitedly dashed onto the stage, placing his hand upon the class change crystal at the center of the array as instructed. Buzz. The crystal blazed with light, and a robust golden beam shot skyward, coalescing in midair into the majestic silhouette of a colossal sword. Zhang Wei awakens the profession. B-level rare profession. Holy Knight. The crowd erupted into astonished murmurs, countless envious gazes fixating upon Zhang Wei. Heavens. What a stellar start. The first to awaken is a B-level rare profession. The Holy Knight. A perfect blend of offense and defense. Simply formidable. Zhang Wei himself was flushed with excitement, fists clenched as he reveled in the newfound power surging within him, casting a triumphant glance at his classmates below. Following suit, students ascended the stage one after another. Lina awakens the profession, C-level ordinary profession, Archer. Wang Hu awakens the profession, D-level ordinary profession, Warrior. Zhao Jing awakens the profession, F-level life profession, Tailor. Most students awakened as C-level or D-level ordinary combat professions. While unremarkable, they at least possess the capacity for battle, their futures brimming with potential. Occasionally, one or two F-level life professions would emerge, their bearers descending the stage with ashen faces, tears of despair evident. In their eyes, such lives were already over. Finally, it was Lin Feng's class's turn. Class 3-7, Lin Feng. Upon hearing his name, Lin Feng's heart raced. He steadied himself and, under the watchful eyes of his peers, stepped onto the stage, burdened with an overwhelming sense of gravity that he placed his slightly trembling hand upon the cool surface of the class change crystal. In the next moment, the crystal ignited with light. Yet its radiance was unlike that of those who preceded him. There was no soaring beam, no dazzling effects, just a minuscule, dim green the size of a mung bean, flickering within the crystal before it vanished. The teacher in charge of recording paused, leaning closer to scrutinize the information on the crystal, then declared in a tone mingled with sympathy and peculiarity. Lin Feng, awakens the profession, F-level life profession, summoner. Out of profound silence enveloped the arena. Then, an eruption of unabashed laughter ensued. A summoner? Did I hear that correctly? Isn't that the profession dubbed the king of uselessness among life professions? Ha ha ha. I've heard that at its peak, this profession can only summon a few kittens and puppies to amuse itself. What good is that? Such a tragic sight, truly heart-wrenching for those who hear it and laughable for those who witness it. The lowest of the low, the most futile among the futile. This fellow's life seems to have reached its conclusion. As the waves of derision reverberated in his ears, Lin Feng's complexion turned ashen. His mind was a void, his body frozen in place, as if ensnared in a glacial abyss. A summoner? How could it be a summoner? Indeed, this world possesses the vocation of a summoner, yet it starkly diverges from the formidable image of one who conjures cataclysmic deities. Here, a summoner is solely devoted to the domestic realm, summoning creatures devoid of any combat prowess. Their singular merit lies in their adorable appearance, which allows them to be sold as pets to affluent ladies in the city for amusement. That IT is universally acknowledged as the most ineffectual profession, without exception. It is over. Lin Feng's heart gradually sank deeper into despair. Was his entire existence destined to rely on summoning little rabbits for sustenance? Just as he succumbed to hopelessness, perceiving the world around him fading to gray, a crisp mechanical notification abruptly resonated within his mind. Ding! Host detected to have completed job transfer. Conditions met. The globally unique SSS grade talent, Divine Prompt, has been successfully activated. Chapter 2, Divine Prompt, the only evolutionary path. Ding! The globally unique SSS-level talent, Divine Prompt, has been successfully activated. This cold, mechanical voice resonated like celestial music from the heavens, piercing through Lin Feng's despair in an instant. He was taken aback. System, talent, SSS level, as a transmigrator. He was well aware of the implications. This was the proverbial golden finger, an extraordinary cheat long coveted by every transmigrator. Lin Feng's heart raced violently, as though his blood had ignited in that fleeting moment, surging through his limbs. Instinctively, he focused his mind, and a translucent, pale blue panel quietly materialized before his eyes. Visible only to him. The design of the panel was remarkably simplistic, containing merely a few lines of bold text. Name, Lin Feng. Occupation, Summoner, F grade. Level, 0. Talent, Divine Prompt, SSS level, unique. Talent description, you can see hidden prompt information about all things. SSS level, unique. Lin Feng's breath quickened. The description was stark and brutally straightforward. He could perceive hidden prompts about everything. This was simply extraordinary. Lin Feng, please step down. Do not delay your classmates. The teacher's voice, tinged with impatience and pity, jolted Lin Feng back to reality from his ecstasy. He looked up to see the teacher regarding him with an expression that spoke of lost potential. Below the stage, laughter persisted, with some even mocking him by mimicking the comical movements of a rabbit. Look at him, just standing there. Can he not accept reality? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to accept it either. Awakening as a summoner is no different from a death sentence. Moments ago, Lin Feng might have felt utterly humiliated by such ridicule. Yet now, all that remained in his heart was an overwhelming fervor and anticipation. A worthless profession? He was eager to see what marvels this so-called worthless occupation could manifest under the enhancement of an SSS-level talent. As he contemplated, a line of golden text gradually appeared on the translucent panel before him. Divine Prompt. The summoner profession before you possesses a hidden, unique evolutionary path. Please proceed to the novice trial dungeon. Defeat 100 level 1 slimes, and collect slime cores to unlock the profession evolution quest. Boom. This line of text detonated in Lin Feng's mind like thunder on a clear day. A unique evolutionary path. His eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely able to fathom what he had read. In this world, professions were fixed upon awakening. Warriors would forever be warriors, and mages would remain mages. He had never heard of any profession possessing an evolutionary path. Moreover, it was unique. This indicated that his summoner was fundamentally different from others. Ha! Lin Feng could no longer contain his inner excitement. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. What was he laughing at? Could it be that the shock had driven him mad? How pitiful. The murmurs from the audience were laced with skepticism. Lin Feng paid them no heed. Amidst the glances of sympathy, ridicule, and disdain, he took a deep breath, straightened his back, and walked down the stage with a steady gait. To him, those gazes were nothing more than inconsequential background noise. A group of mortals could never comprehend the joy of a divine being. Upon returning to his class, his deskmate, a boy named Chimpanzee, cautiously patted his shoulder and comforted him. Fengzi, don't be too disheartened. Life professions can be quite good too. At least they're safe and don't require battling monsters. Lin Feng glanced at him, smiled, and remained silent. He understood that Chimpanzee meant well. However, he no longer needed consolation. At this moment, the transfer ceremony was drawing to a close, and the principal once again appeared on the stage. Dear students, congratulations on successfully transferring. From this day forth, you are all proud professionals, he proclaimed. Next, we will distribute novice gift packs, which contain your profession's initial skill book and basic equipment. I hope you all strive to level up and contribute to the protection of human civilization. As the principal's words faded, small packages emanating a faint glow were accurately delivered into the hands of each student. Lin Feng received his share eagerly and opened it without delay. Ding! You have obtained a novice wooden staff, blank, X1. Ding! You have obtained novice cloth garb, blank, X1. Ding! You have obtained the skill book, Summon Little Rabbit X1. Indeed, it was the most basic configuration. Lin Feng picked up the thin skill book. Skill book, Summon Little Rabbit. Learning requirements. Profession, Summoner. Skill effect. Consumes a small amount of mana to summon a non-combatant little white rabbit to serve you for 10 minutes. Would you like to learn? Lin Feng silently thought. Learn. The skill book transformed into a green light, merging into his body. In an instant, a marvelous sensation surged within him, as he felt a tenuous connection forming between himself and certain docile creatures of the natural world. Simultaneously, a new icon appeared in his skill bar, depicting an adorable little rabbit. Summon Little Rabbit, LV1. Just as he glanced at this skill, the familiar golden prompt reappeared before him. Divine prompt. The skill Summon Little Rabbit has a 1 in 1,000 chance of mutation after 1,000 successful summons, evolving into the treasure-hunting rabbit. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply. Even skills could mutate and evolve. A treasure-hunting rabbit? Just by its name, it was clear that this was no ordinary rabbit. His heartbeat quickened once more. Advanced evolution of both profession and skill. A remarkably clear and boundless path to power was unfurling before him. As the transfer ceremony concluded, students began to depart in groups, excitedly discussing which dungeon to level up in. Those fortunate enough to awaken powerful combat professions were surrounded by admirers, their faces beaming with confidence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng quietly slipped away from the bustling playground alone. He did not return home, but instead headed straight to the Adventurer's Hall in the eastern part of the city. There, he would embark on the journey of every novice professional. The entrance to the novice trial dungeon awaited him. Slimes, your emperor has arrived. Chapter 3, Novice Trial. The Hidden Treasure Chest. The Adventurer's Hall was one of the most magnificent structures in Jianghai City, constructed of solid obsidian. Two colossal warrior statues brandishing greatswords stood sentinel at the entrance, exuding an aura of power. Inside the hall, a lively atmosphere reigned supreme. Professionals clad in various types of gear bustled about, some searching for suitable tasks at the mission board, others vocally hawking materials and equipment they had acquired from dungeons, while groups of 3 or 5 boasted about their achievements. For sale, Level 2 Wild Wolf Pelts, a bundle of 10 for only 100 Federation coins. Seeking a formidable meat shield. One spot available for a warrior in the Level 5 dungeon, Black Wind Stronghold. Freshly baked magic bread, which swiftly replenishes mana. Don't miss out as you pass by. The cacophony of voices melded together, brimming with vitality and exuberance. Lin Feng stepped into the hall, immediately engulfed by this vibrant atmosphere. It was his first visit here. Previously, this place had seemed distant, an unattainable realm belonging to true champions. Yet now, he was also a part of this world. Many young students, just like him, newly emerged from their academies, had also gathered in small groups within the hall. Most donned the white standard gear issued by their schools, their faces betraying a blend of shyness and uncontainable excitement as they curiously surveyed their surroundings. Wow, is that the legendary fire mage? His robe looks so magnificent. Look over there, that warrior has a massive axe, surely at least bronze tier equipment? The fresh-faced novices gazed at the seasoned professionals with envy. Unlike them, Lin Feng did not wander aimlessly. His objective was clear. He navigated through the throngs of people, making his way directly to a secluded corner of the hall. There, a portal emanating a soft white light awaited him, adorned with a sign reading, Novice Trial Dungeon. This dungeon was specifically designed for all Level 0 practitioners. The creatures within were exceedingly weak, posing minimal danger, primarily aimed at helping newcomers familiarize themselves with their skills and adapt to the rhythm of battle. Hello, I wish to enter the novice trial dungeon. Lin Feng addressed the NPC staff member stationed beside the portal. The staff member, a kindly-looking middle-aged man, glanced up at Lin Feng and nodded with a smile. Very well. Young one, is this your first time? Don't be nervous once you enter. The slimes have low attack power, so feel free to unleash your skills against them. Thank you, sir, Lin Feng replied courteously. All right, go on in. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng stepped through the luminous portal. After a brief moment of dizziness, the scenery before him transformed dramatically. He found himself in a vast meadow, under a blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds. The lush green grass swaying gently in the breeze, filling the air with the fragrance of fresh grass. Not far away, numerous jelly-like, translucent creatures were bouncing merrily along. They appeared round and adorable, exuding an aura of harmlessness. These were the only monsters inhabiting the novice trial dungeon. Level 1 slimes. Monster, slime. Level 1, health points, 10. Attack power, 1. Defense, 0. Description, an exceedingly weak elemental creature, posing virtually no threat. The attributes of the slime automatically materialized before Lin Feng's eyes. 10 health points, 1 attack power. Indeed, they were feeble beyond measure. Even if it stood still and allowed them to attack, it would take several strikes to defeat a newly transitioned level 0 student. At that moment, several students were already present in the meadow. Fireball. A young mage excitedly waved his staff, sending a small fireball soaring towards a slime. 15. A red damage number floated upwards as the slime let out a mournful cry, dissolving into a white light and leaving behind a tiny copper coin. Haha, I leveled up, the mage shouted with exhilaration. Meanwhile, a warrior charged directly into the mass of slimes, swinging his novice wooden sword with glee, striking them one by one. 8, 7, 9. Although his damage output was not as high as the mage's, his efficiency was equally impressive. Watching them engage in their fervent battles, Lin Feng felt a twinge of excitement. However, he was acutely aware that as a summoner, he lacked such offensive capabilities. His sole skill was the ability to summon a small rabbit. Setting aside those thoughts, he resolved to practice his skills since he was already here. Finding an unoccupied corner, Lin Feng activated his ability. Summon Bunny. He extended his hand, channeling a faint trickle of mana. A soft green light converged in his palm, and as the radiance faded, a palm-sized, pure white rabbit with red eyes appeared before him. The bunny blinked its adorable eyes and affectionately nuzzled Lin Feng's pant leg. It was undeniably cute, yet its combat prowess was verifiably non-existent. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, disregarding the rabbit as he turned his gaze back to the expansive meadow. According to the divine hint, there should be a hidden treasure chest within this dungeon. He silently recited, hint, location of hidden treasure chest. In the next instant, a golden arrow appeared in his line of sight, visible only to him, pointing decisively towards the southeast of the meadow. Simultaneously, a detailed text prompt materialized. Divine hint. 800 meters southeast from your position, beneath a solitary dead tree, lies a hidden novice treasure chest containing a bronze-tier weapon and a plethora of novice potions. Here we go. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy as he promptly set off in the direction indicated by the arrow. The summoned rabbit bounded along behind him. This scene did not go unnoticed by other students nearby. Look at that guy, he is a summoner. Haha, he summoned a rabbit. How amusing. Why isn't he fighting monsters to level up? Just running around the meadow? He must know he can't take on the monsters, so he is just strolling about. What a peculiar fellow. Ignoring their comments, Lin Feng focused solely on the golden arrow and the imminent treasure chest. Why would he toil away fighting slimes like them? There was a treasure chest waiting to be claimed. Chapter 4, The Bronze Tier Weapon. The Slime King? Lin Feng ambled leisurely across the meadow. He felt no urgency, for he understood that the hidden treasure chest was right there, not likely to sprout legs and run away. Moreover, this novice trial dungeon operated in single-player mode, meaning each entrant would be transported to an independent space, alleviating any concerns about others snatching the chest away. As he ran, he familiarized himself with the mana within his body. After his class transition, his physical attributes had slightly surpassed those of ordinary individuals, while his total mana was limited. Its recovery rate was quite decent. He attempted to activate his skill once more. Summon Bunny. A flash of green light enveloped him, and a second, lively little white rabbit materialized beside him. Ding. Skill Summon Bunny Proficiency, 1. So that was how it worked. Each use of the skill increased its proficiency. Lin Feng understood now. The divine hint indicated that summoning continuously for 1,000 times could lead to a mutation of the skill. Although a probability of 1 seemed low, it was still a glimmer of hope. Summon Bunny. Summon Bunny. As Lin Feng traversed the path, he resembled a relentless summoning machine, continuously employing his skills. Before long, he was accompanied by a troop of 7 or 8 little white rabbits, forming a lively battalion that bounced energetically behind him, creating a rather comical scene. When his mana was nearly depleted, he would pause to rest, waiting for it to replenish before resuming his summoning. Thus, he ambled along intermittently, and after approximately 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the destination indicated by the golden arrow. Indeed, In the midst of a sprawling meadow stood a solitary, crooked, dead tree, standing out starkly against the landscape. Were it not for the god-level hint, who would have imagined that such a desolate place concealed treasures? Lin Feng approached the withered tree and meticulously scrutinized the ground. It wasn't long before he discovered a patch of soil beside the tree roots that was slightly darker than its surroundings, appearing as though it had been disturbed. This must be the place. Lin Feng crouched down and began to excavate the earth with his hands. After all, this was merely a virtual dungeon space, and there was no concern about getting his hands dirty. After a few digs, his fingertips brushed against a solid object. It was the unmistakable sensation of a box. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy, and he hastened his efforts, swiftly unearthing the object buried beneath the soil. It was an ancient-looking wooden chest, adorned with a rusty copper lock. God-level hint. This treasure chest is an ordinary wooden chest, requiring no key. It can be forcefully destroyed. Simple and straightforward. Just as he preferred. Lin Feng picked up a nearby stone and, without hesitation, began to pound the rusted copper lock. After a few strikes, the lock broke with a satisfying snap. With a hint of anticipation, he slowly opened the chest lid. A beam of azure light burst forth from within, illuminating his excited visage. Ding! You have opened a hidden beginner treasure chest. Ding! You have acquired a bronze-level weapon, Apprentice Staff X1. Ding! You have obtained 10 basic health potions. Ding! You have received 10 basic mana potions. Jackpot! Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He promptly retrieved the staff radiating azure light. Apprentice Staff, bronze level. Equipment type, weapon equipment requirement. Level 1 attribute, spell attack power 10 additional attribute. Maximum mana 20, a bronze level weapon. Lin Feng trembled with exhilaration. It was worth noting that other students in the dungeon were still equipped with the rudimentary whiteboard weapons provided by the system, which offered a mere increase of 2 or 3 points in attack power. In contrast, his staff directly enhanced his spell attack power by 10 points and additionally raised his maximum mana by 20 points. This was a monumental disparity. With the staff, even as a non-combat class, he could match the speed of combat classes when battling slimes. He then glanced at the pile of potions. Basic health potion, restores 50 health points upon use. Basic mana potion, restores 50 mana points upon use. These were invaluable items for survival and sustainability. In the shop, a single potion of this kind would sell for at least 10 federal coins, and here he had been gifted 20 potions, worth 200 federal coins. For a novice just stepping out of school, this was an extraordinary fortune. Ecstatic, Lin Feng swiftly replaced his whiteboard novice staff with the brand new apprentice staff. A faint yet pure energy flowed through the staff into his body, making him feel as though his mana had become significantly more abundant. Just as he felt satisfied and prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ground beneath him suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom! The dead tree, which he had used as a reference point, was uprooted by an immense force, snapping in two. A colossal slime, larger than a water buffalo and entirely golden, adorned with a diminutive crown atop its head, slowly emerged from the ground. Warning! You have triggered a hidden event, awakening the slumbering Slime King. Monster, Slime King, Rare Elite, Level 3. Health, 500, Attack Power, 10 Defense, 5, Skills, Mountain Toppling Smash, Slime Spray. Description: the hidden boss of the Novice Trial Dungeon, guarding the treasures of this place. Its body is extremely resilient, and ordinary attacks are unlikely to inflict damage upon it. Lin Feng stood frozen, taken aback by the gargantuan creature before him. A hidden boss? After acquiring the treasure chest, he now had to confront a boss to escape? This script was not unfolding as anticipated. The Slime King's beady eyes locked onto Lin Feng, and its massive body suddenly sprang forward, launching itself like a golden cannonball straight at him. Holy cow! Lin Feng was startled and had no time to ponder further. He executed a hasty roll to evade the oncoming mountain-toppling smash. Boom! A massive crater formed where he had been standing. Goodness, had he been struck? His current slender frame would likely have been reduced to a mere pancake, unceremoniously returned to the city. Before he could catch his breath, the Slime King opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of yellow slime. Lin Feng dared not take it head-on, again scrambling to the side. He knew he lacked any offensive skills. Engaging this behemoth directly would be tantamount to courting death. In that dire moment, the familiar golden hint appeared promptly before his eyes once more. God-level hint. The Slime King before you, though seemingly formidable, possesses a fatal weakness. Its core is located 3 inches beneath the center of its body. Attacking this weak point can inflict 5 times critical damage and has a chance to immobilize it. Chapter 5, First Kill. Terrifying speed of leveling up. A fatal weakness. 5 times critical damage. Gazing at the golden hint that materialized before him, Lin Feng's heart, which had been racing from fear, instantly settled. With a cheat, what was there to fear? While continuing to evade the Slime King's clumsy assaults, he swiftly analyzed the situation. The Slime King's attack patterns were quite simple. It either leapt to crush or sprayed slime. Both attacks had a significant wind-up, and with focus and anticipation. Dodging was not overly challenging. The only hurdle was the absence of offensive skills. Wait, who said I have no offensive skills? Lin Feng's gaze fell upon his shiny new apprentice staff. A staff is also a weapon. Though intended for casting spells, it could certainly be wielded to strike. While engaging in close combat sounded perilous, it appeared to be the only viable option at present. Let us do this. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Feng took a deep breath, his eyes sharpening with determination. No longer merely fleeing, he began to deliberately circle around the Slime King, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The Slime King, upon noticing the diminutive human who dared not flee, seemed to perceive a challenge. It let out a guttural roar, filled with fury, and its massive form soared into the air once more, crashing down with great force towards Lin Feng's position. Now is the moment. In the instant the Slime King leaped, Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. Instead of retreating, he charged boldly into the enormous shadow cast by the creature. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. To outsiders, it appeared nothing short of suicidal. Yet, Lin Feng's calculations were impeccably precise. He expertly exploited the time differential of the Slime King's descent, successfully darting beneath its colossal body just before it struck the ground. Safety. This was an absolute blind spot for the Slime King. Its massive form had inadvertently become its own constraint. At that moment, the core weak point, glowing faintly with a red light and visible only to Lin Feng, lay defenseless before him. Break it. Lin Feng gripped his apprentice's staff tightly. Channeling all his strength into his arms, and with all his might, he thrust towards that crimson spot. With a squelching sound, the tip of the staff pierced through as if into a resilient jelly. A vivid, shocking critical damage number erupted above the Slime King's head. 50. Ding. You have attacked the Slime King's core weak point, triggering a 5x critical damage effect. Ding. You have triggered a stun effect. The Slime King will be immobilized for 3 seconds. Effective. Witnessing the enormous damage number, Lin Feng's heart soared with elation. With 500 health points, he only needed to strike 10 times. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity while the Slime King was incapacitated, wielding his staff like a diligent pile driver, relentlessly assaulting that vulnerable point. Stab, 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 10, 10, 10. The normal attacks, lacking critical hits, reverted to a standard damage of 10 points. This was due to his equipped apprentice's staff, which granted him an additional 10 points of spell attack power. Even his ordinary strikes carried magical damage. The 3 seconds of immobilization passed swiftly. The Slime King regained its mobility, thrashing wildly in an attempt to dislodge the insufferable pest beneath it. Yet Lin Feng clung on like a piece of taffy, his staff striking accurately at the weak point again and again. Squelch. 50. Another critical hit. The Slime King's health plummeted at a visible rate. 500, 400, 300. It became utterly enraged, its body thrashing about uncontrollably, wreaking havoc upon the surrounding grassland. Nevertheless, Lin Feng maintained his composure, his assault rhythm unwavering despite the chaos. Finally, after Lin Feng's nth strike landed, the Slime King's massive body froze abruptly. The last sliver of its health bar finally extinguished. Gurgle, squelch, it emitted a reluctant wail, its vast form deflating like a punctured balloon, before bursting into a spectacular shower of golden light. As the coins and radiant items cascaded around him like rain, an immensely brilliant golden beam descended from above, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. A warm and potent energy surged through his limbs, rejuvenating his very being. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the level 3 rare elite Slime King. You have gained a substantial amount of experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 1. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Feng's mind like the most exquisite symphony, as his level skyrocketed from 0 to 3 in mere seconds. Feeling the surge of newfound strength coursing through him, amplified several times over, Lin Feng was nearly overwhelmed with the urge to howl at the heavens. Was this the reward for achieving the first kill of a hidden boss? Absolutely exhilarating. It was swifter than flying. To think that the other students outside, toiling away at ordinary slimes, might barely see their experience bars budge, while he had surged 3 levels simply by taking down a boss. Was this the bliss of possessing divine hints? Suppressing his excitement, Lin Feng turned his gaze to the glittering bounty scattered across the ground. Chapter 6. Bountiful Spoils. Evolution Quest activated. Lin Feng gazed at the golden glimmer spread before him, his heart brimming with joy. What is the most thrilling part of leveling up through monster hunting? Naturally, it is the exhilarating moment of looting the spoils. Rubbing his hands together like a diligent little bee, he began to busily collect the treasures strewn across the grass. First, the gleaming coins caught his eye. The Slime King, living up to its title, was indeed generous. While ordinary slimes dropped mere copper coins, the Slime King yielded only glittering gold. 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins. Lin Feng estimated that there were at least 3 gold coins on the ground, along with a substantial pile of silver and copper coins. Ding. You have obtained 3 gold coins. Ding. You have obtained 87 silver coins. Ding. You have obtained 155 copper coins. After collecting everything, he opened his wallet to take a look. Total assets: 3 gold, 87 silver, 155 copper, converted to federal currency, that amounted to over 38,000. Instant wealth from a single battle. This sum was sufficient to cover the down payment for a modest apartment in Jianghai City. And all Lin Feng had expended was a few minutes and a bit of stamina. This was merely a hidden boss in the novice village. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the world of adventurers, where the bold thrive and the timid perish. Had he allowed himself to be intimidated by the Slime King, all these spoils would have been lost to him. After securing the coins, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the remaining shimmering items, which were the true treasures. The first item he picked up was a yellow, elastic garment. Slime King's garment, bronze tier. Equipment type, upperwear. Level requirement, 3. Attributes, defense 8. Additional attributes, maximum health 50. Special effect, 5 chance to nullify physical damage when attacked. Another piece of bronze tier equipment, and its attributes were exceptional. Not only did it provide an additional 8 points of defense and 50 health points, but it also featured a special effect that could nullify damage. Although the 5 chance was low, that single instance of immunity at a critical moment could mean the difference between life and death. Lin Feng's current level was precisely 3, perfectly meeting the equipment requirements. Without a moment's hesitation, he shed his tattered white linen garment and donned the Slime King's robe. The fabric enveloped him with a delightful elasticity, providing unparalleled comfort and freedom of movement. His sense of security surged significantly in that instant. Subsequently, he picked up a second item. It was a viscous, jelly-like core. Slime core, quest item. Type, material. Description, the source of the slime's power. Seemingly imbued with a peculiar energy. Upon laying eyes on this object, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The slime core. Wasn't this the pivotal item mentioned in the divine level hint for initiating the class evolution quest? To his astonishment, it had dropped directly from the Slime King. Moreover, it appeared that this single core was equivalent to the combined value of 100 cores from ordinary slimes. What a time saver. Lin Feng carefully stowed the core in his backpack, recognizing its significance for his future endeavors. Lastly, there lay a skill book on the ground. A skill book. Such a rarity, even more so than equipment. Aside from the one provided in the beginner's gift pack, all subsequent skills had to be acquired through monster drops or purchased at exorbitant prices from shops. Filled with excitement, Lin Feng picked up the skill book. Skill book, Summon Slime. Learning requirement, class, Summoner, level 3. Skill effect, consumes mana to summon a level 1 slime to fight for you for a duration of 10 minutes. It was a skill for summoning a combat pet. Lin Feng was utterly elated. He had been troubled by his lack of offensive capabilities, always having to engage in close combat with his staff. This skill book was indeed a godsend. Although the summoned creature was merely a level 1 ordinary slime with a pitiful attack power of just 1 point. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Better than nothing. He chose to learn it without hesitation. The skill book transformed into a radiant light, merging with his being. A second skill icon appeared in his skill bar, depicting a jelly-like slime. Summon Slime, LV1. Everything was in order. Lin Feng surveyed his bountiful acquisitions with satisfaction, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Just then, the slime core in his backpack suddenly emitted a gentle glow. A system notification, audible only to him, resonated in his mind. Ding. Detected that you have acquired the key quest item Slime Core X1. Ding. Your class summoner has met the conditions for hidden evolution. Ding. The unique class evolution quest, Source of All Things, has been initiated. Chapter 7. Class Evolution Quest, Source of All Things. Ding. The unique class evolution quest, Source of All Things, has been initiated. This notification reignited Lin Feng's excitement, which had only just begun to settle. It had arrived. The moment he had been eagerly anticipating since his arrival in this world had finally come. He immediately opened his quest panel to scrutinize this so-called unique class evolution quest. At the top of the quest panel, a brand new task radiating golden light appeared, distinctly setting itself apart. Unique class evolution quest, Source of All Things, Stage 1. Quest description. Every great power originates from the smallest beginnings. As a future god-level summoner, you must comprehend the essence of all things. Please collect the following 3 fundamental elemental source crystals to demonstrate your preliminary understanding of power. Quest Objective 1. Collect Earth Source Crystal X101. Quest Objective 2. Collect Water Source Crystal X101. Quest Objective 3. Collect Wood Source Crystal X101. Quest Reward, Class Evolution, Unknown Talent Awakening, Massive Experience Points. Quest Hint. The 3 source crystals are hidden in the depths of the Goblin Mines, Shallow Water Lake, and Misty Forest, all 3 being level 5 dungeons. As Lin Feng read the quest panel's description, his heart raced with anticipation. God-level summoner. Just the mere mention of those 5 words sent his blood surging. The system had directly defined his future. Furthermore, the quest rewards included not only class evolution and massive experience points, but also an unknown talent awakening. He already possessed an SSS-level, divine level hint, talent. The prospect of acquiring another talent was simply unimaginable. However, he was also acutely aware of the quest's difficulty. Goblin Mines, Shallow Water Lake, Misty Forest. All three were level 5 dungeons. Given his current level 3 status, venturing into them alone would undoubtedly be challenging. No rush, he reminded himself. Patience is key. One cannot rush through cooking. Levels must be gained step by step. His immediate priority was to elevate his level and strength. At the very least, he needed to reach level 5 and equip himself with superior gear before daring to challenge those level 5 dungeons. With this thought, Lin Feng closed the quest panel. He glanced around his surroundings. Ever since the Slime King was defeated, the hidden space seemed to have grown unstable, and the distant scenery began to blur and distort. It was evidently time to depart. He opened the dungeon panel and selected the option to exit. A flash of white light, and in the next moment, Lin Feng's figure reappeared beside the portal of the novice trial dungeon in the adventurer's hall. "Ah, you're back," greeted the middle-aged guard with a smile upon seeing him. "Huh." The guard suddenly uttered a soft gasp, his gaze flitting over Lin Feng with an expression of astonishment. Your equipment?" He distinctly remembered this young man had entered wearing tattered linen clothes, wielding a novice wooden staff. How long had it been? Perhaps just 10 or 20 minutes. Yet, here he emerged, not only having leveled up from 0 to 3, but also adorned in gleaming bronze equipment. Especially that bouncy top. It was clearly no ordinary item. "Just got lucky. Encountered a small boss inside," Lin Feng casually offered as an excuse, smiling. A small boss? The guard was even more taken aback. There's a boss in the novice trial dungeon? Having worked here for over a decade, he had never heard of such a thing. However, everyone's fortunes differ. Perhaps this lad had stumbled upon a hidden event with a minuscule probability of occurrence. With this thought, the guard's gaze toward Lin Feng shifted from sympathy to envy. "Young man, you're quite fortunate. Keep it up. The future looks bright." "Thank you, sir," Lin Feng replied politely before turning to leave. He did not linger in the hall, but instead walked directly toward the exit. After the recent tumult, his magical energy had dwindled to a mere fraction, and his stomach growled with hunger. He sought a place to rest and strategize his upcoming ascent in levels. Exiting the adventurer's hall, he noticed that twilight had begun to envelop the sky. The city's neon lights flickered to life, transforming Zhanghai City into a dazzling dreamscape. As Lin Feng traversed the bustling streets, observing the hurried, ordinary folk around him, a sense of surreal detachment washed over him. Just an hour prior, he had been a mocked and seemingly hopeless summoner with a bleak future. Now, however, he stood as a potential powerhouse, endowed with an SSS-level talent at level 3, adorned in bronze armor, and wielding a fortune exceeding 30,000 credits. The rapidity and dreamlike nature of this transformation were astonishing. He stepped into a seemingly immaculate ramen shop and declared with bravado, "Boss, I'll have the largest bowl of beef ramen, extra meat." Now that he had the means, he deemed it only fitting to indulge in the finest cuisine. Before long, a steaming bowl of fragrant ramen was placed before him. Lin Feng seized his chopsticks and devoured the meal heartily. The warmth of the food dispelled his fatigue and gradually calmed his exhilarated heart. Once satiated, he finally had the leisure to scrutinize his newly acquired skill. "Summon slime," he thought, channeling a modicum of magical energy. Instantly, a small, transparent slime, the size of a fist and exuding an endearing clumsiness, materialized beside him on the vacant seat. The little slime wobbled, curiously surveying its novel surroundings. As Lin Feng beheld it, a line of golden text appeared before his eyes. Divine hint. Your summoned creature, the slime, can evolve in various directions by consuming different materials. For instance, devouring firestones may lead to a chance of evolving into a fire elemental slime, while consuming poisonous herbs may result in a poisonous slime. Chapter 8. Devour and Evolve. Preparing to level up. Upon reading the divine hint, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His heartbeat quickened slightly. This SSS-level talent was perpetually bestowing upon him surprises. He had initially thought that the skill, Summon Slime, merely allowed him to conjure a mundane companion for menial tasks and damage absorption. Yet, this little slime concealed such immense potential. A fire elemental slime, a poisonous slime, just the names alone suggested they would vastly outperform the original. This implied that each summoned entity had the possibility of becoming a formidable force, unlike other summoners who could only conjure useless pets. My summoner abilities are indeed unparalleled, Lin Feng mused, increasingly convinced of this fact. He extended a hand, curiously poking the little slime beside him. It was soft and cool, reminiscent of jelly. The little slime seemed to relish his touch, nuzzling affectionately against his finger. "From now on, I'll rely on you," Lin Feng smiled gently. He glanced at the leftover beef on his table, and a thought sparked in his mind. If devouring materials could lead to evolution, what about consuming food? Driven by curiosity, he picked up a piece of beef and presented it to the little slime. The slime sniffed hesitantly, but eventually opened its mouth, a fissure appearing in its middle as it gobbled up the meat. It wriggled for a moment, seemingly digesting. Moments later, ding. Your summoned creature, the slime, has consumed regular beef, permanently increasing its health limit by 1 and its fullness by 10. It truly worked. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Although it was merely a meager increase of 1 health point, it undeniably opened the door to a new world. This indicated that his summoned creature could grow through nourishment. What a remarkable ability. While other adventurers needed to toil extensively to enhance their strength by battling monsters or spending exorbitantly on equipment, he could simply remain at home, continuously feeding his summoned creatures to strengthen them. Of course, Lin Feng understood that feeding ordinary food would yield negligible effects. To achieve substantial growth, he would need to seek out materials infused with special energies, such as firestones or poisonous herbs. He quietly calculated in his mind. With over 30,000 federal credits at his disposal, purchasing some low-level evolution materials should be more than sufficient. However, as night had fallen, the trading market was likely nearing closure. Moreover, his primary objective remained to elevate his own level. Strength was the foundation of everything. Without sufficient levels, even an abundance of wealth and superior materials would be futile. I will first reach level 5 to surpass the threshold for those quest dungeons, Lin Feng resolved. He called the boss to settle the bill and then rose to depart the ramen shop. Instead of returning home, he turned once more toward the brightly lit Adventurer-S Hall. Time equated to money, and time equated to levels. He intended to seize every moment available to enhance himself. Upon re-entering the Adventurer-S Hall, the atmosphere was as lively as ever, perhaps even more boisterous than during the evening hours. Many professionals concluding their workday opted to enter dungeons at night to unwind and earn some extra income. Lin Feng navigated the crowd with ease, this time with a target far beyond the novice trial dungeon. Such places no longer posed any challenge for him. He arrived at the central task board of the hall, where a massive display listed hundreds, if not thousands, of task details, ranging from simple herb gathering to challenging elite monster hunts. Lin Feng swiftly scanned the tasks in the lower-level areas. Soon, a dungeon suitable for his current level caught his attention. Dungeon name, Wolf Valley. Recommended level, 3 to 5. Dungeon description. Located in a valley on the outskirts of the city, a ferocious pack of wild wolves has recently taken residence, often attacking nearby farms. Courageous adventurers are needed to exterminate them. Dungeon monsters. Level 3 ferocious wild wolves. Level 4 elite wild wolves. Task. Exterminate the wild wolves. Repeatable. Task requirements. Eliminate 10 ferocious wild wolves. Task rewards. 300 experience points, 100 federal credits. Wolf Valley. This is the one. The monster levels in this dungeon perfectly aligned with his current training needs, and the repeatable nature of the task meant he could remain inside to grind until he felt satisfied. It was as if this dungeon had been tailor-made for his leveling ambitions. Lin Feng, with unhesitating resolve, reached out to the mission board and selected the task of exterminating the wild wolves. Ding! You have successfully accepted the task, Extermination of Wild Wolves. With the task in hand, Lin Feng wasted no time and turned towards the portal leading to the Wolf Valley dungeon. Before the portal, there were a few sparse lines of players waiting. Most were in small groups of 3 or 5, entering as a team. It was quite rare to see someone like Lin Feng preparing to tackle the challenge solo. After all, the wild wolves of the Wolf Valley were far more ferocious than the slimes in the novice village. They would actively attack and had considerable attack power. For a fragile level 3 class, entering without the protection of teammates was akin to courting death. Brother, you're going alone? Would you like to join our party? We're a 4-man team and are just lacking a damage dealer. A warrior ahead of Lin Feng turned back, warmly extending an invitation. Lin Feng glanced at them. A warrior, an archer, a priest, and an assassin, a standard 4-man team configuration. However, upon inspecting his own class, a summoner, he realized that revealing his profession might provoke incredulous expressions and a hasty retraction of their offer. With a smile, he politely declined their kind offer. Thank you, but I prefer to go it alone. All right then, take care, the warrior remarked, not pressing further, assuming Lin Feng was simply a solitary expert. Soon, it was Lin Feng's turn. He brushed his identity card against the machine beside the portal, and after a deduction of 10 Federation coins for the entrance fee, he stepped into the swirling light of the portal. Chapter 9. Soloing the Wolf Valley, the first battle of summoned creatures. After a familiar sensation of dizziness, Lin Feng found himself on solid ground. In stark contrast to the sunlit novice trial dungeon, the lighting in the Wolf Valley was considerably dimmer. Here lay a rugged valley flanked by steep rock walls, strewn with stones of various sizes, with a few withered wild grasses swaying in the wind, creating an atmosphere that felt desolate and perilous. The air carried a faint scent of wild beasts. In the distance, chilling wolf howls echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the apprentice staff, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He did not rush deeper into the valley, but instead sought a relatively open area near the entrance, positioning himself against the rock wall. This was an excellent tactical position, offensive yet defensively secure. With the rock wall at his back, he need not worry about being ambushed from behind, allowing him to focus solely on the enemies ahead. First, I must summon my minions, Lin Feng thought, promptly springing into action. His current mana limit, due to equipment and level upgrades, had risen to 100 points. Summoning a slime cost 10 points, while summoning a rabbit cost 5 points. He could easily support multiple summoned creatures simultaneously. Summon slime. Lin Feng commanded, and the tip of his staff glowed. A jelly-like, translucent slime materialized at his feet. Immediately following, he called out, "Summon rabbit! Summon rabbit!" 2 fluffy little white rabbits sprang into existence, hopping about. 1 slime and 2 rabbits. This constituted his entire fighting force at present. Though it appeared somewhat meager, Lin Feng's face radiated confidence, for he possessed the godly hint. Just as he prepared to send the slime ahead to scout, a line of golden text appeared before him, most kindly providing guidance. Godly hint. Behind a boulder 30 meters to your left, there are 2 fierce wild wolves napping. You can instruct your slime to flank them from the right for a surprise attack, yielding a critical advantage. Here we go. Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. This was the very foundation of his audacity to solo the dungeon. With this knowledge, the distribution of monsters within the dungeon appeared transparent to him, devoid of any risk of ambush. He could even turn the tables and utilize this information to ambush the unfortunate wolves. Go, little slime. Lin Feng mentally directed the slime at his feet. His current mental acuity allowed him to communicate simply with his summons. The little slime wobbled, seemingly understanding his command, and stealthily made its way towards the right side of the indicated boulder. Its semi-transparent body blended seamlessly with the dim surroundings, making it a natural master of stealth. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained concealed, sharing the little slime's perspective through their connection. Soon, the little slime successfully maneuvered behind the boulder. Just as the hint had indicated, 2 wolves, larger than an average dog and adorned with gray fur, lay sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Monster, fierce wild wolf. Level 3, health 120, attack power 15, defense 3. Though their attributes paled in comparison to the Slime King, they posed a significant threat to an average level 3 adventurer. Particularly, their 15 points of attack power could easily diminish half a health bar with a single bite on a fragile character. If attacked by both simultaneously, one could swiftly find themselves overwhelmed and fatally wounded. Yet now, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were merely lambs awaiting slaughter. Attack! Lin Feng commanded. The little slime, receiving the order, launched itself like a cannonball, colliding fiercely with one of the wild wolves' lower back. 1. A trivial damage number floated above the wolf's head. Howl! The slumbering beast was jolted awake by the impact, turning its bewildered gaze towards the audacious little slime attacking it. What is this creature? Before it could process the situation, the second wolf also stirred. The 2 wolves, incensed by this gelatinous provocateur, bared their teeth and let out menacing growls, baring their jaws as they lunged at the little slime. At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been poised for action, revealed himself, stepping out from behind his cover. He raised his apprentice staff high. Although he had yet to learn any spells, he possessed the most basic attack skill inherent to all classes, normal attack. Now, Lin Feng's target was set on the closer wolf. A faint white light shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking true upon the wolf's head. 10. A stable damage number emerged. Ack! The wolf yelped in pain, immediately abandoning the little slime to turn its ferocious gaze upon Lin Feng, the true threat. It let out a ferocious roar, lunging forward like a shadow of gray, charging towards Lin Feng with unbridled ferocity. Another wolf swiftly followed in its wake. Yet, Lin Feng's countenance betrayed no hint of trepidation, for his diminutive slime had already accomplished its inaugural task, successfully diverting the foe's ire and securing invaluable time for its master to unleash his offensive prowess. He retreated with deliberate calmness, wielding his staff to unleash a series of ordinary attacks. 10, 10, 10. Consistent damage emanated from above the foremost wolf's head. The wolf, swift as the wind, closed the distance in an instant, its sharp claws raised high, aiming for Lin Feng's chest. Unflinching, Lin Feng stood his ground. Just as the wolf's claws were about to make contact, a crisp chime resonated. A golden immunity floated above his head. The special effect of the Slime King's garb had activated. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng once more swung his staff with force, striking the wolf squarely on the head. 10. With its health already dwindling, the wolf let out a mournful howl and collapsed to the ground, dissipating into a radiant light. Ding! You have slain a level 3 ferocious wolf, earning 30 experience points. A swift kill. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation. The remaining wolf, witnessing its companion's demise, did not falter in fear. Instead, it charged at Lin Feng with even greater ferocity. Yet, it faced a mage whose composure belied his novice status and a relentless slime that clung to it in fervent attack. Mere seconds later, the second wolf met the same fate as its fallen comrade, unwillingly succumbing. Ding! You have slain a level 3 ferocious wolf, earning 30 experience points. Ding! Your quest progress for exterminating wolves stands at 2, 10. Lin Feng gazed at the 2 corpses on the ground and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Soloing the encounter had been a success. Although the process appeared straightforward, every step had been meticulously calculated on his part, from utilizing ambush tactics to directing the slime's aggro. to leveraging equipment effects to withstand damage, culminating in the kill. This sequence of actions was executed with a precision that belied that of a mere novice. Yet, efficiency could still be improved. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, his brows knitting slightly. A mere 60 points for 2 monsters, while he required a staggering 1,000 points to ascend from level 3 to level 4. At this rate, he would need to eliminate over 30 wolves to level up. He must devise a strategy to enhance his damage output. His gaze fell once more upon the invaluable little slime at his feet. Perhaps it was time to treat it to something substantial. Chapter 10. Unexpected Gains, Flame Stones. Lin Feng glanced at the spoils left behind by the 2 wolves, now transformed into ethereal light. Just a handful of scattered copper coins and several pieces of gray wolf hide. Wolf hide, common material, a crafting component for low-level leather armor. Can be sold to a tailor's shop. A rather mundane drop, devoid of any surprise. Lin Feng casually picked them up and stowed them in his backpack. Even the smallest of morsels can add up, and he could always trade them for a few coins. His primary focus remained on leveling up. Onward he went. Lin Feng did not linger in place, leading his rabbit slime brigade deeper into the valley. He maintained a heightened state of vigilance, while simultaneously reminding himself to strengthen his summon. As he walked, he silently inquired, "Hint, are there any special materials within this dungeon that my slime can consume?" He had only asked out of curiosity, harboring little hope. After all, this was merely an ordinary level 3 dungeon. What treasures could it possibly hold? However, the response from the Divine Hint left him pleasantly astonished. Divine Hint. Deep within the Wolf Valley dungeon lies the Wolf King's cave, where a low-level fire attribute mineral known as Flamestone can be found. If consumed by your summoned slime, it has a 10 chance of evolving into a fire elemental slime. Flamestones. They truly existed. Lin Feng's heart raced with excitement. Furthermore, the evolution probability was a remarkable 10. This was far superior to the paltry one he had observed for summoning a mutated rabbit. It seemed that actively seeking out materials for nourishment was indeed the correct approach to facilitating his summon's evolution. Yet, the hint also mentioned a crucial location, the Wolf King's cave. As its name suggests, it was likely home to the dungeon's ultimate boss, the Wolf King. The Wolf King was at least a level 5 elite monster, possibly even a minor boss. Given his current strength, charging in headlong would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone wall. He needed to level up first. Impatience would yield no results. Lin Feng reminded himself once again. He suppressed his excitement, redirecting his focus back to the task at hand. With the aid of the Divine Hint, the entire Wolf Valley appeared to him as if he were navigating a game map with the fog of war lifted. He could discern where solitary wolves roamed, where groups of 3 or 5 gathered, and where elite wolves patrolled, each detail crystal clear. This knowledge allowed him to evade all unnecessary dangers perfectly. He specifically targeted those solitary or paired ordinary wolves. The flow of combat became increasingly proficient. First, he directed the slime to execute a flanking ambush, drawing the initial wave of aggro. Then he followed up with ordinary attacks. The 2 little rabbits, lacking any combat prowess, merely trailed behind, tilting their heads in curiosity as they watched their master and the slime fight side by side, occasionally offering an adorable distraction to alleviate the tense atmosphere of battle. Though Lin Feng's method of attack was singular, only 10 from ordinary strikes, the consistency and safety of it prevailed. One after another, the ferocious wolves fell before his staff, lamenting as they dissolved into experience points and materials. Ding. You have slain a level 3 ferocious wolf, earning 30 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 3 ferocious wolf, earning 30 experience points. Ding. Your quest progress for exterminating wolves stands at 410. Time slipped by in this monotonous yet efficient monster-slaying endeavor. Lin Feng's experience bar steadily climbed at a remarkably stable pace. His backpack burgeoned with wolf hides and copper coins. Approximately half an hour later. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain 10 ferocious wolves, completing the quest to exterminate wolves. The quest was complete. Lin Feng glanced at the quest panel, a smile gracing his face. Now, he could opt to submit the quest directly for rewards. However, he refrained from doing so. He understood that this quest could be repeated. He intended to hold off on clearing the quest until he had exhausted his desire to grind, at which point he would submit everything at once. The experience points gained would be most gratifying. Onward. Lin Feng pressed on, undeterred, ready to seek his next target. Just then, Divine Hint. 50 meters ahead. In the thicket to your right, lies the corpse of a wild wolf recently slain by its companions, yet to respawn. Inside its belly, it appears to have ingested a peculiar stone. Lin Feng paused momentarily. A wild wolf killed by its own kind. A stone in its belly? Intrigued, he immediately proceeded cautiously in the direction indicated by the hint. Parting the tall grass, he indeed discovered the lifeless body of a wild wolf, marked by several gashes made by sharp claws, its blood staining the ground. It seemed evident that a territorial dispute or a struggle for food had erupted among the wolves. Without hesitation, Lin Feng approached. Suppressing the nauseating stench, he used his apprentice's staff to make an incision in the wolf's abdomen. with a dull thud, a fist-sized stone, entirely crimson and emanating a gentle warmth, rolled out from within the wolf's belly. Firestone, low-level material. Description: a mineral infused with a faint essence of fire element, suitable for forging low-tier fire attribute equipment or serving as nourishment for certain unique creatures. It truly is a firestone. Lin Feng's breath quickened in excitement. He could scarcely believe that he had obtained such a pivotal material for evolution in this unexpected manner. No need to venture into the Wolf King's lair. This stroke of luck was simply astounding. Ha! Unable to contain his elation any longer, Lin Feng erupted into hearty laughter. He picked up the warm firestone, feeling as though he were cradling a priceless treasure. Turning, he glanced down at the little slime, curiously observing him, his face breaking into a paternal smile. Little one, it's time to feast. Today, I shall treat you. Chapter 11, Advancement. Fire Element Slime. Lin Feng crouched down, presenting the warm, steaming, firestone to the little slime. His heart fluttered with a mix of nerves and anticipation. A 10 chance. Not too high, yet not too low either. It all hinged on this moment and the whims of fortune. The little slime gazed at the red, warm stone, a blend of curiosity and trepidation evident in its demeanor. It circled the firestone twice, cautiously nudging it with its jelly-like body. A wave of warmth washed over it, seemingly not unpleasant. Encouraged by Lin Feng's reassuring gaze, the little slime finally mustered the courage to open its wide mouth and swallowed the firestone whole. Gulp! The firestone slipped into its translucent form. In the next instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. The little slime's body began to tremble violently. Its formerly transparent form gradually radiated a strange crimson hue from within, as though it were being heated by an iron brand. Streams of white vapor rose from its surface, accompanied by a sizzling sound. It appeared to be in considerable distress, its body expanding and contracting uncontrollably, as if on the verge of bursting apart. Hold on, little one. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He understood that this was the most critical juncture of the evolution process. Success would elevate it to new heights. Failure could mean the demise of the little slime he had high hopes for. Helpless, he could only anxiously wait and silently cheer it on. Time ticked by, each second feeling like an eternity for Lin Feng. The little slime's body grew increasingly red and luminous, the heat radiating from it scorching the surrounding grass into a pale yellow. Just as Lin Feng feared it might not endure, a peculiar humming sound emanated from within the little slime. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from its form, enveloping it entirely and forming a massive cocoon of crimson light. Lin Feng instinctively shielded his eyes with his arm. As the brilliance began to fade, he eagerly peered at the site where the cocoon had been. The sight before him widened his eyes and left him breathless. The once transparent, adorable little slime was gone, replaced by a completely new creature. It had grown significantly in size, its form no longer jelly-like, but composed of flowing, burning magma. Bright flames danced across its surface, and its eyes now glowed like molten cores, radiating an orange-red brilliance. A scorching aura emanated from it, expanding outward. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature, the slime, has successfully consumed the firestone and completed its first evolution. Ding! Your summoned creature, the slime, has successfully advanced to fire element slime, elite level. It worked. It truly worked. Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly leapt into the air. He promptly opened the attribute panel of his new companion, eager to ascertain its newfound strength. Summoned creature, fire element slime. Rank, elite level. Level, 3. Health points, 200. Attack power, 25. Defense, 10. Skill 1. Fireball, active. Conjures a small fireball to attack enemies, inflicting fire damage. Skill 2. Fiery body, passive. Inflicts continuous burn damage to nearby enemies every second. Gasp. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lin Feng could not help but inhale sharply. These attributes were astonishing. A complete transformation had occurred. Health points surged from a mere few to an impressive 200. Defense had risen from negligible values to a solid 10, qualifying it as a respectable little shield. Most terrifying was its attack power. An astounding 25 points, more than double the damage Lin Feng could inflict with his apprentice's staff. Moreover, it now possessed two formidable skills. One for ranged attacks, Fireball, and another for close-range damage, Fiery Body. This was no longer merely a sidekick. It was a mobile artillery unit, a walking damage dealer. Ha! Lin Feng gazed at the imposing fire element slime before him, unable to suppress his laughter. With such a powerful ally, his upcoming leveling journey in the Wolf Valley was bound to soar. He could hardly wait to seek out some unfortunate wolves to test the prowess of his new companion. Scanning his surroundings, the Divine Hint soon highlighted his next target. Divine Hint. 100 meters ahead, a patrol team of 4 fierce wild wolves is approaching. 4. In the past, Lin Feng would have undoubtedly chosen to circumvent a pack of 4 wolves without hesitation. Yet now, a cruel smile crept across his face. Just in time. Prepare for battle, my little ones, he declared, waving his hand with exuberance at the fire elemental slime and 2 little white rabbits by his side. A one-sided massacre was about to unfold. Chapter 12. The terrifying efficiency of monster spawning, level soaring. With his newly assembled legion of fire elementals, Lin Feng boldly approached the pack of wild wolves on patrol, no longer taking the cautious route of stealthy ambush. There was no longer any need for such trepidation. Absolute power was his greatest assurance. Soon, at a bend in the valley, Lin Feng encountered the 4 wild wolves. Whoa! The wolves paused in their tracks upon spotting Lin Feng, the lone human, before their eyes gleamed with ferocity. To them, this seemingly frail mage was nothing short of a feast delivered to their doorstep. Without hesitation, they roared and flanked him from 4 different directions, intent on tearing him apart. Yet, Lin Feng displayed not a trace of anxiety in the face of this fierce onslaught. He stood calmly, uttering 2 simple words, "Little fire, attack." He had bestowed a straightforward name upon his fire elemental slime. Gurgle. The fire elemental slime responded, emitting a sound that belied its formidable appearance. However, its actions were anything but whimsical. The magma surging across its surface coalesced into a fireball the size of a fist, igniting fervently above its head. Fireball spell. Whoosh. The fireball, trailing a searing tail, shot forth like a cannonball, accurately targeting the foremost wolf. Boom. The fireball exploded upon impact with the wolf. A massive red damage number popping up above its head, 52. This level 3 ferocious wolf, with a total of merely 120 hit points, found itself losing nearly half its health in a single strike. Whoa! A wretched howl echoed throughout the valley. The wolf, charred and blackened, rolled on the ground, its fur crackling with embers as it writhed in agony. This scene momentarily stunned the remaining 3 wolves, their eyes betraying shock and fear for the first time. What manner of creature was this fiery beast accompanying the human? How could its damage be so devastating? Lin Feng, however, would not grant them the luxury of contemplation. Continue the attack, he commanded coolly. Gurgle. The fire elemental slime obediently conjured yet another fireball spell. This time, its target was the unfortunate wolf already severely injured. Boom. Another explosion resounded. The wolf's health bar was instantly obliterated, failing to emit another cry as it dissipated into a beam of white light. Ding. Your summoned creature has slain a level 3 ferocious wolf, earning you 30 experience points. A swift kill. A complete annihilation. From the onset of battle to the demise of the first wolf, the entire process lasted no more than 5 seconds. The remaining 3 wolves were left utterly dumbfounded. They dared not charge forth any longer. Driven by the instinct to survive, they turned tail and attempted to flee in different directions. Thinking of escaping? Too late. Lin Feng scoffed. He raised his apprentice staff, casting a beam of white light that struck one wolf's hind leg. 10. Although the damage was minimal, it successfully drew the wolf sire. Meanwhile, his fire elemental slime targeted another wolf. Boom. Boom. 2 precise fireballs followed. The second wolf met the same fate as its companion, howling as it transformed into experience points. As for the last wolf, ensnared by Lin Feng's ordinary attack, it found itself unable to escape, helplessly watching as the terrifying flame creature leisurely turned its fiery gaze towards it. No, please. If the wolf could speak, its heart would surely be crying out in despair. Boom. With a third explosion, the battle came to a definitive close. Throughout the encounter, Lin Feng had not even shifted his position. He stood resolutely, akin to a master tactician directing his elite troops, effortlessly decimating an entire pack of wolves. Ding. Your mission to exterminate the wild wolves progresses. 7, 10. Lin Feng glanced at his experience bar, nodding in satisfaction. The rate of his advancement was incomparable to the painstaking effort of earlier grinding. This was the true essence of a summoner. In high spirits, he approached and collected the spoils from the ground. For the time that followed, the entire Wolf Valley transformed into Lin Feng and his fire elemental slime's exclusive hunting ground. With this mobile artillery, his monster-slaying journey became unprecedentedly effortless and enjoyable. He no longer needed to seek out isolated creatures, be it 3 or 5. As long as they weren't bosses, he would wipe them out in one fell swoop. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of explosions reverberated through the valley. Countless wolves fell victim to the might of his fireball spells, providing sustenance for Lin Feng's ascent in levels. His experience bar surged upwards at an unprecedented pace. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 4. Time passed unmeasured, and with a flash of golden light marking his upgrade, Lin Feng successfully ascended to level 4. A surge of newfound power coursed through his body. He felt his mana revitalized, and his focus sharpened. Lin Feng exhaled, a smile of triumph illuminating his face. He glanced at the time. It had only been a little over an hour since he entered the instance. In just over an hour, he had progressed from level 3 to level 4. Such a rate of advancement would undoubtedly drive novice adventurers across Jianhai City into a frenzy. And this was not the end. He aimed for level 5, ready to challenge the Wolf King. Flames of determination ignited in his eyes as he directed his gaze towards the depths of the valley, where his ultimate goal awaited. Chapter 13. The Challenge of the Wolf King's Lair. After reaching level 4, Lin Feng felt a significant enhancement in all aspects of his attributes. He opened his status panel to assess his progress. Name, Lin Feng. Class, Summoner, F grade. Level, 4. Health, 150-150. Mana, 180-180. Attack power, 1. Magical attack power, 10. Defense, 8. Talent, Divine Hint, SSS grade, unique. Both his health and mana points surged significantly, instilling within him a newfound sense of confidence. Meanwhile, his fire elemental slime ascended to level 4 alongside him, its attributes becoming increasingly formidable. Summon, Fire Elemental Slime. Rank, Elite. Level, 4. Health, 250. Attack power, 30. Defense, 12. An attack power of 30. Now, each of its fireball spells inflicted even greater damage. Onward, Lin Feng remained undeterred, his objective crystal clear, to swiftly attain level 5. Achieving level 5 would mark a small threshold for practitioners, allowing him to learn his first genuine occupational skill, resulting in a modest leap in strength. Furthermore, reaching level 5 was essential for him to confidently confront the ultimate boss of Wolf Valley, the Wolf King. In the ensuing hours, Lin Feng continued his monotonous yet efficient monster grinding journey. The wild wolves in the valley had undoubtedly met with an unprecedented stroke of bad luck. They had never encountered such an unreasonable mage before. One man, accompanied by a fire-breathing creature, rampaged through the valley. Any living being that crossed his path was doomed to meet a fiery demise. The entire Wolf Valley echoed with the anguished howls of wolves and the explosive sounds of fireballs. In Lin Feng's task list, the Exterminate Wild Wolves quest had been completed numerous times, and the accumulated experience rewards had become quite substantial. Finally, after yet another purge of a wolf-infested area, a notification chimed. Ding! You have slain a level 4 elite wild wolf, earning 50 experience points. Accompanied by a more resplendent golden light of upgrade, another notification followed. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 5. At last, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He immediately opened the skill panel, and indeed, beneath, Summon Slime, a brand new skill icon awaited his acquisition. Skill, Mana Pact, LV1. Learning requirement, level 5. Skill effect, passive your mana cap will convert a certain percentage into the health and attack power of all your summons. This was a passive skill. Moreover, its effects were remarkably potent, converting his own mana into the attributes of his summons. This implied that the higher Lin Feng's mana, the stronger his summons would become. Without hesitation, Lin Feng opted to learn it. A gentle blue light enveloped his body. Instantly, he felt the bond between himself and the fire elemental slime grow ever closer. He once again examined the attributes of the fire elemental slime. Summon, Fire Elemental Slime. Rank, Elite. Level, 5. Health, 336. Attack power, 35-36. Defense, 15. Thanks to the enhancement from Mana Pact, the Fire Elemental Slime's health and attack power had increased further. Although the augmentation appeared modest, Lin Feng understood that this was merely the effect of level 1. As this passive skill's level increased, the conversion ratio would undoubtedly rise. More importantly, this skill applied to all summons. Currently, he possessed only a single Fire Elemental Slime, so the effect was not overtly pronounced. However, one could only imagine the terrifying implications when he eventually summoned legions of creatures. With everything in place, Lin Feng clenched his fist, a glimmer of confidence sparkling in his eyes. Having reached level 5, his strength had seen further enhancement. Now, it was time to confront the ultimate boss of this dungeon. He submitted all the accumulated Exterminate Wild Wolves tasks in one go. Ding! You have completed the Exterminate Wild Wolves quest, earning 300 experience points and 100 Federation coins. A series of notifications flashed across the screen. His experience bar, barely past the halfway mark of level 5, surged dramatically. His wallet now boasted over 1,000 additional Federation coins. Fully prepared, Lin Feng strode forward without hesitation, heading deep into the heart of the valley. The deeper he ventured, the more sinister the surroundings became. The scent of blood thickened in the air. Massive bones began to litter the ground, resembling those of large herbivores rather than wolves. It was evident that he had entered the core territory of the wolf pack. After approximately 10 minutes of trekking, a dark, gaping cave loomed before Lin Feng. Scattered around the entrance were more skeletal remains, and 2 wolf king guardians, significantly larger than the average elite wild wolves, stood sentinel at the cave's mouth. Monster, Wolf King Guardian, Elite. Level, 5. Health, 500. Attack power, 35. Defense, 20. 2 level 5 elite monsters. For any ordinary level 5 player team arriving here, it would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge. Yet Lin Feng's expression remained unperturbed. He did not even command the fire elemental slime to attack first. Instead, he raised his staff. Let me test my strength first. A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking the left Wolf King Guardian with precision. 10. The damage was not substantial, but it successfully drew its aggro. A howl erupted from the Wolf King Guardian as it charged ferociously toward Lin Feng. At that moment, a flash of red light appeared beside Lin Feng. Gurgle. The fire elemental slime roared defiantly, its immense flaming form stepping protectively in front of Lin Feng. Thus commenced the encounter before the boss. Chapter 14. Effortless Domination. The Wolf King appears. Faced with the aggressively charging level 5 elite monster, Wolf King Guardian, Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He stood his ground, as if the ferocious beast before him was merely a docile puppy. His confidence stemmed from the fiery little companion standing resolutely at his side, the fire elemental slime. With a roar, the Wolf King Guardian bared its fangs, its sharp claws glimmering ominously as it lunged toward the fire elemental slime. Puff. 23. A damage number floated above the fire elemental slime's head. With an attack power of 35, the Wolf King Guardian could only inflict 23 points of damage against the fire elemental slime's defense of 12. Given the slime's total health exceeding 300, this damage was akin to a mere tickle. The Wolf King Guardian's attack only served to enrage the fiery giant further. Gurgle. The fire elemental slime let out an angry roar. It was even too lethargic to employ Fireball, instead opting to charge directly at the Wolf King Guardian with its molten flaming body. This was the most primitive and savage form of assault. Boom. A vivid crimson damage number of 38 erupted from above the Wolf King Guardian's head. The fire elemental slime possessed an impressive attack power of 35, and with the enhancement from Mana Pact, its actual offensive capability surpassed that of the Wolf King Guardian. Yet, that was not the end of it. The moment their bodies collided, a series of minor burn damage indicators arose above the Guardian's head. 5. 5. 5. This was the effect of the fire elemental slime's passive skill, Flame Body. As long as one approached it, they would continuously lose health. In this exchange, the outcome was unmistakable. Oh whoa. The Wolf King Guardian let out a pained howl. It felt as though it had crashed into a searing iron plate rather than a monstrous foe, with excruciating pain radiating throughout its body. Instinctively, it attempted to retreat, seeking to escape from this terrifying fire creature. However, it was too late. The fire elemental slime clung to it like a piece of taffy, its massive form relentlessly pressing and colliding. Meanwhile, another Wolf King Guardian at the cave entrance witnessed its companions suffering and immediately roared in fury, rushing forth to provide assistance. Yet, how could Lin Feng grant it such an opportunity? Your adversary is me. A smirk graced Lin Feng's lips as the apprentice's staff in his hand glimmered once more. A barrage of ordinary attacks, akin to a relentless downpour, rained down upon the approaching Wolf King Guardian. 10. 10. 10. Though the damage was modest, the harassment effect was exceptional. The Guardian, vexed by the incessant strikes, was compelled to abandon its attempt to aid its ally and, in a fit of rage, charged toward Lin Feng, the fragile mage. It believed that if it could swiftly eliminate the human who was launching ranged attacks from behind, the fire creature would naturally fall apart. However, its thoughts were naive. Just as it was about to reach Lin Feng, a flash of green light appeared before him. Summon Bunny. A fluffy little white rabbit materialized out of thin air, perfectly positioned to obstruct the wolf's charge. A woo? The Wolf King Guardian paused momentarily, taken aback that this human could summon such seemingly inconsequential creatures. Without a second thought, it swiped a paw down upon the rabbit. The unfortunate little creature didn't even have time to squeal before it vanished in a flash of white light. Nevertheless, its sacrifice granted Lin Feng a precious moment of time. In that brief delay, Lin Feng deftly backed away several steps, re-establishing a safe distance. Once more, Lin Feng employed the same tactic, summoning another little white rabbit. Thus, the unfortunate Wolf King Guardian found itself ensnared in an exceedingly frustrating cycle. It yearned to rush forward and attack Lin Feng, but Lin Feng consistently employed rabbits as cannon fodder to impede its advance, stalling its progress. Whenever it halted, Lin Feng's ordinary attacks would precisely strike it, firmly locking in its aggro. It was akin to a fool being toyed with, spinning in place without ever managing to touch the hem of Lin Feng's robe. On the other side of the battlefield, the skirmish was drawing to a close. The first Wolf King Guardian, battered by the ceaseless burns and collisions from the fire elemental slime, was nearly drained of health, accompanied by a descending fireball, boom. A colossal critical damage of 65 erupted forth. The Wolf King Guardian howled in despair as its massive form collapsed to the ground. Ding! Your summon has slain a level 5 elite Wolf King Guardian, and you have gained 100 experience points. With one foe dispatched, the fire elemental slime immediately redirected its charge towards the unfortunate creature that Lin Feng was toying with. Faced with the devastating assault of a fiery behemoth and an agile mage with exceptional aggro control, the second Wolf King Guardian met its end with no suspense, swiftly following in its companion's footsteps. Ding! Your summon has slain a level 5 elite Wolf King Guardian, and you have gained 100 experience points. The battle concluded. Lin Feng glanced at his health and mana bars, nearly full. It was effortless and pleasurable. This was the advantage of having a formidable frontline. He didn't even need to lift a finger, merely cheering from the back and occasionally using rabbits for distraction sufficed. Well, the appetizer has concluded. Lin Feng clapped his hands and directed his gaze toward the bottomless, pitch-black cave. He knew that the real feast awaited within. At that moment, A roar filled with rage and authority emanated from the depths of the cave. Whoa! The entire valley seemed to tremble slightly from the force of the roar. A powerful and ferocious aura surged forth from the cave. A colossal wolf, twice the size of a wolf king guardian, adorned with silvery fur and eyes glimmering with crimson light, slowly emerged from the darkness. Monster, Bloodthirsty Wolf King Boss. Level, 6, Health, 2000. Attack Power, 50. Defense, 25. Skills. The final boss had made its appearance. Chapter 15, Fatal Weakness, Textbook, Style Boss Battle. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King. A Level 6 Boss. Upon seeing this creature's attribute panel, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a slight chill run down his spine. With 2,000 health points, 50 attack power, and 25 defense. These attributes utterly eclipsed all the monsters he had previously encountered, including that Slime King. Especially that staggering 50 attack power, should its claws land a solid hit. Even the toughest warrior would suffer substantial damage, let alone someone as fragile as Lin Feng. One could easily surmise that he would be instantly annihilated. Furthermore, its skill bar was filled with a series of question marks, indicating the presence of unknown, formidable skills, shrouded in uncertainty. Woo! As the Bloodthirsty Wolf King stepped out of the cave and beheld the corpses of the two fallen guardians at the entrance, its scarlet eyes ignited with a blaze of fury. It lifted its head, locking its cold, cruel gaze fiercely upon Lin Feng, the unwelcome intruder. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him. Any ordinary level 5 player would likely be quaking in their boots at this moment, contemplating retreat. Yet, Lin Feng remained steadfast. His expression was one of serene composure. For at that precise moment, as the Wolf King emerged, his most powerful ally was also making its timely debut. Godly hint. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King before you, though seemingly formidable, possesses a concealed, fatal weakness. Its left foreleg, wounded grievously in a battle long past, had seemingly healed on the surface, yet within, the bones remained fragile. Godly hint. Continuously attack its left foreleg to accumulate damage. Once the damage reaches 100, its left foreleg will be completely broken, entering a state of disability for 10 seconds. During this state, its movement speed will be significantly reduced, and it will suffer an increase of 50 in all damage taken. As the golden text manifested before him, a confident smile unconsciously curved Lin Feng's lips. A weakness had been discovered. Moreover, it was a vulnerability that could be exploited repeatedly, creating a substantial advantage. This battle had not yet commenced. Yet he had already secured half of the victory. Xiaohua, prepare for battle. Lin Feng commanded silently. The fire element slime before him immediately assumed a combat stance, its fiery exterior blazing even more vigorously. Roar. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King would not afford him much time for preparation. It emitted a deafening roar, its massive form transforming into a silver flash, rushing towards Lin Feng with a gust of foul wind. Its speed was astonishing, at least twice as fast as the previous Wolf Guardian. So swift. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. Yet, he remained composed. Xiaohua, intercepted. Upon receiving the command, the fire element slime fearlessly charged forward, its grand flaming body serving as an impenetrable fortress, directly blocking the Wolf King's charge. Boom. A dull thud resonated. The Wolf King's claws struck fiercely against the fire element slime. Minus 25. A damage number floated up. The Wolf King's attack of 50 points. Minus the fire element slime's defense of 15 points, coupled with damage reduction effects from level suppression, ultimately caused 25 points of damage. For the fire element slime, boasting over 300 health points, this was entirely bearable. It successfully halted the boss's initial charge. In that fleeting moment of the Wolf King's obstruction, Lin Feng took action. Unlike before, where he stood idly executing ordinary attacks, he swiftly circled the battlefield, searching for the optimal position to strike. His singular target was clear, the Wolf King's left foreleg. Soon, he found an excellent angle. Now, the apprentice staff in his hand glowed with brilliance. Whoosh. A beam of white light accurately struck the seemingly unblemished left foreleg of the Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Minus 10. Ding. You have attacked the weak point of the Bloodthirsty Wolf King. Damage accumulation progress, 5. Effective. Lin Feng's heart surged with joy. The Bloodthirsty Wolf King, struck at its weak point, seemed to sense an unusual pain. In rage, it turned its head, intent on eliminating the bothersome fly that was Lin Feng. However, the fire element slime would grant it no such opportunity. Gug. The fire element slime clung tenaciously to the Wolf King, its burning body incessantly colliding with it, while its passive, flame body, continuously inflicted burn damage. Minus 5. Minus 5. Minus 5. Although the damage was minimal, it effectively drew the Wolf King's aggro, ensuring its wrath remained fixated on itself. One master tanking, the other targeting weaknesses, an impeccable synergy. Thus commenced a textbook boss strategy. Lin Feng moved like a masterful dancer, maintaining a safe distance from the Wolf King, while his staff acted as a precise sniper rifle. Each attack striking with pinpoint accuracy at the Wolf King's left foreleg. Minus 10. Damage accumulation progress, 5. Minus 10. Damage accumulation progress, 10. The accumulation of damage on the Wolf King escalated rapidly under Lin Feng's steady and efficient assault. During this time, the Wolf King made several attempts to break free from the fire element slime's grasp to attack Lin Feng, but each time, Lin Feng effortlessly countered with a diversionary tactic. The rhythm of the battle was firmly in Lin Feng's control. The bloodthirsty Wolf King resembled a beast trapped in a cage, possessing immense power, yet unable to unleash it, merely seething in impotent rage as its health diminished steadily. Finally, after Lin Feng's subsequent ordinary attack landed, ding, damage accumulation progress has reached 100. Crack. A clear sound of bone fracturing echoed. The left foreleg of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, subjected to relentless strikes, suddenly buckled, unable to support its massive body. Collapsing to the ground. A whoa. It let out a wail more harrowing than any prior. A massive debuff icon appeared above its head. Disabled, movement speed reduced by 90, all damage taken increased by 50, lasting 10 seconds. The opportunity had arrived. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Xiaohua, unleash your full power. He unhesitatingly commanded an all-out assault. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, now in a disabled state, resembled a toothless tiger, utterly stripped of its menace. Its movement slowed to a crawl, forced to writhe in agony as it helplessly watched its adversaries unleash a merciless barrage upon it. Lin Feng, naturally, would not squander this rare opportunity. Xiaohua, bombard it with fireball. Gug. The fire element slime, having patiently awaited this moment, was eager to unleash its ultimate move. Upon receiving the order, it immediately began to gather the elemental fire energy within. A fireball, larger and deeper in hue than any prior, rapidly formed above its head. Whoosh. The colossal fireball, exuding a devastating aura, trailed a fiery tail through the air and smashed forcefully against the bloodthirsty Wolf King's massive form. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed. -158. A terrifyingly vivid crimson critical damage number erupted above the Wolf King's head. The fire element slime's inherent attack power was formidable, and compounded with the 50 vulnerability from the disabled state, this fireball delivered cataclysmic damage. A woo. The bloodthirsty Wolf King, ravaged and torn asunder, let out a heart-wrenching scream, visibly losing a substantial portion of its 2,000 health points. And this was merely the beginning. Under Lin Feng's command, the fire element slime transformed into a relentless artillery platform. Fireball after fireball rained down upon the immobile Wolf King without cessation. Boom, boom, boom. -99, -105, -152. Critical hit. A dazzling array of damage numbers erupted above the Wolf King's head. Lin Feng himself was not idle. As he commanded, he simultaneously raised his staff, delivering ordinary attacks to finish off his foe. 15. Under the vulnerable state, even his seemingly trivial attacks dealt a 50 increase in damage. The bloodthirsty Wolf King's robust 2,000 health points rapidly melted away under this tempestuous onslaught, akin to snow in the blazing sun. 1900, 1500, 1000, 500. The 10 seconds of debilitation elapsed swiftly. Upon recovering from its negative state, the bloodthirsty Wolf King found itself with less than a quarter of its health remaining. Its eyes brimmed with fear and despair. It yearned to flee. However, its broken left foreleg severely hampered its mobility. It could only limp away, dragging its battered body in a desperate attempt to return to its lair. "Want to run? Have you sought my permission?" Lin Feng scoffed coldly. Once more, he executed an ordinary attack, deftly locking the Wolf King's aggro, preventing it from escaping combat. Meanwhile, the fire elemental slime behind him continued its relentless bombardment. Ultimately, with the explosion of another fireball, the colossal body of the bloodthirsty Wolf King stiffened abruptly. The last vestige of its health was entirely depleted. A whoop. It let out a final, sorrowful wail filled with unwillingness and despair, its massive form crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the next instant, an incredibly brilliant golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping both Lin Feng and his fire elemental slime. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the level 6 boss. Bloodthirsty Wolf King, you have gained a substantial amount of experience. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 6. Ding. Your summoned fire elemental slime has leveled up to level 6. Level up. After vanquishing the ultimate boss, Lin Feng felt his strength swell anew. The exhilaration from defeating the boss left him feeling utterly invigorated. He exhaled deeply, a triumphant smile illuminating his face. Soloing a level 6 boss. If he were to share this feat, few would believe it. Yet, Lin Feng had indeed accomplished it, and in a manner that was nearly overwhelming, without a scratch. Now, the most thrilling moment had arrived. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, casting his gaze upon the massive corpse of the Wolf King. Surrounding the carcass lay a plethora of glimmering treasures, the quantity and brilliance far surpassing those from his prior encounter with the Slime King. The spoils from a boss kill were undoubtedly extraordinary. With excitement coursing through him, he hurried over. The first thing that caught his eye was a substantial pile of gold and silver coins, far more than what the Slime King had yielded. Without hesitation, Lin Feng collected them all. Next, he began to examine the radiant equipment scattered about. The first item was a pair of boots shimmering with a dark luster. Wolf King boots, black iron grade. Equipment type, footwear. Equipment requirements, level 5, strength, agility-based classes. Attributes, defense 12, movement speed 5, black iron grade. A tier above bronze. Although it was unsuitable for his class, selling it would surely fetch a handsome price. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy as he moved on to the next item. The second piece was a similarly radiant pair of leg armor. Wolf King greaves, black iron grade. Equipment type, lower body. Equipment requirements, level 5, strength, agility-based classes. Attributes, defense 15, health max 80. Another piece of black iron grade equipment. Lin Feng's heartbeat quickened. A premonition began to stir within him. He picked up the third item, a black iron chestplate. Wolf King chestplate, black iron grade. Equipment type, upper body. Equipment requirements, level 5, strength, agility-based classes. Attributes, defense 20, strength 5. As he held all three pieces simultaneously, a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! You have gathered the complete Wolf King set, 3 out of 3. Would you like to view the set properties? A set. It was an entire black iron grade set. Lin Feng's breath quickened. A set is exponentially more valuable than individual pieces. Besides the attributes of each item, it also grants formidable set effects. Without hesitation, he opted to view the details. Wolf King set, black iron grade. Set components, Wolf King boots, Wolf King greaves, Wolf King chestplate. 2-piece effect, strength 10. 3-piece effect, attacks have a 10 chance to trigger a rending effect, causing the target to lose 20 health points per second for the next 5 seconds. Gasp. Upon witnessing the powerful 3-piece effect, Lin Feng couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. This set of equipment would elevate the combat prowess of any level 5 warrior or assassin to new heights. He had struck gold. This was true fortune. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 gleaming pieces of equipment in his bag, unable to contain his grin. The value of this entire set was beyond mere gold. Chapter 17, The Summoner's Exclusive Equipment. Lin Feng carefully stowed the invaluable Wolf King set into his backpack. He understood that he must not flaunt this equipment lightly. Otherwise, once the news leaked, it would undoubtedly attract the envy of countless individuals, leading to great trouble. In the future, he would seek a reliable channel to sell it or use it to barter for what he needed. Lin Feng contemplated silently, suppressing his excitement as he shifted his gaze to the remaining spoils on the ground. Aside from the Wolf King set, 2 other items lay quietly, a skill book and what appeared to be a piece of jewelry. His eyes were first drawn to the skill book. For any practitioner, the value of a skill book often surpassed that of equipment. While gear may become obsolete with leveling up, skills could accompany one for a lifetime. He reached down to pick up the thick skill book. On its cover was an intricate rune, emanating a faint purple glow. Skill book, summoning contract, rare. Learning requirements, class summoner, level 6. Skill effect, passive increases your maximum summonable creature limit. Current skill level LV1, maximum summonable creatures 1. An increase to the summonable creature limit. The moment Lin Feng read the skill description, his eyes widened, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This skill was nothing short of miraculous for him. What is the essence of a summoner? It is not merely the strength of a single summon, but rather the sheer multitude. It is a legion, like ants overwhelming an elephant. At present, he can only summon one combat pet. Although the fire elemental slime is formidable, it ultimately stands alone, struggling against numerous foes. However, what if he could summon 2, 3, or even 10, 100 fire elemental slimes? The mere thought sends shivers down one's spine. This tome of Summoning Pact is the key that unlocks the gateway to his legion. It is of paramount importance. This skill has arrived at a most opportune moment. Lin Feng's hands trembled with excitement. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to learn it. Ding! You have successfully acquired the rare skill, Summoning Pact. The skill book transformed into a radiant purple light, merging with his being. Lin Feng instantly felt the connection between himself and the mysterious summoning realm expand. As if a narrow path that could only accommodate one had been widened into a lane for 2. A new passive skill appeared in his skill bar. Summoning Pact, LV1. Simultaneously, he received a system notification. Ding! Your maximum summon limit has been raised to 2. Success! From this moment forth, he could possess 2 combat pets simultaneously. Lin Feng stifled the impulse to summon another slime immediately and turned his gaze toward the last piece of loot. It was a ring fashioned from the fangs of the Wolf King, emanating a chilling white light. Lin Feng picked it up. Ring of the Wolf King, black iron grade. Equipment type, ring. Level requirement, 5. Attributes, spirit 5. Additional attribute, all your summons gain 5 attack power. Upon discerning the attributes of this ring, Lin Feng was once again astounded. An item that boosts spirit attributes. Furthermore, it grants an additional enhancement to the attack power of all summons. This is truly an exquisite piece of equipment tailored specifically for a summoner like him. It is essential to understand that spirit attributes are the most vital primary stats for summoners. They not only influence the amount of mana and the speed of mana recovery, but also directly affect the strength and precision of control over summons. It can be said that the higher the spirit attribute of a summoner, the more powerful they become. Yet, this attribute is notoriously difficult to accumulate in the early stages. Most low-grade equipment boosts physical attributes such as strength, agility, and constitution, with items that enhance spirit being exceedingly rare and perpetually expensive. Yet this, Ring of the Wolf King, not only directly adds 5 points to spirit, but also features an almost godly additional effect. The attack power of all summons is increased by 5. While this effect may seem negligible in the early game, in the later stages, when he commands a vast army of summons, the cumulative enhancement of 5 will yield a staggering impact. It is simply perfect. This ring is even more precious to me than the entire set of Wolf King gear. Lin Feng wasted no time in adorning his finger with the ring. A refreshing sensation coursed through his finger into his mind, sharpening his thoughts and clarity. He once more opened his attribute panel. The spirit attribute had seen a significant boost thanks to this ring, and consequently, his mana capacity also increased slightly. More importantly, the attack power of the fire elemental slime was further augmented by the 5 enhancement. This expedition to Wolf Valley has truly been a resounding success. Lin Feng gazed contentedly at his inventory. A black iron grade set, an exquisite ring exclusive to summoners, and a divine skill that increases summon limits. Each item alone would make countless adventurers envious. And now, they all belong solely to Lin Feng. It is time to leave. Lin Feng glanced around his surroundings. The boss had been vanquished, and this dungeon held no further challenges or attachments for him. It was time to return to the city and prepare for the next evolution of his little slime. It was also time to confront those 3 level 5 dungeons and complete his class evolution quest. He opened the dungeon panel and selected the option to exit. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the entrance of the Wolf King's cave. Chapter 18. The Commotion in the Adventurer's Hall. In a flash of white light, Lin Feng reappeared at the entrance of the Adventurer's Hall, just outside the Wolf Valley teleportation portal. The night had deepened, yet the hall was still abuzz with activity, brightly lit, and even more vibrant than when he had entered. Many night shift adventurers were streaming in, eager to commence their lively nocturnal escapades. Lin Feng glanced at the time. From the moment he entered the Wolf Valley dungeon to his exit, he had spent less than 3 hours. In this brief span, he had risen from level 3 to level 6, acquiring a veritable treasure trove of equipment and skills. Such efficiency is unparalleled in history. Lin Feng stretched, feeling a tinge of fatigue in his body, yet his spirit soared with exhilaration. All he desired was a place to rest and rejuvenate, ready to embark on his next journey with renewed vigor come the morrow. He adjusted his attire, preparing to weave through the throng and leave discreetly. However, just as he took a few steps, a blinding golden light suddenly flashed across the grand crystal screen at the center of the hall. Following this, a line of resplendent golden characters, accompanied by an exhilarating melody, materialized before everyone's eyes. Global announcement. Congratulations to player Anonymous for achieving the first solo kill of the level 6 boss, Bloodthirsty Wolf King, completing the dungeon of Wolf Valley with perfection. This announcement serves as recognition and encouragement. Global announcement. Global announcement. This announcement struck like a bombshell, disrupting the tranquility of the hall. It rolled across the screen 3 times. The adventurer's hall was momentarily engulfed in silence. Everyone instinctively halted their activities, gazing up at the enormous screen in disbelief, as if struggling to comprehend the reality before them. Moments later, a deafening uproar erupted, sweeping through the hall like a tsunami. What? Did I just see correctly? Someone soloed the Bloodthirsty Wolf King of Wolf Valley. Solo. What kind of absurdity is this? That is a level 6 boss. Our 5-man party attempted to take it on yesterday and was utterly annihilated. And it was a first kill. This means he is the first person globally to complete Wolf Valley solo. Anonymous? Who is this incredible player? How modest can one be? After accomplishing something so extraordinary, they still choose to remain anonymous? This is madness. This has to be a hidden ace from some top-tier guild, employing technology beyond our comprehension to achieve this. Unbelievably powerful. Simply inhuman. What manner of equipment and operation could possibly enable one to single-handedly slay the Wolf King? The atmosphere in the hall erupted into a cacophony of excitement among all the adventurers present. Each individual fervently speculated about the identity of this enigmatic anonymous figure, whose feat of defeating the Wolf King carried immense prestige. This achievement transcended mere technical prowess and equipment. It embodied honor and a symbol of strength. It is foreseeable that for a considerable duration, the tales of this anonymous master will be a topic of fervent discussion among all adventurers in Jianhai City, and indeed throughout the entire war zone. At this moment, the subject of countless whispers, admiration, and conjecture, the mysterious Master Lin Feng, stood inconspicuously in a corner of the crowd. He listened to the deafening sounds of awe and debate surrounding him, a bemused expression appearing on his face. Wasn't this commotion a bit excessive? He had not anticipated that merely completing a low-level dungeon would trigger such a grand announcement across the region. Fortunately, When selecting his completion reward, he instinctively opted for the anonymous choice. Otherwise, he would likely have been besieged by throngs of fervent admirers. It seems that in the future, he must endeavor to maintain a more low-key approach, Lin Feng mused inwardly. He had no desire to be the center of attention. He simply wished to quietly grind monsters and level up, gradually growing stronger. He adjusted his collar, partially concealing his face. And while all eyes remained glued to the announcement screen, he deftly slipped away from the crowd, like a slippery loach, escaping the adventurer hall. Upon stepping outside, the cold night breeze began to soothe his restless heart, which had been agitated by the announcement. The streets were now sparsely populated. Lin Feng chose not to hail a cab. Instead, he ambled toward his home, savoring the evening breeze. He needed a moment to process the extraordinary events of the day. From being a derided, inept summoner to single-handedly defeating a level 6 boss and astonishing the entire city, this day had been surreal and exhilarating. As he walked, he opened his skill panel, gazing at the newly acquired summoning contract skill, his heart brimming with anticipation. He now possessed 2 summoning slots. One was occupied by his ace fighter, the fire elemental slime. What should he summon for the second slot? Should he opt for another ordinary slime and strive to cultivate it into a fire elemental slime, thus forming a dual fireball cult? Or should he venture to see if he could cultivate slimes of other elemental types? For instance, could he feed it ice to raise an ice elemental slime? Or use stones to nurture a rock elemental slime? The divine hint had previously mentioned that slimes could evolve in myriad directions. The mere thought of an array of colorful, diverse elemental slime legions following him ignited a fervor within Lin Feng. Tomorrow, he would visit the trading market in search of inexpensive yet effective evolution materials. In his mind, he had already laid out a preliminary plan for the next day's endeavors. Just as he immersed himself in delightful daydreams about the future, a somewhat familiar yet uncertain voice called out from not far behind him. "Excuse me, is this Lin Feng?" Chapter 19. The invitation from the school bell. Hearing his name, Lin Feng halted, turning around in puzzlement. Under the nearby streetlight stood a tall girl clad in a white dress, her long black hair gently swaying in the breeze. Appearing exceptionally pure and lovely in the dim light, her features were exquisite, her skin fair, particularly her bright, large eyes, which now glimmered with a mix of nervousness and anticipation as they fixed upon Lin Feng. Upon recognizing the girl's face, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He knew her name, Xia Ming, the universally acknowledged school belle of Jianghai No. 3 High School and the top student of her grade. During today's class transfer ceremony, she had awakened an A-rank rare profession, Frost Queen, causing a stir throughout the school and resulting in her early admission to one of the nation's top universities, Magic Capital University. She was indeed a true daughter of destiny. Although Lin Feng and she were classmates, their paths had never crossed until now. They existed in entirely different realms, one a dazzling star in the sky, the other an inconspicuous speck of dust on the ground. He could not fathom why such a remarkable individual would stop him on a late-night street. "Are you Xia Ming?" Lin Feng inquired, uncertain. "Yes, it's me." Upon noticing that Lin Feng recognized her, Xia Ming's face relaxed slightly. She quickly approached him, and a subtle fragrance of shampoo wafted through the air. "It's rather late. Is there something you need from me?" Lin Feng asked, his tone calm. Despite her status as the school belle and a paragon of excellence, Lin Feng had developed a steadiness in his demeanor after the roller coaster of emotions he experienced today. To him, the so-called A-rank profession and the promise of elite university admission were merely trifles. Xia Ming observed Lin Feng's unusually composed gaze and felt a flicker of surprise. She was aware that he had awakened the most useless F-rank lifestyle profession, summoner. Logically, he should be feeling the most despondent and insecure at this moment. Yet, there was not a trace of despair or dejection on his face. Rather, he exuded an inexplicable confidence and composure. This sensation was peculiar. Shaking her head to dismiss her wandering thoughts, she spoke, her voice clear and melodious. "Lin Feng, I wanted to invite you to join my team." "Invite me? To join your team?" Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had misheard her. A future powerhouse with an A-rank rare profession would extend an invitation to a mere F-rank lifestyle profession? Who would believe such a thing? "You must have mistaken me for someone else." Lin Feng frowned and queried. "I did not make a mistake. You are the one I'm looking for, Lin Feng," Xia Ming asserted, shaking her head with conviction. Her gaze was sincere, devoid of any hint of jest. She continued to explain, "I know you've awakened as a summoner. Although this profession is not combat-oriented, I have heard that the creatures summoned are quite adorable and can help soothe emotions. Our team is preparing to tackle a challenging dungeon, and the atmosphere may become a bit tense. Thus, I thought that if you could join us, you might help alleviate some of that pressure." Her voice gradually diminished, as she herself felt the flimsy nature of her reasoning. Even she found it hard to convince herself of its validity. Indeed, who would sacrifice a valuable team slot merely to accommodate a non-combatant lifestyle profession? Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Feng wore a peculiar expression. He was not foolish. He could discern the insincerity in Xia Ming's words. This rationale is rather implausible. What does it mean to alleviate stress? Is he merely the team's mascot? Before awakening his extraordinary abilities, he might have been flustered by such a condescending invitation from the school beauty, succumbing to vanity or insecurity. However, at this moment, he is solely interested in uncovering her true intentions. Classmate Xiaoming, Lin Feng's tone remains composed. I do not appreciate circumlocution. Please, state your true purpose for seeking me out. Xiaoming did not anticipate Lin Feng's forthrightness. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her gaze, feeling a tad embarrassed. After a brief silence, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle, she finally mustered the courage to speak candidly. All right, Lin Feng, I will be honest with you. The reason I sought you out is that I have awakened a unique talent. My ability is called the Eye of Truth. This talent allows me to perceive things that others cannot. Pausing momentarily, her bright eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng, she articulated each word deliberately. Just moments ago, when the district-wide announcement was made in the professional hall, I happened to be near you. With my gift, I discerned that behind that anonymous announcement, the true name revealed is yours, Lin Feng. Chapter 20. Rejection and Planning. When Xiaoming uttered this revelation, Lin Feng's pupils subtly constricted. A ripple of emotions stirred within him. The Eye of Truth? An ability to perceive the imperceptible? Such a talent exists? Indeed, this world is replete with extraordinary capabilities. He had not anticipated that despite his choice to remain anonymous, his identity would be unveiled due to another's exceptional gift. As it stands, it appears that only Xiaoming is privy to this secret. Lin Feng maintained a facade of tranquility, while his mind raced with thoughts. He contemplated Xiaoming's motives and how best to respond. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Xiaoming worried that her words had caused him discomfort and caution. She hastily clarified. Lin Feng, please don't misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I was just so astonished and curious. I cannot fathom how a summoner managed to solo clear the Wild Wolf Valley and achieve the first kill of the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Therefore, I wanted to invite you to join my team. I wish to witness firsthand how you accomplished this. Her tone brimmed with sincerity, her bright eyes reflecting pure curiosity and a hint of admiration, devoid of any pretense or ulterior motive. Lin Feng listened intently as she spoke. He discerned that Xiaoming genuinely meant no harm. She was merely a gifted individual, newly introduced to the extraordinary realm, filled with curiosity and ambition. When she discovered that someone she perceived as inept had accomplished something so monumental, a feat she herself could not achieve, the stark contrast and shock compelled her to delve deeper into the truth. Had it been anyone else, faced with such a sincere invitation from the school beauty, coupled with the chance to satisfy a man's vanity by exploring a secret, they would likely have eagerly accepted the offer. After all, it was an exceptional opportunity to forge a closer connection with someone of her stature. However, Lin Feng was different. His heart remained unperturbed. Joining another's team? What a farcical notion. With the divine hint ability at his disposal, the hidden information of every dungeon and the fatal weaknesses of all bosses were as transparent to him as the lines on his palm. Soloing dungeons was not only the most efficient approach, but also the most liberating. Why would he carry the burden of others? Moreover, forming a team would inevitably expose his secrets. His formidable fire elemental slime and his textbook-precise boss fighting techniques would all be laid bare before others. Although Xiaoming's talent was indeed unique, she had only seen a name, Lin Feng. She was unaware of the intricacies of the process, and Lin Feng wished to keep those details concealed. The divine hint was his trump card, the cornerstone of his existence, and his greatest reliance for ascending to the pinnacle of power. Until he possessed absolute strength, he preferred that no one be aware of its existence. Thus, he had to decline Xiaoming's invitation. With this resolution in mind, Lin Feng raised his gaze to meet Xiaoming's expectant eyes. He slowly shook his head, his tone calm, yet resolute as he stated, I apologize, classmate Xiaoming. I am accustomed to solitude and do not intend to join any team. That simple declaration fell like a bucket of cold water over Xiaoming's fervent heart. Why? She stammered, taken aback. She had never anticipated that her sincere invitation, offered with such humility, would be rejected so decisively. This was the first time in her life that a boy had turned her down, especially one she deemed least likely to do so. There's no reason, merely a matter of habit, Lin Feng replied succinctly, leaving her no room for fantasy. He did not wish to dwell excessively on the matter. Observing Xiaoming's expression of disappointment and incredulity, he added, furthermore, regarding today's announcement, I hope you can keep it confidential. With that, he did not linger, offering Xiaoming a slight nod as a farewell before turning and continuing on his way home. Leaving her standing alone beneath the street lamp, gazing at Lin Feng's retreating figure, solitary yet resolute, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Upon returning to his modest rented room, Lin Feng collapsed heavily onto his soft bed. He closed his eyes, replaying the day's events in his mind like a film. From the despair during his job transition to the euphoric activation of his abilities, from soloing the Slime King to vanquishing the bloodthirsty Wolf King, and from anonymity to shocking the entire city. Everything had unfolded too rapidly. He needed time to properly digest it all. After a lengthy pause, he gradually opened his eyes, his gaze restored to a serene calm. He sat up, retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and began to meticulously outline a plan for his upcoming actions. Firstly, the task of class evolution. This was of utmost importance and must take precedence. The task required 3 types of materials: earth source crystal, water source crystal, and wood source crystal. Each was hidden within 3 level 5 dungeons: the Goblin Mine, the Shallow Water Lake, and the Misty Forest. Tomorrow, he would begin with the simplest, the Goblin Mine. Lin Feng inscribed his initial plan upon the parchment. Next on his agenda was the cultivation of summoned creatures. He had successfully summoned a fire elemental slime, whose combat prowess had already reached formidable heights. However, he still possessed a second summoning slot. Tomorrow, he would venture to the trading market to seek out low-tier materials such as ice blocks or stones, attempting to cultivate a new slime of a different element. The synergy of dual elemental summons would undoubtedly elevate his combat capabilities to new heights. Lastly, he contemplated his own equipment and skills. The Wolf King set was temporarily unusable and would remain in his backpack for the moment, to be sold or exchanged for something more suitable when the opportunity arose. The Wolf King ring was of exceptional quality, and thus he continued to wear it. As for his skills, the summoning contract required prompt enhancement in order to summon a greater number of pets. A series of clear plans were articulated by Lin Feng on the paper. Gazing upon the meticulously detailed document, his eyes radiated unwavering determination. Chapter 21. The Trading Market and New Evolution Materials. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains and illuminated the room, Lin Feng awoke punctually. After a night of restorative slumber, he felt invigorated, the fatigue of the previous day dissipating entirely. He quickly freshened up, boiled 2 eggs, and heated a cup of milk for breakfast. As he savored his meal, he revisited the plan he had drafted the day prior, reaffirming his thoughts. His itinerary was set: a visit to the trading market in the morning, followed by an expedition to the Goblin Mine in the afternoon. With his objectives firmly established in his mind, he finished his breakfast, donned a fresh set of clothing, and stepped out. The occupational trading market of Jianghai City, located in the Western District, was one of the most prosperous and bustling locales in the city, sprawling over an immense area. Upon his arrival, Lin Feng was immediately awestruck by the spectacle before him. The broad streets were lined with an array of stalls, each teeming with diverse wares. Countless practitioners meandered amidst the stalls, akin to a bustling fair, their voices rising and falling in a symphony of haggling. Freshly forged whiteboard longswords, a mere 10 copper coins each, such a bargain. Buying level 2 spider silk, bulk orders welcome, prices negotiable. Bronze level mage bracers for just 2 silver coins. Missed this opportunity, and it's gone. In addition to the makeshift stalls operated by casual players, there were also many opulently decorated shops lining the streets. Establishments such as the Divine Armory, the All Medicinal Hall, and the Marvelous Treasures Pavilion were backed by powerful guilds or families, offering a selection of higher tier and rare items. Lin Feng had a clear purpose. He was not there to purchase equipment. Instead, he sought to acquire special materials that could facilitate the evolution of his slime. He deliberately avoided the ostentatious shops, opting instead to leisurely browse the stalls of casual players, for he understood that sometimes hidden treasures could be found among what others deemed mere refuse. As he strolled, he meticulously examined the items on display at each stall. "Excuse me, how much for this glowing stone?" Lin Feng inquired, pointing to an unassuming rock emanating a faint white light. To others, this stone might appear to be a mere illumination stone, useful only as a minor light source in dark mines. Yet, in Lin Feng's eyes, a golden hint materialized beside it. Divine hint. This is a luminescent stone infused with a trace of light elemental power. Should your summoned slime consume it, there is a 5 chance it will evolve into a light elemental slime. A light elemental slime. That sounds remarkable. Oh, this? The vendor, a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, glanced at Lin Feng and then at the stone, his eyes darting about before he said, "Young man, you have quite the discerning eye. This is no ordinary stone. It's a night-bright stone. Place it in your home, and you won't need to turn on the lights at night, saving on electricity. Since I see you're a student, I'll give you a special price of 50 copper coins." "What do you say?" Lin Feng inwardly scoffed. 50 copper coins for a worthless rock. Does he take me for a fool? He shook his head, pretending to walk away. Hey, young man, don't go." The vendor, seeing the sales slipping away, hurriedly called out, "Prices are negotiable. Just name your price." 10 copper coins. Lin Feng extended a finger. 10. The vendor yelped, as if someone had stepped on his tail. "Young man, that is a bit harsh, don't you think? My cost is will you sell or not? If not, I'll just leave," Lin Feng replied, uninterested in further debate. All right, I'll sell. Consider it a loss for me today." The vendor hastily relented. Lin Feng paused, retrieving 10 copper coins from his wallet and handing them over, then pocketing the luminescent stone. A splendid start. Lin Feng felt elated and continued his treasure hunting journey. He had to admit, the divine hint, talent was nothing short of miraculous while shopping. What others perceived as mere rubbish, he saw as hidden treasures. Before long, he made another intriguing discovery. At a stall selling various herbs, he spotted an inconspicuous little plant with a few withered yellow leaves. Divine hint. This is a wilting bellflower, deteriorated due to improper storage. Although its medicinal properties have diminished, it still retains a faint trace of wind elemental power. Your summoned slime has a 3 chance of evolving into a wind elemental slime upon consumption. Vendor, how much for this wilted herb? Huh, it's nearly dead. If you want it, you can take it for 2 copper coins. Deal. Lin Feng cheerfully paid and collected the bellflower. Thus, he spent the better part of the morning. Utilizing the divine hint, he managed to procure several low-tier materials imbued with different elemental powers at an exceptionally low cost. There were hardened stones infused with earth elemental power, damp seaweed containing water elemental power, and decaying mushrooms infused with dark elemental power. Though the elemental powers contained within these materials were feeble and the chances of evolution were generally below 5, their affordability was undeniable. Lin Feng exhausted his spare change, filling his backpack with an assortment of seemingly worthless items. Enough for now. Lin Feng surveyed his bounty with satisfaction. With everything in place, he merely required a test subject. He sought out a secluded alley, then opened his skill panel. He now possessed 2 summoning slots, one occupied by a level 6 fire elemental slime, and the other still vacant. It has been decided. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and activated his summoning skill. Summon slime, accompanied by a gentle white light, a fist-sized, level 1. Transparent, adorably clumsy slime materialized before him. Little one, are you ready to embrace your new life? Lin Feng gazed at the curious little creature before him, a wicked smile gracing his face. Chapter 22, the second summoned entity, Wind Elemental Slime. He looked at the newly born level 1 slime, brimming with novelty, much like a rough diamond awaiting refinement. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his backpack and laid out the collection of seemingly worthless materials he had scavenged, arranging them in a neat line on the ground. The softly glowing light dust stone, the withered wind bellflower, the sturdy hardened stone block, the damp moist seaweed, and the rather unsightly rotten mushroom. Come, feel free to indulge, Lin Feng beckoned, gesturing towards the materials. The little slime wobbled its jelly-like body, seemingly perplexed by its master's command. In its understanding, none of these items appeared edible. Observing this, Lin Feng took matters into his own hands. He first picked up the hardened stone block, imbued with earth elemental power, known for its relatively high evolution chance of 5. He brought the stone close to the slime's mouth. After a moment's hesitation, the little slime obeyed, opening its mouth wide to swallow the stone, which was harder than itself. Crunch. The stone was instantly pulverized within its body. Then, nothing happened. Ding. Your summoned slime has devoured the hardened stone block, permanently increasing its defense by 1. A failure. Lin Feng shook his head, revealing little disappointment on his face. Given the 5 chance, failure was to be expected. However, a permanent increase in defense was still a modest gain, at least it wasn't for naught. Undeterred, he proceeded to offer the moist seaweed. The little slime dutifully opened its mouth once more. Ding. Your summoned slime has devoured the moist seaweed, permanently gaining 1 resistance to water elements. Another failure. Next up, the light dust stone. Ding. Your summoned slime has devoured the light dust stone, permanently gaining 1 resistance to light elements. Still a failure. The rotten mushroom. Ding. Your summoned slime has devoured the rotten mushroom, permanently gaining 1 resistance to toxins. Yet again, failure. After 4 consecutive attempts, Lin Feng found only 1 material remaining in his backpack, the withered wind bellflower, with the lowest evolution chance of merely 3. Sigh. It seemed fortune had not favored him today. Lin Feng exhaled, initially hoping to conjure a powerful elemental slime, perhaps creating a duality of ice and fire or light and darkness. Now, however, that aspiration seemed far-fetched. Well, a dead horse is worth a live horse's medicine. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he fed the seemingly wilted wind bellflower to the little slime. After consuming the flower, the slime's body squirmed as if digesting. Lin Feng had little hope left and was preparing to pack up and leave when, suddenly, without warning, an extraordinary event transpired. Buzz, a crystalline sound, reminiscent of wind chimes, erupted from within the little slime. Almost immediately, a surge of azure air visibly exploded from its body, enveloping it entirely, forming a small whirlwind. What the heck? Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth forming an O shape. This reaction bore striking resemblance to the evolution of the fire elemental slime. Could it be a success? Had the lowest 3 chance actually hit the mark? His heart raced uncontrollably, joy etched across his face. This was truly a moment of unexpected fortune. He fixated on the small azure whirlwind, within which the slime's body underwent a miraculous transformation. Its initially jelly-like, translucent form became increasingly ethereal and weightless, eventually merging with the gust itself, as if it had transformed into a genuine breeze. Moments later, the whirlwind gradually dissipated, revealing a brand new entity before Lin Feng. Its shape retained the characteristic roundness of a slime, yet its body was composed of a swirling, pale blue air, appearing both light and agile. Surrounding it were small, sprite-like gusts dancing joyfully. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned slime successfully devoured the wind bellflower and has completed its first evolution. Ding! Your summoned slime has successfully advanced to wind elemental slime, elite level. It was indeed the wind elemental slime. Lin Feng was so elated he nearly leaped in place. Eagerly, he examined the attributes of his second elite companion. Summoned entity, wind elemental slime. Rank, elite level. Level, 1. Health, 100. Attack, 15. Defense, 5. Skill 1, wind blade, active. Conjures a sharp wind blade to attack enemies, dealing wind elemental damage. Skill 2, ethereal form, passive, composed of air currents, significantly enhances movement speed. With a 10 chance to evade physical attacks. Powerful, remarkably powerful. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Although this level 1 wind elemental slime slightly lagged behind its fire elemental counterpart in basic attack and defense stats, its unique traits were equally pronounced. Primarily, its speed and evasion. The passive skill, ethereal form, was nothing short of divine. It greatly amplified movement speed while providing a built-in 10 chance to dodge physical attacks. This meant it would be an extraordinarily agile presence on the battlefield, a swift assassin, a troublesome harasser for enemies. The fire elemental slime was focused on direct confrontation and brute force, while this wind elemental slime specialized in rapid movement and agile evasion. A berserker and a rogue. What marvelous synergy could emerge from this duo of contrasting yet complementary summoned entities? Lin Feng dared not speculate. He felt his future tactical frameworks had suddenly become rich and multifaceted. From now on, I shall name you Xiao Feng. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction at the azure little creature, surrounded by gentle breezes. Fire and wind. His legion of summoned entities was beginning to take shape. With both companions now in place, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Lin Feng subdued his playful demeanor, his gaze shifting to one of earnestness. He directed his attention towards the eastern expanse of the city, where the level 5 dungeon, Goblin Mine, lay in wait. It was here that his quest for career evolution would formally commence. Chapter 23, The Goblin Mine, the initial battle of dual pets. Departing the trading market, Lin Feng did not return home. Instead, he boarded the city's hovering bus and made his way to another branch of the Adventurers Hall located in the Eastern District. The foot traffic here was noticeably less than that of the city center, yet it buzzed with its own lively atmosphere. Groups of low-tier adventurers, ranging from levels 5 to 10, ambled about, faces alight with excitement and anticipation, discussing which dungeon to explore. Lin Feng had a clear objective, the Goblin Mine. Navigating with ease, he located the portal to the dungeon. At the entrance, several teams awaited their turn to enter. Standing alone at the back of the queue, Lin Feng felt somewhat out of place. Hey, brother, are you tackling the Goblin Mine solo? A burly man, clad in a large shield, turned to him with a curious expression. He appeared to be a guardian warrior, exuding a jovial demeanor. Beside him stood a priestess wielding a staff and a leather-clad archer. Forming a standard trio? I'm accustomed to flying solo, Lin Feng replied with a smile, acknowledging their inquiry. Solo? You ought to be cautious, the guardian warrior advised kindly. While individual goblins may not pose much of a threat, they swarm in numbers and love to set traps. It's easy to get overwhelmed when you're on your own. Indeed, dear sir, the priestess chimed in softly. The most troublesome aspect of the Goblin Mine are those poisonous traps. A misstep could lead to ongoing damage, and without a priest to cleanse the poison, it can be perilous. Why not join our party? We happen to be in need of an attacker. Their goodwill warmed Lin Feng's heart, yet he politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, but I truly prefer to work alone. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Very well then. The guardian warrior, recognizing Lin Feng's resolve, refrained from further persuasion. In his eyes, this young man was either a hidden expert or an oblivious novice. Regardless, it was of no concern to them. Soon, it was their turn. The trio and Lin Feng sequentially swiped their cards to pay the entrance fee before stepping through the portal, which radiated a dusty golden glow. After a brief moment of dizziness, Lin Feng felt the cold, hard ground beneath his feet. He found himself within a dimly lit and damp mine. The air was thick with the scent of earth and rusted metal. Embedded in the rocky walls were glimmering ores, the sole source of light in the pitch-black cavern. In the distance, the faint sounds of clanging and sharp, piercing cries could be heard. This was the level 5 dungeon, Goblin Mine. Lin Feng did not rush forward. His first task was to summon his formidable allies. Arise, my companions, he called out. Before him, red and green lights flickered simultaneously. A fire element slime, composed of molten magma and exuding searing heat, appeared. Alongside it, a wind element slime, formed of swirling currents, danced in a gentle breeze. These two elite summons, though contrasting in nature, stood proudly by his side. Gooey, whoosh. The two little creatures curiously surveyed their new surroundings. All right, let us get to work. Lin Feng clapped his hands, a confident smile gracing his face. Divine hint, 50 meters ahead, concealed by weeds, lies a trap. Behind the trap, 3 patrolling goblin miners are present. Divine hint, you can command your wind element slime to utilize its speed to sneak around the left wall, drawing the goblin's attention. Then, instruct your fire element slime to launch an assault from the front, creating a perfect pincer attack. A flawless tactical plan manifested before Lin Feng's eyes. This was the advantage of possessing divine hints. He need not ponder the strategy himself. The system provided him with optimal solutions. He merely had to execute them with precision. Little wind, go left. Little fire, prepare for a frontal strike. Lin Feng mentally relayed his instructions to the two summons. Upon receiving the command, the wind element slime transformed into a green shadow, gliding silently along the left wall like a specter, approaching the goblin's flank with astonishing speed. In the dim mind, it was but a faint afterimage. Meanwhile, the fire element slime boldly advanced, its surface ablaze, marching directly towards the goblins. Before long, the patrolling goblins noticed the unexpected guest. The fire element slime radiating light and warmth. Monster, Goblin Miner. Level, 5. Health, 300. Attack power, 25. Description, a diminutive, greedy, and cunning creature. Grr. The three green-skinned goblins, with pointed ears and worn pickaxes, paused momentarily upon seeing the fire element slime, then erupted into furious shrieks. They brandished their pickaxes and charged at the fiery intruder, believing that despite its fearsome appearance, they held the advantage in numbers. However, as they rushed forward, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Three sharp, transparent blades of air silently shot from their unguarded flank. Windblade. Thud, thud, thud. Damage numbers appeared above the goblins' heads. 35, 32, 38. The goblins emitted terrified cries, utterly bewildered by the source of their assailants. In that moment of chaos, the massive fireball launched its offensive. Boom. A searing fireball hurtled forth, striking one of the goblins dead on. 75. A colossal damage number floated up. The unfortunate goblin could not even utter a cry before its health was obliterated, vanishing into a wisp of white light. A masterful ambush. A flawless pincer maneuver. An exquisite instant kill. The first collaborative endeavor of the dual element slimes showcased an effect exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. The remaining two goblins, thoroughly terrified, dropped their pickaxes and turned to flee. However, it is now far too late. On one side looms the wind element slime, moving with an ethereal swiftness, relentlessly unleashing razor winds to harass its foes. On the other side stands the fire element slime, akin to a fortified artillery, each fireball it launches inflicting substantial damage. In this exquisite interplay of distance and pace, within a mere 10 seconds, the last two goblins succumbed to their fate, following in the footsteps of their fallen comrades. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain a level 5 goblin miner. You have gained 80 experience points. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain a level 5 goblin miner. You have gained 80 experience points. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain a level 5 goblin miner. You have gained 80 experience points. The battle concluded effortlessly. Lin Feng, throughout the encounter, had not even lifted a finger. He resembled an elegant conductor, standing gracefully in the background, effortlessly guiding his orchestra to perform a splendid symphony of slaughter. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. Lin Feng gazed upon his two capable companions, a radiant smile gracing his face. With two elite-level summons at his disposal, traversing this low-level dungeon was nothing short of a breeze. Chapter 24. Traps? My experience, babies. After dispatching the three goblin miners at the entrance, Lin Feng did not rush deeper into the dungeon. He first approached to collect the few copper coins and a piece of seemingly worthless, inferior iron ore dropped by the goblins. Inferior iron ore, common material, can be used to forge the most basic of whiteboard equipment. Although deemed worthless, Lin Feng, adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, casually tossed it into his backpack. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the location of the trap marked by the divine hint. It was an area that appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding ground, yet sparsely covered with a layer of weeds. Were it not for the indication, even seasoned players might easily stumble upon it without keen observation. Lin Feng approached the trap, crouched down, and cautiously used his apprentice's staff to part the weeds. Indeed, a spiked trap, composed of sharpened wooden stakes and a rudimentary triggering mechanism, lay exposed before him. Goblin Spike Trap, common trap upon activation. It inflicts 50 points of physical damage and applies a bleeding effect, causing a loss of 5 life points per second for 10 seconds. The damage was modest, but the subsequent bleeding effect could be quite bothersome. For a party lacking a priest to dispel poisons, triggering one would necessitate the consumption of a precious healing potion. If multiple were triggered in succession, retreat would be the only option. Huh, mere child's play. Lin Feng scoffed. These traps, which the goblins regarded with pride, were laughably simplistic in the face of his divine hint. He needn't even dismantle the trap, for he knew that all trap locations within this dungeon had been marked by the divine hint. He merely had to navigate around them. Well then, onward. Lin Feng rose, brushing off the dust from his hands. Accompanied by his elemental guardians, he commenced his formal expedition into the depths of the mine. The ensuing journey unfolded precisely as the divine hint had outlined, devolving into a one-sided onslaught. Divine hint. At the upcoming corner, two goblins are lazily sleeping. An excellent opportunity for a sneak attack. Thus, Lin Feng directed the wind element slime to stealthily approach, launching 2 preemptive wind blades. The fire element slimes swiftly followed, delivering a decisive fireball that dispatched the foes. Throughout the entire process, the 2 goblins hardly stirred from their slumber before meeting their deity of goblins. Divine hint. In the right-hand tunnel, there is a goblin squad, 5 in total, including an elite goblin overseer. Prioritize eliminating it to throw the remaining goblins into disarray. Consequently, Lin Feng commanded the fire element slime to block the narrow tunnel entrance, while the wind element slime darted back and forth within the tunnel, persistently employing wind blades to harass and distract. Lin Feng himself remained at the back, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a basic attack, striking down the goblin overseer, who donned a safety helmet and appeared to be a minor leader. With the overseer dispatched, the remaining goblins indeed descended into chaos, falling prey to the fire element slime, which picked them off one by one with ease. Divine hint. Watch your step. There is a well-disguised rockfall trap here. Once triggered, it will drop a massive boulder from above, causing significant damage. Lin Feng whistled casually as he nonchalantly circumvented the trap, even taking the time to spit upon it in derision. For other players, the Goblin Mine dungeon might have been a perilous and challenging locale, necessitating constant vigilance for traps, cautious engagement with swarms of goblins, and prudent management of party health and mana. Yet for Lin Feng, this place resembled his own backyard. Nay, it was even better. For here, every flower and blade of grass transformed into experience points on his path to advancement. As he traversed the route, he faced no obstacles, encountering not a single trace of danger. All goblins fell effortlessly to his flawless tactical leadership, and all traps became mere illusions before his divine hint. His experience bar surged at a visibly rapid pace. Level 6 at 10, level 6 at 30, level 6 at 60. The efficiency of this grinding surpassed even that of a rocket. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his exhilarating spree, he suddenly detected the sounds of intense combat and human shouts not far ahead. Be careful. Tank, hold aggro. Priest, heal. Damn it. I've triggered a trap again. Quick, cleanse the poison. I'm running low on mana. Does anyone have a mana potion? From the sound, it appeared a player team was embroiled in a grueling battle against goblins. Moreover, judging from their frantic shouts, their situation seemed dire. Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he slowed his pace. He commanded his 2 slimes to stealthily conceal themselves behind a large rock, peering out to observe the source of the commotion. Before him, in the tunnel, a trio of adventurers was encircled by 7 or 8 goblins, locked in a desperate struggle. As Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, he recognized the 3 individuals. They were none other than the kind-hearted warrior, priest, and archer trio he had encountered at the dungeon entrance. Chapter 25. A Skilled Rescue. At this moment, the trio's predicament was precarious in the extreme. The leading guardian warrior was straining to hold his shield aloft at the forefront of the group. His body was already punctured by several poisoned wooden stakes, with green damage numbers continuously popping up above his head. Though the female priest behind him tirelessly waved her staff, casting gentle beams of holy light upon him to barely sustain his health, her own complexion had already turned ashen, sweat beading on her forehead, clearly indicating that her magical reserves were nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the archer was frantically dodging the goblin's attacks while hastily loosing arrows, but to little effect. They found themselves ensnared in a tight corner, surrounded by 7 or 8 goblin miners and a goblin overseer that was evidently an elite monster, leaving them with no retreat. This is it. My health potions are all gone. If this continues, we will perish here. The guardian warrior shouted anxiously, his health having dipped below the crucial 30 threshold. I only have enough mana left for one more healing spell. The priestess's voice quivered with a hint of despair. Desperation began to seep into the trio. They never anticipated that a mere level 5 ordinary dungeon would lead them to such a dire predicament. Just as they felt the weight of surrender pressing upon them, suddenly, boom! A massive fireball, ablaze with fierce flames, descended from the darkness above, crashing down with unerring precision into the midst of the goblins. The violent explosion instantly hurled the 2 closest goblin miners away. 85, 92. 2 colossal damage numbers erupted above their heads. Their health, initially at 300, had been decimated to less than half in a single strike. This unexpected turn of events stunned both the beleaguered trio and the encroaching goblins. Instinctively, they looked up towards the source of the fireball. There, atop a protruding rock, stood a figure that had quietly appeared. Wearing what seemed like ordinary cloth and wielding a common wooden staff, the kind often seen in beginner villages. His form appeared somewhat blurred in the dimness of the mine. Yet beside him stood 2 extraordinarily striking entities. One was a fiery creature ablaze with flames, exuding an intense heat. The other, a whirlwind entity surrounded by azure currents, its form wavering unpredictably. Is it him? The guardian warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the familiar figure atop the rock. This was the mysterious summoner they had encountered at the dungeon entrance, who had ventured in alone. Wasn't he a novice? And where did those 2 formidable creatures beside him come from? Before they could fully comprehend the shock, the enigmatic summoner, Lin Feng, launched another assault. He did not even need to take direct action. Merely raising his hand prompted the wind elemental slime to transform into a blue specter, leaping from the rock and darting into the goblin horde like a phantom. Swish, swish, swish. Countless sharp, wind blades erupted from its air-formed body, creating a miniature storm of blades. Splatter, splatter, splatter. 40, 38, 42. A barrage of damage numbers erupted above the goblins' heads. The once menacing goblins, caught in this sudden onslaught, faltered and let out terrified shrieks. And this was merely the beginning. Boom. Another colossal fireball descended from the heavens, striking the commanding goblin overseer with pinpoint accuracy. 155. Critical hit. The elite monster's health was obliterated in an instant, leaving no time for a final word, as it disintegrated into a wisp of white light. With the commander's demise, the remaining goblin minions lost all will to fight and began to scatter in panic. However, it was too late to flee. One, like a ghostly assassin, darted through the battlefield, relentlessly claiming the lives of the wounded goblins. The other, akin to a heavy artillery piece, with each fireball claiming a life. Before these two terrifying creatures, the goblins that had previously driven the trio into despair now felt as fragile as paper. In less than half a minute, all the goblins were eradicated, leaving the mine once again peaceful, littered with spoils, and three utterly astonished individuals. The guardian warrior, priestess, and archer stood dumbfounded, mouths agape, gazing at the young figure who had leapt down from the rock, leisurely collecting the loot. Their minds were blank. What had just transpired? A massacre. It was an unequivocal, overwhelming slaughter. The formidable horde that had forced them into a desperate struggle had shown not even a semblance of resistance before this mysterious summoner. Was this truly the power that a summoner could wield? They felt their years of understanding of the profession being irrevocably upended in that moment. Extraordinary. Truly extraordinary. After a long while, the guardian warrior managed to croak out those two words. His gaze towards Lin Feng transformed from curiosity and goodwill to awe and reverence. It turned out he was not a mere novice. He was a true powerhouse. Chapter 26. The Earth Source Crystal Acquired. Lin Feng paid no heed to the three astonished and admiring gazes behind him. As though performing a trivial task, he calmly gathered all the spoils from the ground into his backpack. Rescuing these three was merely a matter of convenience for him. After all, they had previously extended goodwill towards him. Moreover, Lin Feng was not a cold-hearted individual. Witnessing others in peril, he found no harm in lending a hand within his capabilities. Especially since these goblins were already on his hunting list, saving lives and slaying monsters were not mutually exclusive endeavors. Once he had collected the loot, Lin Feng turned to face the still-dazed trio. He spoke in a calm tone, as though stating a simple fact. There are many goblins ahead, and traps lurk everywhere. With just the three of you, the path ahead will be even more perilous. I advise you to return the way you came. His voice was unadorned, lacking any urgency. Okay. Thank you for the warning, esteemed master. Thank you for saving our lives. The guardian warrior was the first to respond, nodding fervently as if pecking at rice, his face suffused with gratitude and awe. He now held Lin Feng's words in the highest regard. If this esteemed figure deemed the path ahead dangerous, it was undoubtedly beyond their capacity to handle. Master, you are so impressive. The priestess finally regained her senses, gazing at Lin Feng with sparkling admiration in her eyes. Your summoned creatures are astonishing. I've never seen such a powerful summoner before. Indeed, the archer promptly echoed. Oh, master, your previous display of skill was nothing short of mesmerizing, truly magnificent. You are undoubtedly the most formidable summoner I have ever encountered, bar none. In response to the trio's flattery and praise, Lin Feng merely smiled noncommittally. He had little interest in engaging in prolonged conversation with them. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He waved at them and, accompanied by his two slime guardians, turned to delve deeper into the mine. Ah, master. The guardian warrior wished to say more, but Lin Feng's figure swiftly vanished around the dark corner of the mining tunnel. The three stood in silence, exchanging glances that reflected a shared sense of relief and an infinite yearning for strength as they watched Lin Feng depart. We have truly encountered a master, murmured the female priestess. Indeed, the guardian warrior nodded vigorously, gripping his shield tightly, his gaze resolute. We are far too weak. From this day forth, I shall train twice as hard. One day, I too shall become as powerful as that esteemed master. Meanwhile, Lin Feng set aside the brief interlude, continuing his journey deeper into the mine. The further he ventured, the higher the levels and greater the numbers of the goblins he encountered. Beginning with level 5 goblin miners, he soon faced level 6 goblin spear throwers and level 7 goblin shamans. These creatures posed significant challenges to an ordinary player's party. For instance, goblin spear throwers would launch poison javelins from a distance, making them difficult to evade, while goblin shamans would cast irritating curse spells to weaken players' attributes and heal their comrades. However, before Lin Feng's godly hints, none of this presented a challenge. Godly hint. 30 meters ahead on the platform, there is a goblin spear thrower. Prioritize its elimination. Godly hint. That goblin shaman is casting a healing spell. Interrupt it. Under the system's flawless guidance, Lin Feng maneuvered as if he possessed a divine perspective. He consistently identified the enemy's key units at the earliest opportunity, directing his two powerful allies to dispatch them with utmost efficiency. The entire progression remained effortless and poetic. Experience points surged at an exhilarating pace. Finally, after clearing what felt like an endless wave of goblins, Lin Feng found himself in a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern lay a small goblin village, where countless goblins busily hammered at oars and constructed rudimentary wooden huts. Dominating the center of the village was a massive goblin, significantly larger than its kin, adorned with a metal crown and seated upon a throne embellished with various sparkling minerals and bones. Monster, Goblin Chieftain, Boss, Level 8, Health 5,000. It was evident that this creature represented the ultimate boss of the goblin mine. Yet, Lin Feng's objective was not the chieftain itself. His gaze traversed the bustling goblin village, fixating on a rock wall at the cavern's deepest recess. There, a colossal crystal radiating a rich, earthy glow was quietly growing. Godly hint. That is the earth source crystal required for your quest. It is protected by a powerful energy shield, which can only be breached by defeating the goblin chieftain and acquiring the chieftain's key. As expected, it was necessary to confront the boss. Lin Feng nodded in understanding. Such crucial quest items would not be easily obtained. He cast a glance at the chieftain, who was voraciously gnawing on the thigh of an unknown creature, and a confident smile crept across his face. Very well. Let me test the combined might of my two companions against you. With no hint of trepidation, he stepped out from behind the concealing rock, boldly striding toward the goblin village. His audacious approach immediately drew the attention of the entire goblin settlement. Chirp chirp, woo woo woo. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the cavern. Countless goblin miners and spear throwers abandoned their tasks, seizing their weapons, their eyes ablaze with fury as they surged towards the audacious human daring to intrude upon their territory. A fierce battle was imminent. Chapter 27. The Legion begins to unveil its might. Quest accomplished. Faced with the tidal wave of goblin forces, Lin Feng's expression remained unperturbed. His gaze was as tranquil as an unfathomable lake. He stood still, as if the countless snarling goblins before him were but figments of imagination. Little fire, little wind. He softly called the names of his companions. Are you ready to create some chaos? Gooey. Whoosh. The red and blue slimes responded with excitement. Positioning themselves on either side of Lin Feng, their elemental powers bubbling with anticipation. The battle was about to commence. Kill. Lin Feng uttered the word gently, akin to pressing the button to initiate war. The fire element slime launched the first attack. Its body, composed of molten lava, rolled violently. A barrage of massive fireballs, ablaze with fierce flames, erupted from within, hurtling through the dim cavern and crashing into the dense mass of goblins. Boom, 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 boom. A series of violent explosions resonated among the goblin horde. The searing flames swept through the area like a frenzied tide. 102, 98, 158. Critical hit. 111. Countless vivid and alarming damage numbers erupted above the heads of the goblins like a torrential downpour. The first few goblin miners at the forefront barely had time to scream before being instantaneously vaporized in the onslaught of flames, dissolving into a shower of radiant light. The fire element slime single-handedly tore a massive gap in the once unyielding advance of the goblin army. This terrifying scene momentarily halted the charge of the goblins behind, fear flickering across their green faces for the first time. Yet, their nightmare had merely begun. As they were thrown into disarray by the frontal fire bombardment, a swift, almost imperceptible blue phantom silently infiltrated their ranks from the flank. It was the wind element slime. Its body, composed of air currents, was the perfect assassin on the battlefield. Ignoring the attacks of the goblins, most of the swinging pickaxes and thrown javelins passed right through its ethereal form, dealing no harm whatsoever. With each graceful movement, it unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense swarm of transparent blades formed a merciless tempest of slaughter, weaving through the ranks of goblins, indiscriminately reaping lives. Splat, splat, splat. 45, 42, 48. Although its singular damage was not as devastating as that of the fire element slime, it compensated with a broad attack range and high frequency. Countless goblins, shrieking in despair, were mercilessly shredded by these invisible blades, falling to the ground in their final moments. One was an invincible heavy artillery, responsible for area bombardment and targeted elimination. The other was a ghostly assassin, adept at disrupting formations and finishing off the wounded. Lin Feng's two summoned creatures, one static and one dynamic, one fierce and one gentle, complemented each other flawlessly. They resembled two extraordinarily efficient meat grinders, igniting a bloody massacre amidst the goblin horde. Clusters of goblins fell as if harvested like wheat. The system notifications rang in Lin Feng's ears like a cascading waterfall, rapidly inundating his screen. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain a level 5 goblin miner, earning you 80 experience points. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain a level 6 goblin spear thrower, earning you 100 experience points. Ding. His experience bar surged upwards at an unprecedented and terrifying pace. Lin Feng, meanwhile, stood leisurely at the rear of the battlefield, arms crossed, savoring this grand display of chaos he had orchestrated. He hardly needed to lift a finger, as these mundane goblin foes posed no threat to him whatsoever. Wah! From the throne, the goblin chieftain observed as his subordinates fell one by one, finally unable to remain seated. With a furious roar, he leapt from his throne, seized a colossal spiked club that dwarfed his own stature, and charged heavily toward Lin Feng. Oh, the final boss is finally willing to join the fray? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk at this sight. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. With a thought, the fire element slime and wind element slime, previously engaged in their own slaughter, immediately abandoned the remaining small fry and flanked the goblin chieftain from either side. The 2v1 boss battle was officially underway. Half an hour later, ag! With a cry filled with indignation, the massive form of the goblin chieftain crashed to the ground. His body was marred with scorch marks from flames and gashes from wind blades. Under the guidance of Lin Feng's nearly cheat-like, god-level prompts, the chieftain's skills and weaknesses were perfectly targeted. In the end, he could only succumb, ground down by the relentless assault of the two indestructible slimes. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully slain the level 8 boss, Goblin Chieftain. You have gained a vast amount of experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Another level gained. Lin Feng, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, nodded in satisfaction. He approached the chieftain's corpse, retrieving a rusted chieftain's key and several pieces of equipment that shimmered with a bronze hue. Without hesitation, he made his way to the deepest part of the cavern, where a massive crystal radiated a earthy yellow glow. He inserted the key into the slot beneath the crystal. Crack! The energy shield enveloping the crystal shattered upon impact. Lin Feng reached out, gently touching the surface of the crystal. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the quest item Earth Source Crystal X1. Ding! Your profession evolution quest. Source of all things, progress, 1-3. Quest completed. Chapter 28, A Bountiful Return and Future Plans. Having acquired the crucial quest item, Earth Source Crystal, Lin Feng had successfully fulfilled his primary objective. He did not linger any longer in the vast cavern, although there were still numerous goblin minions available for experience farming. Lin Feng was a proponent of efficiency. With the goblin chieftain's demise, the remaining creatures could no longer present him with significant challenges or rewards. It was time to proceed to the next destination. Before departing, he followed his usual routine, approaching the goblin chieftain's corpse to tally his spoils. As an 8th level boss, the goblin chieftain's drops, while not as bountiful as the first kill of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, were still quite generous. First, he found an exaggeratedly large weapon. Goblin chieftain's spiked club, bronze tier. Equipment type, two-handed weapon. Equipment requirement, level 7, strength 30. Attributes, attack power 45. Additional attribute, 5 chance to stun the target for 1 second upon attack. A weapon with commendable attributes for warriors, particularly the stunning effect, which could be pivotal in PvP and boss encounters. Alas, as a magic-based class, it was of no use to him. Lin Feng shook his head and tossed the spiked club into his backpack. This item should fetch a tidy sum when sold to warrior players. Next, he picked up a skill book. Skill book, Heavy Strike. Learning requirement, warrior class, level 5. Skill effect, consumes a small amount of stamina to deliver a powerful attack, inflicting 150 physical damage on the target. Another skill book meant for warriors. Lin Feng scoffed and collected it as well. It seemed the goblin chieftain was particularly generous to warrior classes. Aside from these 2 valuable items, the remainder consisted of various goblin materials and a handful of silver coins. Lin Feng gathered everything, leaving not a single copper behind. Having completed this task, he opened the dungeon panel and chose to exit. With a flash of white light, Lin Feng reappeared outside the earthy yellow portal of the East District S Adventurer Hall. The daylight had shifted from morning to afternoon. Warm sunlight streamed through the hall's glass dome, enveloping him in a comforting glow. Lin Feng took a deep breath of the fresh air outside, feeling utterly relaxed. After spending several hours in the dim, damp mine, returning to this bright and lively place felt like a journey across time. He organized his backpack, preparing to head home for a well-deserved rest while planning which dungeon to tackle next. However, just as he turned, he spotted 3 familiar figures emerging from the portal beside him, looking weary and disheveled. It was the trio of the priest, warrior, and archer he had rescued earlier. They appeared even more beleaguered than before. The guardian warrior bore several new scratches on his shield. The archer's leather armor had multiple tears. And the female priest looked utterly exhausted, her face pale and drenched in perspiration, as if on the brink of collapse. It appears that after being rescued by Lin Feng, they did not heed his advice to leave, but instead ventured deeper, inevitably suffering considerable hardships before they were reluctantly transported out in a disheveled state. Upon emerging, the 3 bore expressions of survivors, lamenting the cunning of the goblins and the repulsiveness of the traps. At that moment, the guardian warrior glanced up and was taken aback to see Lin Feng, who appeared refreshed and untouched by dust. Initially stunned, his eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Lin Feng, stammering, "A master? Why, you made it out too?" His exclamation instantly drew the attention of the priestess and the archer. Following his gesture, they turned to gaze at Lin Feng, their faces mirroring shock. They had witnessed him stride alone into the depths of the mine, and they had assumed that although formidable, even he would have to exert considerable effort against the seemingly endless goblin horde to escape. Yet, here he stood, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll through a park, clean and unruffled, with no trace of fatigue. He even exuded an air of ease. This was utterly unfathomable. A bold and incredulous thought simultaneously surged in the minds of the three. Could it be that this esteemed master has already conquered the entire goblin mine? The guardian warrior swallowed hard, his voice filled with reverence as he cautiously inquired, "Have you, perhaps, defeated the goblin chieftain?" Lin Feng merely chuckled at their ghostly expressions, neither confirming nor denying the inquiry. He offered a slight nod in greeting before, under their awestruck gaze, he turned and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving them in a state of disarray, unable to regain their composure for some time. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Lin Feng took a refreshing hot shower, washing away the faint remnants of the dungeon's essence. Following this, he ordered a sumptuous takeout meal, replete with meat and vegetables, to reward himself. After satiating his hunger, he languidly reclined on his bed and opened his task panel. Unique Class Evolution Task, Source of All Things. Task Objective 1. Collect Earth Source Crystal X1, completed. Task Objective 2. Collect Water Source Crystal X101. Task Objective 3. Collect Wood Source Crystal X101. The first objective had illuminated the completion mark. Now, only 2 remained. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the shallow water lake, Lin Feng mused, quickly arriving at a decision. In contrast to the seemingly troublesome misty forest, the name Shallow Water Lake sounded much more straightforward. He preferred to tackle challenges incrementally, progressing from the simple to the complex. With his goal for the following day set, Lin Feng opened his backpack and began organizing the spoils of his day, gazing at the items emanating a bronze glow within his bag, along with the warrior skill book. A contemplative expression graced his face. These items merely occupied space. It was time to convert them into tangible currency or exchange them for something of use. A notion began to crystallize in his mind. Chapter 29. The Stall, the Mysterious Cloaked Man. The next day, Lin Feng did not rush to the dungeon as he typically would. Instead, his morning plan was to dispose of the spoils in his backpack that he could not utilize. He returned to the practitioner trading market in the Western District. However, this time, he was no longer a mere buyer but had transformed into a seller. The trading market had designated a spacious area for casual players to set up stalls. By paying a fee of 10 copper coins, one could secure a 2 square meter stall for 12 hours. Lin Feng paid the fee, selected an available spot, and began to display the items he intended to sell. One by one, Goblin Chieftain's Wolf Feng Club, Bronze Grade. Skill Book, Heavy Strike. Wolf King Boots, Black Iron Grade. Wolf King Leggings, Black Iron Grade. Wolf King Chest Armor, Black Iron Grade. He refrained from putting everything on display. Items like the Apprentice Staff and Slime King's garb, which he could still utilize, were left untouched. The Wolf King Ring, a core piece of his equipment, was something he would never part with. The items he presented were all explicitly designated for strength and agility-based classes. Though the selection was modest, only 5 items, the moment he showcased the 3 components of the Wolf King set. A ripple of excitement surged through the predominantly novice and bronze equipment-laden stall area. Look over there. Those are Black Iron Grade items. Wow, not just 1, but 3. Is that a set? The Wolf King set? ISNT that the exquisite set dropped by the bloodthirsty Wolf King in the level 5 dungeon, Wolf Valley? I've heard the drop rate is alarmingly low. Hardly anyone on the server has managed to gather a full set. Who is this guy? How did he acquire a complete Wolf King set to sell? In an instant, Lin Feng's modest stall attracted a throng of curious practitioners, who gawked at the 3 Black Iron Grade items with envy and awe. For the majority of ordinary players at this stage, Black Iron Grade gear was undoubtedly a coveted artifact, especially this exceptional attribute set. Little brother, how much for those Wolf King boots? A player, appearing to be a warrior, squeezed forward, his eyes glistening with desire. Lin Feng glanced at him and extended 5 fingers. 5 gold coins. The warrior player ventured hesitantly. Lin Feng shook his head. 50 gold coins. The warrior's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng shook his head again, then calmly stated, 500 Federation coins. He opted for transactions in real currency, as while in-game gold and Federation coins could be exchanged, the fluctuating exchange rate made direct dealings in Federation coins more stable and convenient. F500? The warrior player gasped at the price, retreating awkwardly. What a joke. 500 was enough for half a month's living expenses, spending it on a pair of game boots. Too extravagant. The surrounding crowd gasped at the quoted price. Although they understood the value of Black Iron Grade equipment, they had not anticipated such a steep price. Little brother, that price seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Currently, a standard piece of black iron gray gear sells for a maximum of around 300. A player who appeared knowledgeable remarked, "These are set pieces. Can they be compared to individual items?" Lin Feng replied at a leisurely pace. "Moreover, I am selling these 3 pieces together, not separately." "What? Selling all 3 together?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. 500 for a single item, and 1,500 for 3. And they weren't even selling them individually. Who could possibly afford that? In an instant. Although the onlookers multiplied, not a single person dared to approach and inquire about the price. Most were merely spectators, drawn by the spectacle. After all, only the affluent elites from various guilds or the wealthy scions could afford to part with such a sum for a set of gaming equipment. The average player simply lacked the financial means. Lin Feng, however, remained unperturbed. He was acutely aware of the value of his equipment. Quality items seldom go unsold. All he needed to do was patiently await the arrival of a destined buyer. He lounged leisurely on his small stool, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, even taking the time to pull out a small white rabbit from his backpack, playfully stroking it on his lap. Time ticked by. Just as the crowd began to thin and his stall grew somewhat desolate, a tall figure clad in a black cloak, with a mask obscuring half of his face, suddenly appeared before his stall. The man stood there silently, his hawk-like gaze, sharp and penetrating, fixated intently on the 3 pieces of the Wolf King set. Lin Feng felt a subtle, yet palpable pressure emanating from him, causing his heart to quicken. This individual was undoubtedly a master. Moreover, judging by that almost tangible gaze, it seemed that the destined buyer he had been awaiting had finally arrived. "How much for this set of equipment?" The cloaked man finally spoke, his voice gravelly and abrasive, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. Chapter 30, Equivalent Exchange, Unexpected Delight. In the face of the cloaked man's piercing gaze, Lin Feng felt a flicker of surprise. Though he maintained an air of composure and tranquility, he lifted his eyes to regard the man and calmly stated his price. The 3 pieces of the Wolf King set are priced at 1,500 federal coins for the bundle. The Goblin Chief's Wolf Tooth Club is 300 federal coins, and this, Heavy Strike, skill book is also 300 federal coins. If you wish to take them all, I can offer you a discount, 2,000 federal coins for the entire lot. Lin Feng's quotation was clear and decisive, devoid of any ambiguity. He understood that engaging with someone who seemed extraordinary required a straightforward approach. Convoluted tactics would be futile. Directness often yielded better results. The cloaked man fell silent upon hearing Lin Feng's offer. His hidden eyes remained sharp and inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. The atmosphere at the stall grew tense. Lin Feng, however, did not rush him, sitting back casually, continuing to stroke the rabbit while patiently awaiting a response. After what felt like an eternity, the cloaked man spoke again, his raspy voice breaking the silence. "I do not have that much cash on me." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly at this revelation. "No cash? Then why approach him? Was he merely toying with him?" Just as Lin Feng assumed this deal was about to fall through, the cloaked man's next words rekindled his interest. "However, I can offer other items in exchange for an equivalent trade." Equivalent exchange? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In truth, he preferred this barter system over cold, hard federal coins. While money was valuable, many genuinely precious items couldn't be purchased with it. Like rare materials or exquisite equipment and skill books, he could utilize himself. "Very well," Lin Feng nodded, "but it will depend on what you can present that piques my interest." The cloaked man fell silent once more. He simply extended a gloved hand, revealing an open palm before Lin Feng. There lay 3 items: a crystalline blue orb exuding an icy aura, a vial of mysterious liquid shimmering with starlight, and an ancient-looking skill book crafted from an unknown beast's hide. Upon seeing these 3 items, Lin Feng's vision was flooded with a cascade of golden light. Divine hint: this is an extreme cold ice core, an exceedingly rare water attribute evolution material. Your summon slime has a 50 chance of evolving directly into a frost slime king, Lord level, upon consumption. Divine hint: this is a starry magic potion, a legendary top-tier recovery potion. Consuming it restores all your mana instantly within 10 seconds. Furthermore, your mana recovery speed is increased by 300 for the next hour. Divine hint: this is a rare summoner skill book, Mental Link. Upon learning, you can share senses with your summoned creatures and control them with greater precision in combat. Gulp. Lin Feng stared at the 3 lines of glimmering golden text, struggling to swallow as his heart raced uncontrollably. Good heavens, what extraordinary treasures were these? The extreme cold ice core, a 50 chance to evolve into a Lord-level boss. The starry magic potion, instantly replenishing mana with an incredible buff. And that rare summoner skill book. Each of these items alone would far exceed the value of his modest black iron, Wolf King set. Particularly the extreme cold ice core and the Mental Link skill book. These were truly priceless treasures, the kind that money alone could not procure. Lin Feng could scarcely believe his fortune as he set up his stall, unexpectedly encountering such a monumental opportunity. He fought to maintain a neutral expression, suppressing the overwhelming excitement threatening to surface. Taking a deep breath, he feigned calmness and raised his head, addressing the cloaked man in as nonchalant a tone as possible. These 3 items appear rather impressive. The cloaked man regarded Lin Feng, his voice rasping as he stated, "These 3 items are worth everything on your stall. Will you trade? Or will you not?" His tone was unambiguous, seemingly unaware of the extraordinary value of what he had presented. Or perhaps he believed that the worth of these 3 items was equivalent to the Wolf King set and the skill book he sought. Lin Feng's heart soared with elation. This was hardly an equivalent exchange. It was akin to a windfall of pure gold. The man was offering a trove of diamonds for a handful of glass. Such an opportunity was one that no fool would decline. Yet, as a shrewd businessman, Lin Feng feigned a look of conflict and hesitation. He feigned contemplation for a moment. Then, as if resolutely committing to a significant decision, nodded and declared, "Very well, in light of your earnestness, I shall proceed with this transaction." Upon finishing his statement, he swiftly pushed all the items from his stall before the hooded figure. The hooded man, in turn, decisively placed the 3 treasures he held onto Lin Feng's stall. Thus, a mutually beneficial agreement was joyfully reached. The hooded man stowed away his equipment and skill books without a moment's hesitation, turning to merge into the bustling crowd, swiftly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with the swiftness of a lightning strike, stowed the 3 treasures into his backpack. His heart continued to race fervently, pounding as if elated. This time, he had truly struck gold. Seated on his small stool, he appeared calm as a placid lake, yet internally, a tempest of excitement brewed. He felt he had taken a significant stride towards becoming a legendary summoner. He even began to anticipate the moment of birth for his 3rd summon, the Frost Slime King. Chapter 31, The 3rd Summon, Frost Slime King. After completing this remarkably lucrative transaction, Lin Feng lost all desire to continue manning his stall. He rapidly dismantled his setup and departed the bustling marketplace without a backward glance. His heart raced like a frightened rabbit, filled with exhilaration and anticipation. He longed to find a completely secure, undisturbed location to test the treasures he had just acquired. Lin Feng did not return home or venture elsewhere. He made his way directly back to the East District's Adventurers Hall, where he paid for the most basic private training room. This private training space was specifically designed for players, offering a secluded area to practice skills and test damage. Although the cost was steep, at 10 silver coins per hour, it was a trivial expense for Lin Feng at this point. Safety was of paramount importance. Upon entering the modest training room, measuring only a few dozen square feet and enclosed by sturdy walls, Lin Feng promptly locked the door behind him. He exhaled a long breath, allowing the excitement that had set his heart racing to finally subside slightly. Opening his backpack, he gazed at the 3 treasures resting within, his eyes gleaming with fervor. The first item he retrieved was an ancient-looking skill book made of animal hide. Skill book, Mental Link, rare. Without hesitation, he chose to learn it. Ding! You have successfully learned the rare skill, Mental Link. The skill book transformed into a gentle white light, melding into his forehead. In that instant, a wondrous sensation surged through Lin Feng's heart. He felt his mental energy morphing into invisible tendrils, connecting him to the fire element slime and wind element slime residing in his consciousness. This sensation was 100 times clearer than the previous vague awareness. He could even distinctly perceive their current states. The fire element slime was lazily coiled within a sphere of flames, sleeping, while the wind element slime, like a mischievous child, frolicked in pursuit of a wisp of breeze. Moreover, whenever he wished, he could switch his perspective to any of them, witnessing the world through their eyes. How marvelous! Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. This mental link skill was nothing short of a custom-tailored divine ability for him. With it, commanding his summons in battle would become increasingly accurate and agile, as if an extension of his own will. After mastering the skill, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the crystalline object emanating an intense chill, the extreme cold essence. This was the most significant prize of the day, a top-tier material with a 50 chance of directly evolving into a Lord-level boss. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng endeavored to maintain his composure. Then, he activated his summoning skill, Summon Slime. With a flash of white light, an entirely new, level 1, adorably naive ordinary slime appeared on the training room floor. This was the star of the day. Lin Feng crouched down, presenting the chilling, extreme cold essence to the little slime. The small creature seemed to sense the terrifying energy contained within the orb, trembling uncontrollably, as if filled with trepidation. Fear not, consume it, and you shall become immensely powerful. Lin Feng gently reassured it in a tone reminiscent of the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Encouraged by his words, the little slime finally gathered its courage, opened its mouth wide, and swallowed the extreme cold essence in one gulp. Boom! The moment the extreme cold essence entered its body, a visible torrent of blue, frigid energy erupted from within. Crack, crack, crack. The entire training room's floor was instantly covered by a thick layer of solid ice, radiating from the little slime's center. The temperature of the air plummeted to freezing. Lin Feng couldn't suppress a shiver. The little slime was now completely encased in a massive blue ice crystal, forming an enormous cocoon. Within the cocoon, An overwhelming aura emanated, so potent it made Lin Feng's heart race. This commotion was indeed considerable. Lin Feng gazed at the colossal ice cocoon, which nearly occupied half the training room, unable to suppress a gulp. This was merely the evolution process. Its presence was already so imposing. How formidable would it be once it evolved into a Lord-level boss? With immense excitement and anticipation, he quietly awaited the outcome. After approximately a minute, a crisp cracking sound resonated from the surface of the ice cocoon. Instantly, cracks spread across it like a spider's web. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the enormous ice cocoon shattered. Countless shards of ice flew in all directions. A brand new, majestic, and noble creature materialized before Lin Feng. Its size was significantly larger than the fire element slime, towering nearly half a person's height. Its form was no longer jelly-like or airy but composed of crystal clear, sharp-edged ancient ice, resembling a moving ice sculpture. Adorning its head was a small, exquisite crown formed from ice crystals, signifying its distinguished noble status. An aura of regal dominance emanated from it, as if it were a ruler of the realm. Ding! Congratulations! Your summon slime has successfully consumed the extreme cold essence and completed its ultimate evolution. Ding! Your summon slime has successfully advanced to Frost Slime King, Lord level. Chapter 32. Terrifying Attributes, Preparations Before Departure. Frost Slime King, Lord level. When Lin Feng beheld the resplendent words Lord level flashing in the system prompt, his heart nearly leapt from his throat. All the monsters he had previously encountered, including the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the Goblin Chieftain, were merely of the Chief level. Yet, the Lord level signifies a rank that surpasses even that of Chief level. Typically, one could only encounter Lord level bosses in advanced dungeons above level 10 or within certain special regional instances. And now, he had somehow acquired a Lord level summon. Although it was currently at level 1, its potential and growth ceiling far exceeded that of the Fire Elemental Slime and the Wind Elemental Slime. This would undoubtedly become the trump card of his future legion. Suppressing the euphoric excitement within, Lin Feng promptly opened the attribute panel of his new companion. He was eager to discover just how formidable a Lord level summon truly was. Summon, Frost Slime King. Rank, Lord level. Level, 1. Health points, 500. Attack power, 50. Defense, 30. Skill 1. Ice Spike, active. Conjures a sharp ice spike to attack enemies, dealing frost damage, with a certain probability of inflicting a slow effect on the target. Skill 2. Ice Armor, active. Grants a shield made of ice to itself or allied units, capable of absorbing a certain amount of damage. Skill 3. Aura of Kings, passive, as the Sovereign of Frost. It inherently deals an additional 10 damage to all enemies of equal or lower level and reduces all incoming damage by 10. Gasping in astonishment, Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized the entire attribute panel. This attribute was nothing short of monstrous. It was simply outrageous. And this was merely a level 1 summon. 500 health points. 50 attack power. 30 defense. What does this even signify? It meant that the level 1 Frost Slime King had foundational attributes that comprehensively surpassed the 6th level chief boss, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, which Lin Feng had painstakingly defeated. Just imagine if it were to reach level 6. What terrifying attributes would it possess? Lin Feng could hardly fathom it. Moreover, its skills were equally absurdly powerful. A single target attack skill with a slow effect, a defensive skill that could shield itself and allies, and the most ludicrous passive skill, Aura of Kings, with built-in damage amplification and damage reduction auras of 10 each. This was an existence akin to a BUG, capable of offense, able to withstand damage, proficient in control, and supportive. It even possessed a regal aura. This was a quintessential hexagonal warrior, perfect in every conceivable aspect. Ha ha ha, this is utterly exhilarating. Truly, it is a delight. Lin Feng gazed at the imposing Frost Slime King, reminiscent of a regal monarch of ice and snow, unable to contain his excitement any longer. He burst into hearty laughter. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. With such a formidable companion by his side, his subsequent journey of leveling and adventure would undoubtedly become more effortless and enjoyable. What level 5 dungeons? What level 10 dungeons? Before his trio of slime titans, they would all likely crumble into insignificance. From this moment forth, you shall be called Little Ice. Lin Feng stepped forward, affectionately stroking the Frost Slime King's smooth, cold body composed of glacial ice. The Frost Slime King seemed to revel in its master's touch, its icy crystal crown gleaming joyfully and emitting a delightful chime, appearing quite endearing. After indulging in excitement for a good 10 minutes within the private training room, Lin Feng finally managed to calm his exhilarated heart. He glanced at the last precious item remaining in his backpack, a bottle of resplendent, starlight magic potion. This item served as a crucial trump card for life-saving and explosive moments. He gingerly placed it in the most accessible spot in his backpack, ready for unforeseen circumstances. Having completed these tasks, he checked the time. It was already afternoon. He could no longer delay. The occupational evolution quest was pressing. Lin Feng set aside his playful demeanor. his expression transforming into one of earnestness. He had a significant objective to accomplish today, to clear the level 5 dungeon Shallow Water Lake and acquire the second quest item, the water source crystal. He exited the private training room and approached the quest board in the Adventurer's Hall. He needed to familiarize himself with the basic information regarding the Shallow Water Lake dungeon. Soon enough, he located the relevant details on the board. Dungeon name, Shallow Water Lake. Recommended levels, 5 to 7. Dungeon description, a lake outside the city has recently been overrun by a group of savage mermen. They have polluted the water source and frequently ambush passing merchant caravans, necessitating the intervention of adventurers to cleanse the area. Dungeon monsters, level 5 merman warriors, level 6 merman spearmen, level 7 merman shamans, and the final boss, the level 8 chief merman lord. Mermen? Lin Feng pondered as he read the description. Stroking his chin, mermen are humanoid creatures dwelling in water. Their characteristics include agility, adeptness at utilizing water-based spells, and poison weaponry. Moreover, in aquatic environments, they receive additional attribute bonuses, rendering them exceedingly troublesome. For many adventurers unskilled in aquatic combat, the difficulty of this dungeon might even surpass that of the Goblin Mine. However, for Lin Feng at this moment, such challenges posed no issue at all, for he possessed the Frost Slime King. Ice, after all, is the perfect counter to water. It seemed today was indeed the ideal stage for his new companion's debut. A confident smile graced Lin Feng's face as he envisioned the pitiful mermen facing their frost sovereign in utter despair. Without hesitation, he accepted the relevant extermination quest and strode purposefully towards the portal leading to the Shallow Water Lake. Chapter 33, Shallow Water Lake, Here I Come. Stepping through the portal radiating with blue rippling light, Lin Feng's surroundings burst into brilliance. A wave of moist air, tinged with a faint fishy scent, enveloped him. He found himself standing on the edge of a vast lakeshore. Before him lay a sprawling lake, its waters appearing relatively clear, glimmering with golden sparkles under the sunlight. In the center of the lake were several islands of varying sizes, lush with dense reeds and unfamiliar aquatic plants. In the distance, he could faintly discern a few rudimentary wooden huts constructed from timber and silt scattered across those islands. The entire scene resembled a picturesque wetland park. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the water lay countless perils, chattering away. Indeed, before he could even steady himself, a cacophony of harsh sounds, reminiscent of croaking frogs, erupted from the nearby reeds. Following this, 3 diminutive creatures, their bodies clad in green scales, sporting fish-like heads and webbed limbs, emerged from the thicket. Clutching rudimentary spears fashioned from polished fish bones, their bulging, lifeless eyes glared with malevolence at Lin Feng, the intruder. Creature, Fishman Warrior. Level, 5. Health points, 350. Attack power, 28. Description, the fundamental combat unit of the Fishman tribe, adept at engaging in battles in shallow waters. How fortuitous. Lin Feng smiled at the trio of experience points that had unwittingly presented themselves. He did not even summon his fire elemental slime or wind elemental slime, for this was the domain of his new companion. Come forth, little ice. With a mere thought, a flash of blue light illuminated the ground before him. A frost slime king, composed of ancient ice, adorned with a crown of ice crystals and exuding a regal aura, materialized out of thin air. As little ice appeared, a palpable wave of terrifying cold emanated from it, rapidly spreading outward. Crack, crack, crack. The sandy beach beneath Lin Feng's feet, the adjacent lake, and even the moisture-laden air were instantaneously frozen by this overwhelming chill. A thick layer of frost swiftly enveloped both the ground and the water's surface. The once glimmering lake transformed within mere seconds into a solid, crystalline ice sheet. It felt as though the temperature of the entire world had plummeted by several degrees in that instant. The 3 previously menacing Fishman warriors now stood dumbfounded, staring vacantly. Their protruding fish eyes were filled with confusion and dread. They felt as if the very blood within their veins was on the verge of freezing solid from this terrifying cold. They could not comprehend why their surroundings had suddenly turned so frigid. What was this ice creature, bursting forth and radiating such chill? Their water-adapted brains were utterly incapable of grasping the unfolding events. Yet, Lin Feng had no intention of granting them ample time for contemplation. Go forth, little ice. He issued the command with an almost ceremonial tone, eager to showcase the majesty of the Frost King. Obeying the command, the Frost Slime King slowly raised its arm made of ancient ice. A pure essence of frost began to coalesce within its form. Countless ice crystals converged toward its palm. The next moment, whoosh. A massive ice spike, as thick as an arm and glimmering with lethal cold light, materialized out of thin air, hurtling towards one of the Fishman warriors with a piercing sound. The unfortunate Fishman warrior had scarcely a moment to react. Thud! The colossal ice spike pierced through its scaly, fragile chest. A staggering critical damage number of 110 burst forth above its head. Its health bar was instantaneously depleted. The expression on its face was forever frozen in an instant of bewilderment and terror. Then, its entire body was encased in the chilling aura emanating from the ice spike. Transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Instant kill. Another instant kill. And such a swift, artistic execution. The remaining two fisherman warriors, witnessing the fate of their companion, finally snapped back to reality. Instincts for survival compelled them to emit terrified shrieks, discarding their fishbone spears and attempting to leap into the lake to flee. In their minds, entering the water would mean returning to their domain, where this seemingly cumbersome ice creature could not pursue them. However, as they approached the lake's edge, ready to plunge into the depths, they were met with despair. The familiar waters had vanished, replaced by an ice surface so hard it caused their webbed feet pain. They were cornered, with no escape. Whoosh, whoosh. Two more lethal ice spikes hurtled toward them from behind. Without a doubt, the remaining two fisherman warriors met the same fate as their comrade, becoming exquisite works of art, forever standing on the shores of this frozen lake. Ding. Your summoned creature has slain a level 5 fisherman warrior, and you have gained 90 experience points. Ding. The battle concluded in a mere matter of seconds. Lin Feng surveyed the ice-encased realm before him, along with the three lifelike ice sculptures, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The Frost Slime King's inaugural combat experience was flawless. Its power surpassed even Lin Feng's expectations. Particularly in this water-rich environment, its combat prowess escalated geometrically. It appeared that this dungeon was far simpler than he had initially anticipated. Lin Feng leisurely whistled. He stepped forward, traversing the solidified lake surface as if strolling through his own ice rink, making his way towards the islands at the lake's center. Chapter 34. The Ice Age, Despairing Fishmen. Lin Feng strolled leisurely across the frozen lake. Beneath his feet lay a thick, smooth layer of ice, as solid as concrete, allowing him to walk without fear of slipping. This sensation was truly marvelous, as if the entire world was paving a path for him. Beside him, the Frost Slime King, a moving refrigeration unit, followed closely in tandem. With each step it took, the chilling aura radiating from it froze an ever-widening expanse of lake water, ensuring that solid ground remained beneath their feet. This ability was the natural nemesis of all water-themed dungeons. Soon, they reached the nearest island to the shore. Upon their arrival, an uproar of angry and vigilant chattering erupted. A dozen fisherman warriors and fisherman spear throwers burst forth from their rudimentary wooden huts, encircling Lin Feng and his Frost Slime King. Their numbers far exceeded those of the previous trio. Moreover, they wielded fishbone spears smeared with green venom, indicating that this was a more well-equipped patrol squad of fishmen. Any ordinary level 7 player would likely feel their scalp tingle at the sight of such an overwhelming assault. Yet, Lin Feng maintained a demeanor of complete nonchalance. He did not even summon his other two creatures to assist him. Because he wished to ascertain the extent of what Little Ice could achieve on her own, Lin Feng issued the command, "Little Ice, show them your prowess." With a crisp reply, the Frost Slime King responded, "Goo." Facing the encroaching merman from all directions, it exhibited not a trace of trepidation. Suddenly, its body, composed of primordial ice, quaked violently. Frost armor, a layer of translucent ice crystal shield, shimmering with a cerulean aura, materialized instantaneously upon its surface. Just as the shield formed, a volley of poison spears hurled by the mermen descended upon them like a torrential downpour. Clang, 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 clang. However, these spears, which appeared menacing to ordinary players, met the frost armor as if they had collided with an impenetrable steel plate. They left not a single mark on the shield, bouncing off feebly and falling to the ground. A series of immunity notifications emerged above the Frost Slime King's head. Perfect defense. This spectacle rendered the previously aggressive mermen utterly bewildered. Their faces mirrored the same expressions of confusion and disbelief as the three mermen before them. Their attacks had proven entirely ineffective. In that fleeting moment of their astonishment, the Frost Slime King launched its counterattack. This time, it refrained from employing the singular ice spike technique. Instead, it slowly raised both hands. A surge of frost energy, greater and purer than ever before, began to coalesce fervently between its palms. The surrounding air seemed to be siphoned away, and the temperature of the entire island plummeted once more. Even delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Is this a new skill? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at this sight. He recognized that this was a new ability acquired after his summon had leveled up. In the next moment, freeze. As if in response to its king's command, a circular wave of blue-white frost erupted from the Frost Slime King, radiating outward. The speed of this wave was astonishing. In an instant, it engulfed the entire island. Crack, crack, crack. All mermen caught within the wave, regardless of their intentions, be it to attack or to flee, found their movements forever frozen in time. Their bodies, from head to toe, were swiftly encased in a thick layer of solid ice. In the blink of an eye, every merman on the island had transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, frozen in the very poses they held in their final moments, utterly immobile. The entire scene was an instantaneous spectacle. Moreover, it was a breathtaking and staggering display of mass annihilation. Ding! Your summon has acquired a new skill, Ice Age. Ice Age. active unleashes a powerful frost shockwave that inflicts substantial frost damage upon all surrounding enemies, with a high chance of inflicting a deep freeze state lasting 5 seconds. Lin Feng gazed upon the magnificent display of ice sculptures, akin to a gallery of art, and glanced at the skill description in the system prompt. Unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, it was astonishingly overpowered. An extensive area of effect, AoE, skill, coupled with a formidable control effect lasting 5 seconds. This was nothing short of a divine technique for clearing mobs. With this ability, in future encounters with swarming monsters, he would scarcely need to issue tactical commands. All he had to do was direct Little Ice to stand amidst the throng and unleash Ice Age. The world would be rendered serene. Satisfied, Lin Feng stepped forward. Akin to a farmer harvesting his spoils, shattering the frozen mermen one by one and collecting the dropped items. He felt as though he was no longer engaged in a dungeon raid, but rather enjoying a delightful sightseeing tour. Beside him, the Frost Slime King served as his most formidable and reliable guide and protector. He strolled leisurely, continuing deeper into the lake. Chapter 35, The Crystal of Water Source. Easily acquired. The subsequent journey became even more effortless and poetic than Lin Feng had anticipated. He resembled a sovereign surveying his realm, accompanied by his most loyal frost guardian. Traversing the frozen expanse of the lake at a leisurely pace. Each time they landed on a new island, they were invariably met by a horde of furious, chattering mermen. And then there was nothing more to follow. The Frost Slime King merely needed to remain stationary and unleash a resplendent Ice Age. In an instant, the world would fall silent. All the mermen would be transformed into exquisite ice sculptures, encapsulated in despair and bewilderment, adding vibrant vistas to Lin Feng's journey of ascension. All Lin Feng had to do was follow behind, leisurely clearing the battlefield, collecting the spoils, and appreciating the violent beauty of Little Ice's combat style. He even felt as though he might soon become redundant, for there was hardly any need for him to engage directly or direct tactics. Little Ice handled everything effortlessly. Ding! Your summon has slain a level 6 merman spear thrower, and you have gained 110 experience points. Ding! Your summon has slain a level 7 merman shaman. You have gained 130 experience points. Ding! Throughout their journey, the system prompts rang incessantly. Lin Feng's experience bar surged at an extraordinarily stable and efficient pace. He had not even endeavored to grind monsters actively. Merely en route to the final boss's lair, he casually cleared away the mermen obstructing his path. Yet, his experience continued to soar rapidly. After approximately half an hour, Lin Feng had explored several islands. Unbeknownst to him, he had successfully ascended to level 8. Ding! Congratulations. You have reached level 8. The golden glow of leveling enveloped him, imbuing him with a sense of newfound strength. Additionally, his 3 summons ascended alongside him to level 8, their attributes becoming increasingly formidable. Excellent, excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The sensation of leveling up while progressing was immensely gratifying. Just then, he caught sight of a massive island in the center of the lake, significantly larger than any prior islands. Upon it stood a grand merman settlement, bustling with countless mermen, all exuding an air of vigilance. At the heart of the settlement lay a striking structure resembling a palace, constructed from colossal corals and shells. Lin Feng recognized it as the lair of the final boss of this dungeon, the level 8 chief, Merman Lord. The water source crystal, required for his mission, undoubtedly lay there. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng stepped forward, traversing the icy surface that led to the main island. His brazen action immediately aroused the vigilance of the entire merman tribe. A piercing alarm, sounded by a conch shell, reverberated throughout the lake in an instant. The next moment, from the still, unfrozen waters surrounding the main island, countless green heads adorned with fish-like features emerged. Hundreds, if not thousands, of merman warriors crawled out of the water, encircling the shores of the main island, leaving no room for escape. Their numbers far exceeded any previous encounters Lin Feng had faced. This was the last bastion of the merman tribe, their elite guard. However, in the face of this seemingly impenetrable defense, Lin Feng bore a slight, disdainful smile. What good is sheer quantity? He gently patted the body of the Frost Slime King beside him. Little Ice, let them witness what absolute zero truly means. The Frost Slime King responded with a crisp sound. A flicker of regal authority passed through its crystalline eyes. It slowly pressed its hands against the icy surface beneath it. A surge of terrifying, pure frost energy erupted from its core, more potent than ever before, with a thunderous crack that seemed capable of freezing the very heavens. The lake's surface within a radius of several hundred meters around the main island was instantaneously enveloped by a thick layer of ancient ice, radiating a ghostly blue glow. The merman warriors, who had just emerged from the water and had yet to steady themselves, were instantly ensnared by this formidable freezing force, entombed within the ice. They didn't even have a chance to scream, forever frozen in the posture of their ascent, transformed into lifeless sculptures. Ice Age, an enhanced version of Ice Age. Utilizing the vast ice beneath its feet as a conduit for its spell, the Frost Slime King unleashed a power tenfold greater than before. In a single strike. Just one strike. It obliterated the entire defending force of the merman tribe. This was the terrifying might of a lord-level boss. This was the absolute suppression from the Frost Monarch. Lin Feng gazed with satisfaction at the magnificent legion of ice sculptures before him, and then strolled leisurely into the now desolate merman tribe. He disregarded the vacant wooden huts and proceeded directly to the most grandiose coral palace. The palace doors stood wide open. A merman lord, holding a trident, crowned with a shell, and significantly taller and more robust than ordinary mermen, gazed at Lin Feng and his icy companion with a face of sheer terror and disbelief as he approached step by step. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng brushed off non-existent dust from his fingers and retrieved a softly glowing, teardrop-shaped crystal from the lifeless body of the merman lord, now lying in a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the quest item Water Source Crystal X1. Ding! Your profession evolution quest, Source of All Things. Progress, 2-3. The quest was effortlessly completed once more. Chapter 36, A Brief Respite and Final Preparations. After securing the Water Source Crystal, Lin Feng had no further objectives within the shallow water lake instance. He swiftly tossed the several bronze-tier equipment and miscellaneous materials dropped by the merman lord into his backpack. Then, decisively, he opted to exit the instance. Upon returning to the adventurer's hall, the sky outside had already darkened towards dusk. The golden hues of the setting sun streamed through the large glass windows, casting a warm glow over the bustling hall. Lin Feng glanced at the time. Throughout the day, he had first disposed of equipment in the trading market, unexpectedly acquiring 3 top-tier treasures. He then pressed on, successfully clearing both the gnome mine and shallow water lake, level 5 instances in quick succession. Not only did he elevate his level from 6 to 8, but he also procured 2 crucial items needed for his profession evolution quest. It could be said that his gains today were unprecedentedly substantial, with astonishing efficiency. It was about time for a break. Lin Feng stretched, feeling his spirit remained invigorated, yet his body was beginning to show signs of fatigue. After all, continuously tackling instances at high intensity was mentally taxing. He understood that balance between work and rest was the key to longevity. Moreover, he was left with only one final objective for his profession evolution quest. Unique Profession Evolution Quest, Source of All Things. Quest Objective 3. Collect Wood Source Crystal X1-0. 1. Quest Hint. Wood Source Crystals are hidden deep within the Level 5 instance, Misty Forest. Misty Forest. Just the name alone suggested to Lin Feng that this instance might prove to be more troublesome than the previous gnome mine and shallow water lake. A forest shrouded in mist easily led one astray, and the creatures within were mostly adept at stealth and ambush. No rush, he decided to go tomorrow. Today, he would grant himself a day of leisure and relaxation. He did not linger in the hall, but instead departed directly, returning to his cozy little apartment. Once home, Lin Feng's first order of business was to indulge in a soothing hot bath. The warm water enveloped his body, making every pore feel as if it were unfurling, washing away the day's weariness. After his bath, he ordered an oversized deluxe seafood pizza, accompanied by a chilled bucket of cola. Settling onto the soft sofa, he savored the delicious food while watching a monotonous variety show on television. The experience was both pleasurable and fulfilling. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lin Feng did not immediately engage in meditation or skill research as he usually would. Instead, he rarefied his routine by opening the official forum for adventurers, intending to browse for any interesting news like an ordinary onlooker. Upon logging in, he noticed several pinned, bolded hot threads, all discussing the same topic. Shocking. A mysterious expert achieves a solo first kill of the Wolf Valley bloodthirsty Wolf King. What kind of hidden talents lie within Jianghai City? In-depth analysis. What equipment and techniques are needed for a solo kill of the Wolf King? Can ordinary players achieve this? Thousands petition. We implore the anonymous expert to emerge and stream a teaching session. Reading through these posts filled with shock and admiration, along with the thousands of fervent replies below, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Feng's face. He felt as though he were a concealed mastermind, silently observing a throng of individuals fervently discussing and speculating about a minor miracle he had casually conjured. This sensation was rather amusing. He randomly clicked on a post and began to read with great interest, observing those so-called experts meticulously analyzing the profession, equipment, and skill combinations of an anonymous master, even down to the nuances of combat positioning and operational habits, filled him with a surreal delight. This ID seems somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Lin Feng spotted a well-known ID. Shield Warrior A Chong, in the replies of a post. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that this was the guardian warrior he had rescued earlier today in the Goblin Mine. In the post, Shield Warrior A Chong replied with an unmistakable tone of excitement and admiration. Everyone, are you still discussing the Wolf King? Your information is already outdated. Today, in the Goblin Mine, I witnessed a deity far more terrifying than the solo Wolf King. He is also a summoner. One of his summons breathes fire, and the other unleashes wind blades. A goblin horde that even our 3-man team could not defeat was annihilated by him in less than half a minute. Annihilated. I tell you, I seriously suspect that this summoner deity is the same individual as the anonymous master you all speak of who soloed the Wolf King. Immediately, a flurry of comments followed beneath this reply. Dude, have you been reading too many novels? A summoner? Annihilating a horde of goblins? Come on, at least draft your tall tales more convincingly, right? One breathes fire, and the other unleashes wind blades. Do you think this is an anime? A summoner being able to conjure a bunny is impressive enough. I reckon you've been knocked silly by goblins. You should log off and take a break from fantasizing. Shield warrior A Chong was evidently infuriated by these doubts and hurriedly replied multiple times, desperately attempting to validate his claims. Yet, no matter how he explained, the onlookers merely regarded him as a source of amusement, no one believing a word he said. Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He closed the forum and stretched lazily. Rumors cease with the wise. As for me, I merely wish to be a tranquil, handsome figure. He lay down on his bed and soon drifted into slumber, the night passing without incident. The following morning, when Lin Feng awoke once more, he felt a renewed vigor coursing through him, as if he had returned to his peak state. He knew it was time to undertake that final step. He donned his gear, meticulously checking all equipment and potions. Then, he stepped outside, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the direction of the Misty Forest. Career evolution. Here I come. Chapter 37. The Misty Forest, a natural labyrinth. The Misty Forest lies in the southern suburbs of Zhanghai City. The local practitioner's guild was notably more desolate and dreary than any other place Lin Feng had previously visited. The Misty Forest instance is infamous among level 5 dungeons for its ability to deter players. Its difficulty does not stem from the strength of its monsters, but rather from its exceedingly vexatious environment. The perpetual dense fog renders visibility alarmingly low. Players can barely walk 10 meters without losing sight of the path ahead, easily becoming disoriented. Moreover, the forest's terrain is intricate, filled with towering ancient trees and dense thickets that all look nearly identical, leaving no discernible landmarks for reference. Many teams that venture inside are not defeated by monsters, but rather succumb to the maddening cycle of wandering in circles until they are driven to despair, ultimately forced to shatter their return scrolls in a disgraceful retreat. Over time, apart from those with special missions or seasoned veterans with extensive outdoor survival experience, very few ordinary players are willing to endure the trials of this place. Thus, when Lin Feng arrived alone at the portal leading to the Misty Forest, he was surprised to find it entirely devoid of any queue. Only the NPC attendant guarding the portal lounged in a chair, yawning in boredom. Hello. I wish to enter the dungeon. Lin Feng approached and stated. The attendant lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Lin Feng's youthful face and ordinary equipment. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Young man alone? Coming to tackle the Misty Forest? Yes, Lin Feng nodded. I advise you to reconsider, the attendant cautioned kindly. This place is treacherous. Every year, there are numerous newcomers who lose their way, ultimately begging us for rescue, and there are at least 80 of them. Don't worry, sir, I have a keen sense of direction, Lin Feng replied with a smile. He was well aware of the pitfalls of the Misty Forest. However, for someone endowed with divine-level hints, the so-called labyrinth was non-existent. Seeing Lin Feng's determination, the attendant ceased his entreaties. He merely shook his head, muttering about how today's youth are so heedless of advice, before lazily activating the portal for Lin Feng. As the white light dissipated, a damp air, infused with the scent of earth and decayed leaves, wafted into Lin Feng's nostrils. Before him lay a vast expanse of swirling fog, with visibility indeed limited to less than 10 meters. Surrounding him were towering ancient trees, nearly indistinguishable from one another, each requiring 2 or 3 people to embrace. Beneath his feet was a thick layer of soft, fallen leaves. The surroundings were eerily silent, save for the sound of his own heartbeat and the occasional eerie calls of unknown beasts echoing from afar. This atmosphere could easily evoke a sense of oppression and panic. Yet, Lin Feng's heart remained as tranquil as still water. For, at the very moment he entered the dungeon, a 3D holographic map composed of countless golden arrows and lines had silently manifested in his field of vision, visible only to him. Divine level hint. You have entered the Misty Forest. Automatic full map navigation mode has been activated. Divine level hint. The optimal route to the final boss area has been plotted for you. Please follow the golden arrows. Divine level hint. All locations of hidden treasure chests and elite monsters on this map have been marked. Please take heed. Gazing at the clarity of this route map, comparable to top-tier navigation software, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. Amaze? Non-existent. To him, this was merely a straightforward path. All right, let us get to work. Lin Feng stretched, then summoned his 3 formidable allies, the fire element slime radiating heat, the wind element slime surrounded by a gentle breeze, and the frost slime king exuding an air of majesty. The trio of diverse yet equally powerful elemental slimes, upon appearing, dispersed some of the surrounding fog. Little ice, lead the way. Little fire, little wind, guard the flanks. Lin Feng issued simple commands. His legion of summoned allies was now taking shape. He was even capable of initiating tactical formations. The frost slime king, with its thick blood and high defense, possessed a damage reduction aura, making it the undisputed main tank, responsible for holding the front line. The fire elemental slime, serving as a long-range artillery, was tasked with delivering violent outputs. The wind elemental slime, a swift assassin, was in charge of reconnaissance and disruption. Coupled with Lin Feng, the commander endowed with a godly perspective, this combination was nothing short of perfection. He stepped forward leisurely, following the distinctly visible golden arrow deep into the forest. After traversing several dozen meters, he received a godly hint. Warning: a level 7 poison flower fairy is concealed in the bushes 15 meters to your right front, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Here it comes. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. He didn't even glance at the bushes, but instead issued the attack command directly in his mind. Little fire, to the right front, 15 meters, bushes, maximum power, fireball. Area bombardment. Without hesitation, the fire elemental slime complied. Its body, composed of molten lava, rolled and coalesced into a massive fireball engulfed in roaring flames, hurtling towards the seemingly innocuous bushes with a cataclysmic aura. Boom. The violent explosion shattered the tranquility of the forest. The searing flames instantaneously engulfed the bushes along with whatever lay within. A shrill yet brief scream emanated from the flames, only to be abruptly silenced. Ding. Your summon has slain a level 7 elite poison flower fairy, earning you 200 experience points. The battle concluded before the enemy even had a chance to reveal itself. Lin Feng didn't spare a glance at the still-burning bushes and continued on his path, following the golden arrow, as if he had merely crushed an ant beneath his foot, simple and casual. Chapter 38. The Bulldozer in the Forest. Under the omniscient guidance of the godly hint, the misty forest, which was a nightmare to other players, transformed into a leisurely outing for Lin Feng. He needn't trouble himself with discerning directions, nor did he have to remain constantly vigilant against potential ambushes from any corner, for every danger had already been foretold by the system. He strolled at a relaxed pace, trailing behind his trio of formidable guardians, meandering through the forest. Along the way, they encountered a plethora of forest creatures adept at stealth and ambush. There were level 8 elite dryad sentinels capable of merging with tree trunks to launch surprise attacks. Level 7 elite burrowing scorpions lay in wait beneath fallen leaves, striking with venomous stings. There were also level 8 elite phantom spiders hanging from branches, ensnaring prey in webs. These creatures were lethal assassins for ordinary players, whose limited vision and poor perception often resulted in being ambushed and subsequently succumbing to poison, paralysis, or slowdowns, ultimately meeting their demise. However, before Lin Feng's prophetic strikes, their proud camouflage and ambush tactics became nothing but a farce. Whenever a monster sought to ambush Lin Feng's group, before they could even act, they were met with a colossal fireball descending from above, filled with an aura of destruction, or a piercingly cold ice spike. Alternatively, they were caught in a tempest of death comprised of countless sharp wind blades. These unfortunate creatures rarely glimpsed their foe, succumbing in obscurity before they even realized it. Lin Feng's party surged through the treacherous misty forest like a bulldozer operating at full throttle, unstoppable. Every monster that dared obstruct their path was ruthlessly crushed, transformed into experience points along Lin Feng's journey of ascension. Ding. Your summon has slain an level 8 elite dryad sentinel, earning you 250 experience points. Ding. Your summon has slain a level 7 elite burrowing scorpion, earning you 200 experience points. Ding. The sounds of leveling up resonated continuously along their path. Lin Feng's experience bar steadily ascended at a delightful pace. Besides slaying monsters, the Godly Hint navigation feature also brought Lin Feng numerous unexpected surprises. Godly Hint. A hollow tree cavity 50 meters to your left conceals a bronze treasure chest covered in vines. Thus, Lin Feng commanded the fire elemental slime to cast a fireball, incinerating the vines before effortlessly opening the chest. Ding. You have obtained bronze leather armor X1. Basic healing potion X5. Though mere trifles, who wouldn't cherish free gifts? Godly Hint. A rare alchemical material, tranquil flower, is buried 100 meters ahead underground. Caution. It is guarded by a sleeping level 9 elite earth sloth. Consequently, Lin Feng directed the wind elemental slime to stealthily approach with its ghostly speed. While the earth sloth snored, Lin Feng stealthily pilfered the tranquil flower. The entire process was seamless and exhilarating. Tranquil flower, rare material, main ingredient for crafting advanced mental recovery potions, highly valuable. Lin Feng gazed at this rare herb that could fetch a handsome sum in his backpack, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The sensation of simultaneously leveling up while treasure hunting was simply splendid. Thus, Lin Feng leisurely explored the forest for over an hour. Unbeknownst to him, his level successfully surged to 9. Ding. Congratulations, your level has risen to 9. The golden light of leveling up enveloped him once more. He felt increasingly closer to the dividing line of the novice stage at level 10. His 3 summons also ascended alongside him to level 9, especially the Frost Slime King, whose attributes had grown increasingly formidable. Summon, Frost Slime King. Rank, Lord level. Level 9. Health 1,500. Attack 150. Defense 100. Merely gazing at these figures was enough to instill despair in any player of equal level. Well, it was time to conclude the leisurely stroll. Lin Feng glanced at the holographic map in his view. The enormous red marker indicating the final boss's location was now within close proximity. This signified that he was about to reach the core area of the Misty Forest, where the final item required for his quest, the wood source crystal, awaited him. It was time to attend to business. Lin Feng set aside his leisurely demeanor, his expression turning serious. He patted the bodies of his 3 companions and issued his commands. "Are you all prepared to confront the ultimate challenge?" exclaimed Lin Feng, as the 3 elemental slimes responded with fervor, their battle spirit palpable. With a subtle smile, he advanced boldly towards the heart of the forest, shrouded in dense fog and fraught with unknown perils. Chapter 39. The Final Guardian, the wood source crystal in hand. Upon traversing a natural archway formed by colossal intertwining vines, Lin Feng found himself in a breathtaking clearing. The once impenetrable mist had miraculously thinned, revealing a serene glade reminiscent of a paradise. At its center stood an enormous ancient tree, towering as if it were reaching for the heavens. This tree, seemingly thousands of years old, bore the scars of time upon its robust trunk, adorned with countless vines and moss, draping it in a verdant cloak. Beneath the tree's expansive canopy, soft, glowing motes of light flitted about like fireflies, casting an ethereal glow over the entire clearing. In the heart of the stout trunk, approximately 3 meters above the ground, lay a naturally formed hollow. Within this hollow, a crystal emanating a rich, life-affirming green light floated serenely. This was Lin Feng's ultimate objective. The wood source crystal. Everything matched precisely with what was marked on his holographic map. The scene appeared tranquil and harmonious. Yet Lin Feng understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. A colossal warning, radiating a dangerous crimson light, had already materialized on his divine level notification. Divine level notification. Warning. The guardian of the wood source crystal, a level 10 Lord class boss, the ancient tree spirit, is currently in a dormant state. Should any creature venture within a 10-meter radius of the ancient tree, it will be awakened instantly. Divine level notification. The ancient tree spirit possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability and formidable physical defense. Ordinary physical attacks will struggle to inflict effective damage upon it. Divine level notification. Its weakness lies in flames. Fire attribute attacks can deal double damage and suppress its regenerative capabilities. A Lord class boss. Moreover, a behemoth with exceptional recovery and defensive prowess. Such a boss would be a veritable nightmare for physical damage-centric teams, as their efforts may pale in comparison to the boss's own health regeneration. They could very well find themselves exhausted without achieving victory. However, Lin Feng glanced at the fire elemental slime beside him, its body ablaze with intense flames and radiating a scorching aura, and a peculiar smile crept across his face. A weakness to fire? Wasn't he that perfectly aligned with his strategy? It was as if the answer had been inscribed on a banner, a true gift of an opportunity. Clearly, no tactical arrangements were necessary today. Lin Feng shrugged leisurely, not even summoning the Frost Slime King and Wind Elemental Slime forward. For he knew this battle would be the personal showcase of his chief general, the Fire Elemental Slime. Little Fire, this is your moment. Lin Feng communicated via mental link, issuing a straightforward command. Ignite that tree with your fiercest flames. With a triumphant roar, the Fire Elemental Slime surged with excitement, its magma-like form expanding dramatically as its flames blazed brighter. It stepped forward without hesitation, breaching the 10-meter forbidden zone. In that instant, the entire clearing began to tremble violently. The once still ancient tree seemed to awaken, its rough bark splitting open to reveal a colossal, ancient eye that blinked to life. Countless thick vines and roots erupted from the ground like frenzied serpents, lunging towards the fire elemental slime, the audacious intruder that dared to disturb its slumber. Monster, ancient tree spirit, Lord. Level 10, health 10,000. The final boss had awakened. Yet, in the face of this intricate onslaught of vines, the fire elemental slime stood firm. It merely channeled its internal fire elemental energy to its utmost limit. A fireball, more immense and searing than any before, coalesced above its head, radiating light and heat akin to a miniature sun, illuminating the entire clearing as if it were midday. Go. With Lin Feng's command, the concentrated embodiment of the fire elemental slime's power hurtled toward the colossal form of the ancient tree spirit. Boom. A thunderous explosion resonated, as if it could upheave the entire realm. An endless wave of flames, akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfed the ancient tree along with the surrounding vines and roots. 550. Weakness critical hit. An exaggerated, almost blindingly bright damage number erupted above the ancient tree spirit's head. Its 10,000 health points were abruptly reduced by a quarter with that single strike. A chilling and agonizing roar emanated from the inferno. The ancient tree spirit, a supposedly formidable guardian of the forest, was severely wounded within the very first round of combat. Fire was its natural nemesis, and the fire elemental slime was its bane. From the outset, the outcome of this battle had been preordained. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng whistled as he stepped through the remnants of charred remains, still smoldering, and approached the ancient tree, now reduced to a massive piece of charcoal. With a gentle leap, he entered the hollow and reached out to grasp the vibrant, life-infused wood source crystal, securing it firmly in his hand. Congratulations! You have successfully obtained the quest item, Wood Source Crystal X1. You have successfully gathered all quest items. Your class evolution quest, Source of All Things, has been completed. Commencing class evolution procedure. Please prepare for the evolution countdown. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 40, Class Evolution. Divine Level Summoner. Please prepare for the evolution countdown. 10, 9, 8. A series of chilling system notifications echoed in Lin Feng's mind like the beating of drums, synchronizing with the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. It was happening. Finally, the moment had arrived. Upon his arrival in this world, Lin Feng had toiled relentlessly for an extended period, all in anticipation of this singular moment. Instinctively, he held his breath, his eyes brimming with an uncontrollable excitement and expectation. He could distinctly sense the 3 source power crystals nestled within his backpack: the earth source crystal, the water source crystal, and the wood source crystal, radiating an increasingly potent luminescence. A torrent of pure, primordial elemental energy flowed forth from the crystals, gradually coursing through the connection between him and his backpack, seeping into his very being. The warm embrace of the earth element invigorated his limbs, bestowing upon him a sensation of profound solidity and grounding. The refreshing essence of the water element cleansed his mental seas, allowing his thoughts to attain an unprecedented clarity and lucidity. The vibrant vitality of the wood element nourished every cell within him, making him feel utterly brimming with boundless energy. These 3 distinct, yet harmoniously coexisting forces formed a wondrous cycle within his body. 3, 2, 1. Ding. Countdown complete. Professional evolution officially begins. Boom. At the very instant the system's notification echoed, a brilliant cascade of multicolored radiant light descended from the heavens. This divine light seemed to pierce through the confines of the instant space, directly enveloping Lin Feng in the clearing of the forest. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though his body had been disassembled into countless minuscule particles, only to be reassembled and reshaped by an irresistible, gentle, yet potent force. This sensation was beyond the realm of words. It was as if life itself was undergoing the most fundamental of transformations. His originally frail F-grade vocational template began to undergo earth-shattering changes at a visibly rapid pace under the baptism of this prismatic light. On his professional panel, the text representing his vocation began to wildly oscillate, transforming and reconstituting itself. Profession, Summoner, F-grade. Profession, Elementalist, D-grade. Profession, Master of All, B-grade. Profession, Nature's Herald, A-grade. The ranks of his profession were surging upwards in fervent leaps. With each breakthrough, Lin Feng could feel his connection to this world tightening ever more closely. It was as if he could hear the whispers of the wind, sense the breath of the earth, and touch the pulse of the flames. The entire world, within his perception, had morphed into something utterly different. Ultimately, when the brilliance of the 7-colored divine light reached its zenith, the text on his professional panel ceased its frantic dance, settling upon a resplendent new title radiating with dazzling golden light. Ding! Congratulations! Your profession has successfully evolved. You have successfully evolved from Summoner, F-grade, to the world's sole hidden profession, Godly Summoner, SSS-grade. Ding! As a result of your successful profession evolution, all your base attributes have received substantial enhancements. Ding! Your level has automatically risen to level 10. Ding! Your divine grade talent prompt has resonated, and you have successfully awakened your 2nd SSS-grade unique talent, Divine Contract. A torrent of system notifications surged into Lin Feng's consciousness like a tidal wave. In that moment, his body completed its ultimate metamorphosis. The 7-colored divine light enveloping him gradually dissipated. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his gaze, it seemed as if celestial bodies were in motion, emanating an aura of sanctity and majesty that was daunting to behold. He stood there silently, yet the entire world appeared to revolve around him, slowly spinning. Was this the power of a godly summoner? Lin Feng extended his palm, feeling the vast, oceanic new strength within him, magnitudes greater than before, and could not help but murmur to himself. He sensed that now, with but a single thought, he could compel the flora of the entire forest to grow wildly in his favor. With just a thought, he could rend the earth asunder and reverse the flow of rivers. This was a true manifestation of the power to command all things. Eagerly, he opened his brand new attribute panel. He yearned to behold the extent of his transformation. Name, Lin Feng. Profession, Godly Summoner, SSS grade, unique. Level, 10. Health, 1000 1000. Mana, 2000 2000. Mentality, 100. Talent 1. Divine Prompt, SSS grade, unique. Talent 2. Divine Contract, SSS grade, Unique. Talent 2 description. You can ignore any limitations of level, rank, or race, and forge a master-servant contract with any creature you desire, rendering them your most loyal summon. Current contract limit, 5. As Lin Feng grasped the full scope of his newfound attributes and that awe-inspiring new talent, a radiant smile, born from the depths of his heart, illuminated his face. He understood that from this day forth, from this very moment, his era had truly arrived. Chapter 41. New Talent, New Companions. Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized his newly acquired attribute panel, reviewing it multiple times. His heart brimmed with an ineffable sense of shock and joy. Godly Summoner. This profession was astonishingly powerful. Merely at level 10, his fundamental attributes rivaled those of others at levels 20 or 30. 1,000 points of health and 2,000 points of mana. His vitality surpassed that of warriors of the same level. The sheer volume of his mana left all magical professions in despair. Furthermore, that astounding 100 points in mental capacity made him feel as though his brain functioned at the speed of a supercomputer. He sensed that he could effortlessly control 10, even 20 summons, executing intricately complex maneuvers without the slightest hint of strain. This was the unparalleled advantage bestowed by a godly profession. However, beyond the remarkable surge in his fundamental attributes, what truly exhilarated Lin Feng was the awakening of his second SSS grade talent, Divine Contract. Divine Contract. You can ignore any limitations of level, rank, or race, and forge a master-servant contract with any creature you desire, rendering them your most loyal summon. Current contract limit, 5. To disregard any constraints. The profound implications behind those 5 simple words were nothing short of revolutionary. It is important to note that ordinary summoners could only summon creatures determined by their skills. Learning, Summon Rabbit, would confine them to summoning rabbits. Learning, Summon Slime, would limit them to slimes. Moreover, the summoned creatures were invariably fixed in strength and feeble. Yet, Lin Feng was different. With Divine Contract, he would no longer be shackled by any skills. In theory, as long as he desires, he could even sprint into the lair of the colossal dragon, pointing at the cataclysmic creature and proclaiming, "You seem impressive. Henceforth, you shall follow me." Once the contract is successfully forged, that apocalyptic dragon would transform into his most loyal subordinate. This is truly a bug among bugs. Of course, Lin Feng understood that while the talent description mentioned the disregard for limitations, the process of establishing a contract would undoubtedly not be so straightforward. The mightier the creature, the more vehemently it would resist. Thus, the success rate of the contract would inevitably diminish. Yet, this was already more than sufficient. This talent had unlocked a gateway to boundless possibilities. His future legion of summoned entities would no longer be confined to lowly beings such as slimes. It could encompass griffins soaring through the skies. It could include tigers gallivanting across the land. It might even encompass the legendary angels and demons. The entire world, all creatures, would become potential selections for him. How exhilarating this prospect was. Lin Feng could not help but exclaim. He felt that the true joy of being a god-tier summoner was just beginning. At that moment, a notification appeared. Divine hint. A seed of the tree of life has emerged from the core remnants of the ancient treant you just vanquished. This seed possesses immense potential and meets the conditions for a divine contract. Lin Feng paused at the sight of this message. Almost instantly, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. What a serendipitous stroke of luck. He had been pondering whom to experiment with. Given the 2 additional contract slots he had just acquired, with a total limit of 5, 3 already occupied by the slime trio. And now the system had presented him with a high-potential candidate. Without hesitation, he turned and approached the charred remains of the ancient treant. He cleared away the smoldering charcoal. And indeed, at the very core of the trunk, he beheld a seed, no larger than a fist, radiating a vibrant green hue and exuding a rich essence of life. Gently hovering in place. Seed of the Tree of Life, special item. Description, a seed formed from the essence of life upon the death of the ancient treant, possessing the potential to grow into the world tree. The potential of the world tree. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though he was unaware of the true nature of the world tree, its name alone hinted at its extraordinary significance. You are the one. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng reached out and delicately placed his hand upon the seed of the Tree of Life. In that instant, he activated his newfound talent within his mind. Divine Contract. Initiate. With a resonant hum, a mysterious and ancient contract array formed beneath Lin Feng's feet, composed of countless golden runes. An identical array simultaneously appeared beneath the seed of the Tree of Life. A wondrous resonance emerged between the 2 arrays. Numerous golden chains extended from the array at Lin Feng's feet, slowly coiling around the seed of life. The seed seemed to sense something, beginning to tremble slightly, emanating a soft green light filled with resistance, attempting to fend off the encroaching golden chains. However, its defiance appeared feeble and powerless in the face of the unyielding force of the divine contract. The golden chains faced no obstruction and effortlessly enveloped the seed of life. Ding. Contract signing in progress. Ding. Target possesses no resistance capability. Contract signing success rate 100. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully established a master servant contract with the Seed of Life. Ding. Your fourth summoned entity, Ancient Tree of Life, juvenile stage, has joined your ranks. It was a success. A triumphant smile broke across Lin Feng's face. He could distinctly feel a profound and unbreakable connection being forged between himself and the Seed of Life, rooted deep within their souls. He cradled the Seed of Life, now rightfully his, in his hands with utmost care. He then opened his summoning panel. Beneath the Frost Slime King, indeed, a new avatar had appeared. It was a small, adorably green sapling. Summoned entity, Ancient Tree of Life, juvenile stage. Rank. Can grow. Level, 1, health, 1000. Attack, 10. Defense, 50. Skill 1, rooting, active. Roots itself in place, unable to move, but health recovery speed increases by 500. Skill 2, life aura, passive. Restores 1 of maximum health per second to all friendly units in the vicinity. Upon observing the attributes and skills of this sapling, Lin Feng's expression was once again one of astonishment. This was akin to possessing a mobile super healing spring. The implications of the life aura, which restored 1 of maximum health per second, were staggering. This meant that as long as Lin Feng and his summoned entities stood near this sapling, they effectively wielded an unceasing, formidable healing buff. In future skirmishes, he could stand idle, allowing adversaries to strike at will. The damage inflicted by opponents, no matter how diligently delivered, might not surpass the amount he could recover on his own. This was a blatant display of audacity. Moreover, this was merely the effect at level 1. One could only imagine how terrifying the aura's effects would become as the Ancient Tree of Life leveled up. Not to mention, it possessed the rooting skill. Once rooted, its health recovery speed would surge by 500. This rendered it nearly indestructible. As long as it wasn't eliminated in an instant, it could replenish its health in a remarkably brief period. A perfect support entity, combining group healing and extraordinary sustainability. Heavens, is my team not a tad too perfect at this point? Lin Feng murmured to himself. He glanced at his lineup of summoned entities. There was the Fire Element Slime, responsible for frontline engagement and brutal damage output. The Wind Element Slime, tasked with swift harassment and agile execution. The Frost Slime King, a hexagonal warrior embodying damage, defense, and control. Now, with the inclusion of the super healer, the Ancient Tree of Life, boasting terrifying group healing capabilities. Every role essential for a flawless battle squad had been filled. Output, control, frontline, healing. Every position was top tier. Who could possibly stand against him henceforth? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a mix of exasperation and pride evident on his face. He felt as though he had become invincible, at least for the moment. However, he quickly dismissed such unrealistic fantasies. Realizing that continuous effort was still required, Lin Feng swiftly reigned in his lofty daydreams. He understood that although he was currently formidable, it was merely within the confines of the novice village. In this vast world, there surely existed countless more powerful entities. His journey ahead was still long. He delicately stowed the life tree seed into a special compartment of his backpack, designated for unique companions with whom he had forged a contract but could not summon directly. Whenever Lin Feng wished, he could retrieve this seed, plant it in the ground, and unleash its potential. Having completed all tasks and secured all treasures, Lin Feng cast a glance at the now devastated clearing in the forest. It was time to depart from this place. He opened the instance panel and selected the option to exit. In a flash of white light, Lin Feng found himself once again in the desolate practitioner hall of the southern city. He felt a profound shift in his mindset compared to before his entrance. Prior to entering, he was a level 9 advanced novice, striving to complete his class evolution quest. Now he stood as a level 10, possessing 2 SSS grade talents, and was a truly unique god-tier summoner, a figure of significance. Though this esteemed status was known only to him in the entire world. The attendant guarding the teleportation portal observed Lin Feng's swift return with a knowing glimmer in his eyes. So how was it, young man? I told you. It's no easy feat in there. Did you find yourself lost and have to shatter a return scroll? He remarked with the tone of someone who had been through similar trials. To him, it seemed evident that the young man had exited in under 2 hours due to the daunting environment within. Lin Feng merely smiled mysteriously at this comment, choosing not to elaborate, for he knew that some truths would not be believed if spoken. He nodded politely to the attendant and turned to leave the hall. Stepping outside, the sun bathed him in its warmth. Lin Feng inhaled the familiar air of the city, tinged with a hint of automotive exhaust, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. He opened his task panel and noted that the unique class evolution quest that had accompanied him for several days had vanished, replaced by a new line of system notifications radiating golden light. Ding! Congratulations on successfully advancing to level 10. You have met the requirements to enter the main city. A new journey is about to commence. Please proceed to the Central City's time-space teleportation array to receive your city pass and explore the vast unknown. The words main city sparked a flicker of anticipation in Lin Feng's eyes. He understood that the main city was the true epicenter of this gamified world. Places like Jianghai City could only be deemed a novice village at best. Only by entering the main city could he encounter higher-level instances, more formidable monsters, rarer equipment, and broader horizons. It was there that he, as a god-tier summoner, could truly begin to shine. Main city, here I come. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he flagged down a hovering taxi on the roadside. Driver, to the Central City's time-space teleportation array. The taxi glided smoothly and swiftly half a meter above the ground. As Lin Feng sat back against the window, watching the familiar cityscape rush by, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had been in this world for 18 years, yet it was only in these fleeting days that his destiny began to transform. From a once downtrodden summoner to a level 10 powerhouse on the verge of embarking towards the main city, the transition felt almost dreamlike. Soon, the taxi came to a halt at the bustling central square of the city. Lin Feng paid the fare and stepped out, greeted by the sight of a magnificent, futuristic structure. The building resembled an inverted silver bowl, its surface adorned with countless intricate and mysterious runes, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. This was the core hub of Jianghai City, the time-space teleportation array. Chapter 43, Journey to the Main City, A New Beginning. Before the teleportation array, the square was alive with activity. Most were young practitioners like Lin Feng, recently having achieved level 10, eagerly preparing to venture into the main city. Their faces mirrored Lin Feng's own, brimming with excitement and dreams of the future. Wow, finally level 10. I've heard that the main city, Apocalypse City, is incredibly prosperous, with shops 100 times more than in Jianghai City. Yes. I also heard that only in the main city can we receive true class advancement quests. Soon, we'll become even stronger. I wonder what the instances in the main city are like. They must be far more exhilarating than those in our novice village. Charge forth. My great blade is itching for action. I can hardly wait to showcase my skills in the main city. Listening to the enthusiastic chatter of the young practitioners around him, Lin Feng felt a sense of exhilaration welling up within him. He followed the crowd into the internal hall of the time-space teleportation array. The hall's design exuded a futuristic ambience, with a simulated vast starry sky above, where countless stars twinkled and flowed, creating a breathtaking spectacle. At the center of the hall floated a colossal teleportation array composed of myriad crystals, radiating gentle waves of spatial energy. Following the instructions, Lin Feng approached a counter designated for issuing city passes. Behind the counter sat a well-dressed NPC with a professional demeanor. Hello, I am here to obtain my city pass. Lin Feng said. Certainly, sir, please present your practitioner identity card. The NPC responded with a sweet smile. Lin Feng handed over his identity card. The NPC scanned it on a nearby machine. Beep, a soft chime echoed, and immediately, Lin Feng's personal information appeared on the computer screen. Name, Lin Feng, level 10, class. As the NPC read the text in the class field, her professional smile abruptly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief. Filled with shock and astonishment. Instinctively, she rubbed her eyes, convinced she must be seeing things. Yet, when she cast her gaze upon the screen once more, the magnificent golden characters radiating an aura of boundless enchantment remained astonishingly vivid. God-tier summoner, SSS rank, unique? The young lady felt as though her mind had been struck by a divine bolt of lightning, rendering her thoughts a blank slate in that instant. SSS rank. And unique? How could this be possible? After years of service in this establishment, she had encountered countless prodigious professionals, no less than 8,000, if not more. Not to mention, she had never laid eyes on even a single SS rank. She had long believed that a rank represented the pinnacle of talent and vocation in this realm. But what had she just witnessed today? A living, breathing embodiment of an SSS rank hidden class, something that had only ever existed in legends. The very act of breathing became laborious for her. Her hand, which clutched Lin Feng's identity card, trembled uncontrollably. When she raised her eyes to meet Lin Feng's gaze again, they shimmered with awe, shock, and fervor, an expression akin to that of one beholding divinity. Lin Feng, noticing her exaggerated demeanor, felt a slight chill run down his spine. It dawned on him that his professional information was indeed visible on the identity card. What a blunder. He had not anticipated that merely collecting a pass would unveil such a monumental secret. Clearing his throat softly, he attempted to rouse her from her stupor. He certainly did not wish to incite a commotion here. Oh, my apologies. Respected, revered one. The NPC lady finally snapped back to reality with his gentle cough. She immediately rose from her seat, bowing deeply before Lin Feng, her tone a mixture of nervousness and respect. I am deeply sorry. It was my rudeness. Please allow me a moment. I will promptly arrange for your highest level VIP access pass. Her voice quivered with excitement. She understood that today, she was likely witnessing the birth of a legend. This seemingly ordinary young man standing before her was destined to become the focal point of the entire world. Observing her look of trepidation, Lin Feng sighed in resignation. It appeared that remaining inconspicuous would become increasingly difficult henceforth. He simply nodded and replied, Thank you. Please be swift. Of course. Right away. The young lady immediately set to work with an alacrity that could only be described as the fastest of her life. Mere seconds later, a card emanating a soft golden glow, crafted from an unknown metal, emerged from the machine. Respected one, here is your VIP pass. She presented the card with both hands. Bowing respectfully, with this pass, you shall enjoy the highest tier of VIP privileges within Apocalypse City. For instance, you will receive a 20% discount on all purchases, gain free entry to any dungeon, and have complimentary access to the city's finest private training rooms. She listed an array of privileges that accompanied the VIP card in one breath. Lin Feng listened, astonished. He had not anticipated that an SSS rank profession would confer such vast benefits. Just the shopping discount alone would save him a fortune. All right, I understand. Thank you. He accepted the card, still warm from her touch, nodding in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, he turned and strode towards the enormous teleportation array at the center of the hall. Farewell, esteemed one. The NPC lady's voice, filled with reverence and admiration, echoed behind him. Lin Feng did not look back. He stepped onto the teleportation array, which radiated waves of spatial energy. Gently, he pressed his VIP card into the central groove of the array. Buzz. In the next instant, a resplendent white light enveloped him, swiftly consuming his form. Goodbye, Novice Village. Main City, Apocalypse City. I, Lin Feng, have arrived. Chapter 44. Entering Apocalypse City, the vast disparity. A surge of spatial transmission, more intense than any prior experience, enveloped Lin Feng. He felt as if his body were being elongated into an infinitely thin strand, traversing a kaleidoscopic time-space tunnel. This sensation lasted for what felt like a brief eternity, until finally, he felt solid ground beneath his feet once more. The white light surrounding him gradually dissipated. As he slowly opened his eyes, Lin Feng was utterly astounded by the sight before him. He found himself in an immensely vast, seemingly boundless white plaza. The ground beneath him was paved with a single, flawlessly smooth slab of unknown white jade, exuding a gentle radiance. Towering edifices of fantastical design rose majestically around the plaza, some resembling swords piercing the heavens, others akin to blossoming lotus flowers, and yet others resembling spiraling dragons. Each structure brimmed with artistic flair and imagination, evoking a profound sense of insignificance within him. The sky above was a brilliant blue, with a few white clouds lazily drifting by. However, Lin Feng could discern a magnificent magical barrier, visible to the naked eye, radiating a soft, golden glow, like an inverted bowl enveloping the entire city. Most astonishing of all was the air itself. It was saturated with an essence of pure energy, 100-fold more potent than that found in Jianghai City's Novice Village. With just a single deep breath, Lin Feng felt his recently depleted mana rejuvenate instantaneously. Training here would yield progress at an astonishing rate. Is this truly the main city, Apocalypse City? Lin Feng murmured, captivated by the divine spectacle before him. He couldn't help but compare it to the impoverished and backward Jianghai City he had previously known. The two were worlds apart, not even existing within the same dimension. Beside him, the other level 10 players who had teleported alongside him from various novice villages stood equally mesmerized by the grandeur surrounding them. They gaped in awe, akin to rustic villagers entering a metropolis, their mouths agape as they craned their necks to take in the magnificent architecture, exclaiming in wonder, "Goodness, this is utterly breathtaking. I feel as though I've stepped into paradise. Look, up in the sky, there are winged horses soaring above. Over there, that person's mount is a colossal walking lizard." Just then, a synchronized and heavy cadence of footsteps echoed from the plaza's forefront. A squad of formidable guards clad in gleaming silver armor, wielding rune-etched long spears, approached with an air of immense authority, marching in precise formation toward the newly arrived novices. The guards, each towering above 2 meters, exuded an aura of solemnity and authority. Lin Feng instinctively cast a glance using divine insight. Apocalypse City Guard Elite. Level 50. Description: the Guardians of Apocalypse City, possessing formidable strength and unwavering loyalty. Please refrain from any actions that violate regulations within the city. 50 levels. Elite. The mere sight of these two words sent a shiver down Lin Feng's spine. The most ordinary patrolling guard in the city boasted a power level of 50. Truly, this main city was a hidden gem, profound and inscrutable. No wonder it thrived in such peace and prosperity. With a guard force this powerful, it was likely that no one dared to cause trouble here. The captain of the guard stepped forward, halting before the crowd. His piercing gaze, sharp as a hawk's and hidden beneath a metallic helmet, swept over the faces of all the newcomers. A formidable sense of oppression enveloped the young individuals, who had been brimming with excitement mere moments ago, rendering them mute and breathless. The guard captain's gaze lingered on Lin Feng's face for a fleeting moment, as if he sensed something unique about him. However, he refrained from elaborating further. Instead, with a cold yet resonant voice, he addressed everyone. "Welcome to Apocalypse City, esteemed newcomers. I am Carl, the captain of the guards. Here, I shall impart to you the 3 most crucial rules. First, any form of private conflict is strictly prohibited within the city. Should you have any grievances, resolve them in the arena outside the city. Violators will be confined to the detention chamber for 3 days of reflection. Second, show respect to every resident of the city, whether human or other intelligent races. Any form of oppression or provocation is forbidden. The consequences of violations shall be borne by the offender. Third, and most importantly, strive to grow stronger, fledglings. For only the powerful are entitled to experience true freedom and respect in this city. With these rules imparted, Captain Carl ceased further discourse. He gestured to the guards behind him, commanding, "Lead them to the newcomer reception area for identity registration, then disperse." "Yes, Captain." 2 guards stepped forward. Their demeanor frosty as they instructed Lin Feng and the other newcomers, "Follow us." The newcomers, hesitant to voice any objections, obediently trailed behind the 2 towering guards like a flock of docile chicks, heading towards another direction in the square. Lin Feng mingled within the crowd, observing his surroundings with curiosity. He noted the remarkable diversity of the city's populace, featuring tall orcs wielding massive axes, elegant elves with pointed ears and striking features, and short dwarves adorned with grand beards. These fantastical races, typically confined to legends and tales, coexisted harmoniously here, strolling and conversing like ordinary folk. Lin Feng felt as though he had opened a door to a new world, filled with boundless curiosity about everything around him. Soon, under the guards' guidance, they arrived before a building resembling a city hall. This was the designated reception area for newcomers to process their identity registration. Lin Feng followed the line into the hall, preparing to complete the final step in his entry into the main city. The lobby of the reception area was vast, filled with rows of automated office equipment that exuded a sense of technological sophistication. This batch of newcomers, transported from various novice villages, numbered in the hundreds. Yet the hall remained spacious and devoid of crowding. Under the guidance of NPC staff, the newcomers began to orderly queue for their identity registration. The process of identity registration was straightforward, essentially upgrading their temporary identity cards from the novice villages to formal resident cards of Apocalypse City. With this card, they would be considered true residents of the main city. Lin Feng stood at the end of a queue, patiently awaiting his turn while keenly observing his fellow contemporaries. He realized that those who had managed to reach level 10 and arrive at the main city at this time were no ordinary characters. Though they appeared youthful, each carried an air of confidence and pride. Clearly, most were among the top talents from their respective novice villages. Lin Feng even spotted several familiar faces, such as the one from neighboring No. 1 High School, Wang Xiao, who had awakened the A-grade hidden profession, Dragon Blood Warrior. Another was Zhang Wei from No. 3 High School, who had transitioned alongside him into the B-grade rare profession of Paladin. At that moment, they were surrounded by admirers, radiating exuberance and engaging in grand discussions about their future plans. "Once I finish my registration, I'm heading to the Warrior Alliance. I've heard that passing their assessment grants access to top-tier techniques and resources," Wang Xiao declared proudly. "I'm going to the Holy Light Church. As a paladin, I can only unleash my full potential there," Zhang Wei retorted, equally unyielding. The onlookers cast envious and admiring glances at them. The Warrior Alliance and the Holy Light Church were among the most prestigious superpowers in Apocalypse City. Only the exceptionally gifted were deemed worthy of their attention and acceptance. In stark contrast, players like Lin Feng, who had awakened to C-grade or D-grade ordinary professions, could only seek out regular guilds or live as free-spirited adventurers. The disparity between individuals was vividly illustrated in that moment. Lin Feng observed this scene with a faint smile, unperturbed. The Warrior Alliance? The Holy Light Church? They sounded formidable indeed. Yet for one endowed with 2 SSS-level talents and a unique SSS-level profession, these so-called superpowers seemed rather trivial. He believed that it would not be long before he left them far behind. In time, it would be others who would gaze up at him with admiration. Before long, it was Lin Feng's turn. He stepped forward, presenting his identity card along with the golden VIP pass to the NPC staff behind the counter. Initially, the staff member maintained a professional, impassive demeanor. However, upon seeing the golden VIP card, which represented the highest status, his expression transformed instantly. It mirrored the astonishment and fervent admiration exhibited by the young lady from the novice village. "Our respected VIP." The staff member abruptly sprang from his seat, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees before Lin Feng, his voice tinged with excitement as it quivered slightly. His sudden and exaggerated action immediately captured the attention of everyone present in the hall. The newcomers, who were either queuing or engaged in animated discussions, all turned their gazes toward Lin Feng, an ostensibly unremarkable young man. Their faces were etched with expressions of bewilderment and confusion. What transpired? Why did that NPC suddenly bow so deeply to a newcomer? And what was that golden card? Even the imperious Dragonblood warrior Wang Xiao and the holy knight Zhang Wei furrowed their brows, scrutinizing Lin Feng with keen interest. Feeling the myriad of eyes upon him, Lin Feng sighed inwardly in resignation. He understood that the privileges bestowed by his SSS-level profession were, at times, a double-edged sword. While they offered numerous conveniences, they also rendered him exceedingly conspicuous. "Let us expedite this," Lin Feng said to the staff member, who was still bowing. Yes, yes, my lord. I shall attend to it immediately. The staff member, looking as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly proceeded with the operations at the console. His movements tenfold faster than when he assisted any ordinary newcomer before. His demeanor was imbued with utmost respect. In less than 10 seconds, a new identity card, also golden and adorned with a vividly carved dragon relief, was produced. My lord, this is your Supreme Dragon card. With this card, you may freely enter and exit any location within Apocalypse City and access any resources you may require. The staff member reverently presented the card to Lin Feng with both hands. Lin Feng accepted the card with a nod. Then, under the curious, envious, and incredulous gazes of all present, he turned to leave. Just then, an elderly man clad in a white mentor's robe, exuding an ethereal aura with his snow-white hair and beard, briskly emerged from the inner sanctum of the hall. He strode directly in front of Lin Feng, blocking his path. The old man wore an expression of excitement and anticipation, inclining his body slightly in a bow. Esteemed young talent, please wait. I am Luo Chun, the vice president of Apocalypse Academy. Just now, I sensed your arrival through our Academy's talent crystal. The brilliance it emitted was the most dazzling I have witnessed in my 100 years of teaching. Thus, I dare to extend an invitation to you in person. Would you consider joining our Apocalypse Academy as our chief special recruit? We shall provide you with the very best. Apocalypse Academy, Vice President Luo Chun, Chief Special Recruit. The moment these explosive phrases escaped the lips of the white-bearded elder, the entire newcomer reception hall fell into a profound silence. All the newcomers in line, including the previously imperious Dragonblood warrior Wang Xiao and Holy Knight Zhang Wei, stood as if frozen, their faces reflecting a shock far greater than when they had witnessed the NPC bowing. Apocalypse Academy. What kind of place was that? It was the most prestigious and sacred institution within Apocalypse City and the entire human realm. It belonged to no faction, maintaining absolute neutrality. Every student who emerged from its halls became a renowned powerhouse in their own right. Apocalypse Academy was, without a doubt, the sanctum of every young professional's aspirations. Yet, everyone was acutely aware of the Academy's stringent admission criteria. Each year, it accepted only 100 students, and only those who passed its hellishly difficult entrance examinations stood a chance of being admitted. Even a genius like Wang Xiao, with his A-class hidden profession, could not claim absolute certainty of acceptance into Apocalypse Academy. And now, this seemingly ethereal vice president had personally approached to invite an obscure newcomer to join their ranks. Moreover, the offer was for the position of Chief Special Recruit. This seemed akin to a myth, utterly surreal. The title of Chief Special Recruit was said to be reserved for those with world-altering potential, extraordinary prodigies. The last individual to receive this honor had done so 50 years ago and was now one of the 10 marshals of the Human Federation. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Feng transformed entirely. From curiosity, envy, and confusion, they shifted to profound reverence, admiration, and a hint of fear. They finally comprehended that this young man before them was not someone they could compare to in their wildest dreams. He was a true anomaly, capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Lin Feng regarded the genuinely earnest and expectant expression of the elderly man before him, feeling a slight surprise. He had not anticipated that his mere visit for an identity registration would draw out the vice president of Apocalypse Academy. However, after a moment's reflection, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, he was the sole possessor of an SSS-level profession, and such attention seemed rather justifiable. Regarding the invitation to join Apocalypse Academy, Lin Feng did not hastily decline. Unlike his prior rejection of Xia Meng's invitation to form a team, joining Apocalypse Academy appeared to hold no adverse consequences for him. Firstly, Apocalypse Academy was a neutral academic institution, unlike the factionalized Warrior Alliance. His inclusion would not impose significant constraints, allowing for considerable freedom. Secondly, as the pinnacle of educational establishments in the world, Apocalypse Academy possessed vast resources and information, which would undoubtedly be invaluable for Lin Feng, who sought to quickly enhance his strength and comprehend this world. Most importantly, at that moment, the Divine Hint provided him with a rather considerate suggestion. Divine Hint. The Forbidden Library of Apocalypse Academy houses an ancient tome detailing the ultimate evolution form of slimes. Upon reading this hint, Lin Feng's heart stirred with excitement. The ultimate evolution form of slimes. This was an irresistible temptation for him. Thus, he looked at the Vice President Luo Chun and slowly nodded his head. Very well, I accept your invitation. Lin Feng's response was concise and decisive. Splendid. Truly splendid. Upon hearing Lin Feng's agreement, Luo Chun's face, etched with wrinkles, broke into a radiant smile. His excitement caused his beard to quiver slightly, and he promptly gestured for Lin Feng to proceed. Lin Feng, please follow me. With those words, he disregarded the petrified newcomers in the hall and led Lin Feng into the inner sanctum. They traversed a lengthy corridor, and soon, Luo Chun brought Lin Feng to the entrance of an unassuming room. Producing an ancient key from his pocket, he unlocked the door. Lin Feng, this is a welcoming gift specifically prepared for our distinguished chief special enrollment student at Tianqi Academy. Luo Chun gestured towards the room with a smile, saying, "You may select any 3 items from within as your enrollment reward." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng gazed curiously into the room. His eyes widened, captivated by the dazzling array of items that sparkled with a luminous charm. There were weapons and armor radiating with epic purple light. Rare materials and potions, clearly of immense value, were encased in crystal boxes. Additionally, there were ancient tomes exuding an aura of wisdom, their covers ornate and rare. This place was akin to a miniature divine treasury. And now, this treasure trove had opened its gates to him, permitting him to select any 3 precious items. Is this truly the privilege of a chief special enrollment student? Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat as he beheld the mesmerizing treasures before him. Standing at the threshold of the treasury, he was overwhelmed by the sheer opulence of the offerings. Each item, if placed in an external marketplace, would likely incite frenzied competition among countless individuals. Yet now, he could leisurely choose 3 items as if perusing his local market. This sensation was unparalleled in its luxury and bliss. No need to be modest, Lin Feng. Vice Dean Luo Chen observed the astonishment on Lin Feng's face, his own countenance softening into a warm smile as he stroked his white beard. All the items here are cherished treasures collected by the Academy over the years. Take your time, examine them carefully, and select what you most need and what suits you best. His tone was imbued with a sense of significance and anticipation regarding Lin Feng. In his eyes, providing such an extraordinary talent with the finest resources was a most worthwhile investment. Thank you, Dean. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively and stepped into the small treasury. Chapter 47. Selecting Rewards, Epic Equipment. He did not rush in like a naive bumpkin, indiscriminately grabbing items in excitement. His demeanor remained composed. He understood that he possessed an advantage far superior to any identification technique. As he strolled through the room, he silently activated his divine prompt. Instantly, golden hints, visible only to him, began to emerge beside the treasures. His gaze first settled upon a beautifully designed purple longbow hanging on the wall. Epic longbow. Starfall, a divine bow forged from celestial meteoric iron, possessing the power to pierce through the stars. Divine prompt. Although this bow is powerful, it requires an exceptionally high agility attribute to wield, which does not align with your class. Not recommended for selection. Lin Feng cast a glance at the prompt and resolutely shifted his gaze away. An epic weapon indeed held great allure, but as the prompt indicated, an item unsuitable for him would be of no use. He then turned his attention to a crystal stand displaying a vial of liquid that resembled burning blood. Blood of the divine dragon, legendary material, the blood containing the essence of a dragoness life. Consumption permanently enhances the physique and strength attributes of the user. Divine prompt. This item is priceless for physical class professionals, but for you, who primarily relies on mental attributes, its effects are limited. Not recommended for selection. Lin Feng shook his head once more. Thus, he continued to peruse the items one by one. It must be said, the depth of Tianqi Academy's resources was astonishing. This modest treasury housed even legendary items. While most of the offerings were ill-suited for his role as a summoner, Lin Feng felt no urgency. He was akin to a patient hunter, meticulously sifting through his prospects. Finally, when he approached a shelf adorned with various robes and accessories, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was captivated by a neatly stacked set of silver robes woven from unknown threads, radiating a gentle starlight. Starlight Incantator Set, Epic. Set components, Starlight Robe, Starlight Crown, Starlight Boots. Divine Prompt. This is a top-tier epic set tailor-made for spellcasters. Not only does it possess formidable base attributes, but its set effect, Celestial Blessing, significantly reduces your skill cooldowns and lowers mana consumption. Divine Prompt. This set aligns perfectly with your class as a divine summoner. Strongly recommended for selection. Perfectly aligned. Strongly recommended. Upon reading those words, Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. This was the one. Without hesitation, he pointed towards the starlight-emitting robes and addressed Vice Dean Luo Chun. Dean, I would like to select this as my first reward. Oh, the Starlight Incantator Set? Luo Chun glanced at the robes, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. He nodded and smiled. Lin Feng, you possess excellent discernment. This Starlight Incantator is the proud creation of one of our Academy's alchemy masters. A coveted artifact for any spellcaster. Very well, this choice is indeed wise. With the Dean's affirmation, Lin Feng stepped forward and carefully stowed the soft and silky Starlight Incantator Set into his backpack. One item secured. Lin Feng's Spirit Sword. With this epic set, his strength would undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap. He continued to search the treasury for his next target. This time, his gaze fell upon the area displaying various rare materials. He understood that for a summoner, sometimes a rare material capable of evolving a summoned creature was far more vital than a powerful piece of equipment. His eyes scanned the crystal boxes. Heart of the Deep Sea, Feather of the Phoenix, Earth Dragon Crystal. Each was a top-tier material that would drive external alchemists and blacksmiths to madness. However, Lin Feng did not select any of them. For Divine Prompt informed him that while these materials were precious, they held little value for his unconventional slimes. just as Lin Feng began to feel a tinge of disappointment. His attention was suddenly captured by a seemingly inconspicuous small object nestled in an ordinary wooden box in the corner. It was a seemingly ordinary clump of dirt, dark and unremarkable, akin to mere mud. Had it not been for the divine prompt, glowing beside it with a blinding golden light, Lin Feng would scarcely have deigned to spare it a glance. Divine prompt. Top-tier mythical material, chaotic soil discovered. Chaotic soil, mythical material according to legend. It is a sacred earth formed from the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. It can merge with the soul of any creature, bestowing upon it limitless potential for evolution. Divine prompt. This item is the sole key to your summons reaching their ultimate form. Acquire it at all costs. As Lin Feng read the lines of golden text, punctuated by 3 emphatic exclamation marks, his breath caught in his throat, frozen in astonishment. Chapter 48. Chaotic Soil. Infinite possibilities for the future. Mythical material. Limitless evolution. The only key to ultimate form. Acquire it at all costs. The striking words of the divine prompt, along with the unprecedented 3 exclamation marks, resonated in Lin Feng's mind like a deafening alarm. At that moment, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, its rhythm becoming labored and strained. He stood rooted like a statue, his gaze fixated on the inconspicuous wooden box containing what appeared to be a mere lump of dark earth. His eyes conveyed a mix of incredulous shock and an unprecedented, fervent desire. He could scarcely fathom that within this modest repository lay such a transcendent artifact of monumental significance. Mythical level. It was a realm surpassing even the legendary tier, a true entity that existed solely in myth and legend. Moreover, its effect, limitless evolution, was brutally straightforward. This meant that as long as his summons merged with this soil, their potential would know no bounds. The fire element slime would no longer be merely a fire element slime. It could evolve into the flame deity, commanding all fire across the realms. The Frost Slime King would no longer be the pinnacle. It could evolve into the ever-frozen monarch, capable of encasing the entire universe in ice. This small, unassuming lump of earth had opened a gateway to godhood for all his summons. Lin Feng's breath quickened, becoming labored. He felt his blood boiling uncontrollably. In comparison to this chaotic soil, the previously coveted epic, Stellar Bard set seemed utterly trivial. This was the most significant fortune he had encountered today. This was, in every sense, an invaluable treasure. He strained to rein in his nearly uncontrollable emotions with his formidable mental strength. He understood that he could not exhibit any abnormality here. Otherwise, he might arouse the suspicions of the cunning Vice Dean beside him, which would spell trouble. Slowly, he turned around, feigning curiosity and confusion, pointing at the wooden box as he inquired of Vice Dean Luo. "Dean, what is this? It appears to be just an ordinary lump of mud." His tone was perfectly calibrated, expressing a newcomer's curiosity while tinged with a subtle disdain for the object. Vice Dean Luo followed his gesture to glance at the wooden box and let out a soft "oh." He stroked his white beard, a bemused expression crossing his face as he explained with a chuckle. Lin Feng, you do have an eye for detail. This object, in truth, remains a mystery to us. It was unearthed over a century ago by a predecessor of ours from an exceedingly perilous ancient relic. At the time, it was ensconced within a formidable magical seal. We believed it to be an extraordinary treasure. However, upon its unveiling, we discovered it to be nothing more than this utterly unremarkable dirt. Our Academy's most learned archaeologists and the most skilled alchemists have studied it for decades, employing every conceivable method, yet they have been unable to discern any special properties. It contains no energy, cannot be forged or alchemized, and even planted in soil. It yields no growth. Over time, we abandoned our research into it. It remains here solely due to its unique origin, serving as a mere keepsake. As Vice Dean Luo spoke, he shook his head, clearly bemused by the disparity between the name and the object itself. Upon hearing his explanation, Lin Feng's heart swelled with joy. Good heavens, you have treated it as a worthless keepsake. What a monumental waste. Yet, this worked in his favor. Your lack of discernment means that this grand opportunity is mine to seize. A knowing expression crossed Lin Feng's face. He feigned hesitation before appearing to make a weighty decision, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, Dean, while it seems of little use, I believe that since it hails from an ancient relic, it must possess some extraordinary quality. Perhaps we simply have not discovered the correct method of utilization? How about I choose it as my second reward? Consider it a gamble." He spoke with earnest sincerity, his eyes reflecting the youthful curiosity and adventurous spirit inherent in the quest for the unknown. Vice Dean Luo paused, momentarily taken aback by his demeanor, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha! Well said. A gamble indeed. Young man, possessing such a spirit of exploration is commendable. Since you hold this worthless lump of dirt in such high regard, it shall belong to you." With a grand gesture, Vice Dean Luo readily acquiesced. In his view, trading a piece of refuse that had been unwanted for centuries for the goodwill of a prodigious talent was an exceedingly profitable bargain. "Thank you, Dean, for your generosity." Lin Feng's heart soared with exhilaration. though he maintained a facade of profound gratitude, bowing deeply to Vice Dean Luo. He then stepped forward with reverence, cradling the wooden box containing the chaotic soil as if it were a sacred relic. The moment his fingers brushed against the soil, he felt an ancient and mysterious call echo from the primordial chaos of creation itself. He knew that from this moment forth, the fate of him and his future divine legion would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Chapter 49, The Final Choice, The Mysterious Egg, with the chaotic soil, which held the key to infinite possibilities for the future, securely in his possession. Lin Feng's heart finally settled in peace. Today's expedition into the treasury has yielded the two most coveted objectives, the Starry Bard set and Chaos Soil, successfully acquired. One could say that he has returned with an abundance of treasures. At this moment, only the final reward slot remains. Lin Feng's demeanor has transformed into one of utter relaxation. He feels akin to a patron who has just indulged in a sumptuous feast. Now poised to select a delightful dessert, he resumes his leisurely stroll through the treasury. This time, his focus is drawn towards the skill tomes. After all, with equipment and materials secured, obtaining a powerful skill tome tailored to his needs would render his haul truly flawless. Although the treasury houses a limited collection of skill books, each is a masterpiece of its kind. Skill Tome, Meteoric Descent, Epic, one of the ultimate arcana of fire mages, capable of summoning a massive meteor from the heavens, delivering devastating strikes upon the targeted area. Skill Tome, Judgment of Holy Light, Epic, the sacred incantation of priests, capable of summoning divine light to purify all malevolence. Skill Tome, Shadow Step, Rare, the legendary technique of assassins, allowing the user to meld into shadows for a brief period, rendering them undetectable. Each tome is enough to drive practitioners of their respective classes into a frenzy. However, after surveying the selection, Lin Feng finds none suitable for his role as a summoner. Most are offensive spells. His current combat style relies predominantly on his formidable summoned entities, positioning him more as a commanding figure behind the scenes. Acquiring spells that necessitate direct engagement would hold little significance for him, perhaps even waste his precious mana. It seems that skills suited for summoners are indeed quite rare. Lin Feng mused silently. With no appropriate skill tomes in sight, his gaze wandered elsewhere, just as uncertainty began to creep in regarding his next choice. He received a subtle hint. Divine hint. On the bottom shelf 3 meters behind you, there lies a dust-covered wooden box, seemingly containing something quite intriguing. Something else gathering dust in a corner? Lin Feng felt a spark of interest ignite within him. Based on prior experiences, inconspicuous places often concealed genuine treasures. He promptly turned around and approached the dust-laden shelf. Crouching down, he indeed discovered an aged wooden box, similarly cloaked in dust, as though untouched for ages. He extended his hand, retrieving the box, and gently blew away the dust. With a soft click, the box opened. Inside, a layer of soft, unidentifiable hay lay nestled. And at the center, an egg the size of a goose egg, entirely black with mysterious dark golden patterns adorning its surface, rested quietly. What sort of egg is this? Lin Feng gazed at the dark orb before him. Curiosity etched on his features. He sensed a faint yet remarkably ancient and pure life force emanating from within. It is alive. Oh, you seem intrigued by this little object? The Vice Dean, Luo Chun, approached upon noticing Lin Feng's interest in the egg, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. He smiled and elaborated. The origin of this egg is quite fascinating. Over 50 years ago, an expedition team from our academy stumbled upon it in a forbidden zone known as the Dragon's Graveyard. At the time, we all believed it to be a dragon egg, causing quite a stir throughout the academy. However, despite exhausting various methods and resources, we were unable to hatch it successfully. It has remained in its current state, neither alive nor dead, akin to a mere stone. Over time, interest waned, and it was deemed a lifeless artifact, left here as a mere decoration. Upon hearing Luo Chen's explanation, a tumult of emotions surged within Lin Feng. An egg discovered in the dragon's graveyard? Possibly a dragon egg? His heart ignited with fervor. He immediately employed the divine hint on the egg. Divine hint. This is a chaos dragon egg, tainted with the contrasting bloodlines of abyssal dragon and holy light dragon. Divine hint. Due to the imbalance of light and dark forces within, it remains in a state of self-imposed stasis, impervious to conventional hatching methods. Divine hint. The chaos power contained within the chaos soil you recently acquired is the key to harmonizing these two forces. By burying the dragon egg within the chaos soil and nurturing it with your own mental energy, there exists a significant possibility of successful hatching. Divine hint. Upon successful hatching, you may acquire a chaos wormling, a dragon possessing both light and dark forms, brimming with untold potential. A chaos dragon egg. A chaos wormling. As Lin Feng absorbed the lines of golden text, his breath quickened yet again. A dragon. A legendary creature perched atop the food chain in this world. And now, he had a chance to acquire a wormling of infinite potential as his summoning companion. Such temptation, not even a deity could resist. This is it. Lin Feng's heart resolved instantly. He raised his head, donning an expression of delight for the peculiar, and declared to Vice Dean Luo Chun, Dean, I choose this egg as my third reward. I feel a profound connection to it. Chapter 50, Returning with Abundance, the Academy life begins. You choose this egg? Upon hearing Lin Feng's final choice, Vice Dean Luo Chen's face displayed unmistakable astonishment. He clearly did not anticipate Lin Feng to forego the plethora of powerful epic equipment and rare skill tomes in favor of an egg deemed lifeless by the Academy, seemingly devoid of value. Lin Feng, are you certain? Luo Chun felt compelled to confirm once more, his tone laced with confusion and regret. This egg has been under study for decades. It truly cannot be hatched. Choosing it equates to squandering a precious reward opportunity. From his perspective, Lin Feng's decision appeared exceedingly unwise and capricious. Yet, Lin Feng's resolve remained unwavering. He met Luo Chun's gaze with utmost seriousness and nodded emphatically. I am certain. Dean, I choose it. He was acutely aware of how foolish this choice might seem to others. However, he alone understood the truth. This was not a lifeless egg. It was the harbinger of a future filled with infinite possibilities and a divine companion. The potential value of this Chaos Dragon egg surpasses that of all the treasures combined in the vault by 100-fold, even 1,000-fold. Observing Lin Feng's unwavering resolve, Luo Chun refrained from further objections. After all, the rules were set by himself, allowing Lin Feng to select 3 items at will. He could only sigh helplessly within, acknowledging that the thoughts of a genius indeed diverge from the ordinary. Very well, since you have made your decision. Luo Chun nodded, a warm smile gracing his face. Then this egg shall belong to you. I hope it truly brings you the fortune you speak of. Thank you, Dean. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude once more. He then carefully placed the wooden box containing the Chaos Dragon egg into his backpack. Thus, the trio of rewards from the Apocalypse Academy's vault had been entirely selected. Epic set, Starry Bard. Mythical material, Chaos Soil. Special item, Chaos Dragon egg. It could be said that Lin Feng's expedition to the vault yielded rewards far beyond anyone's imagination. He felt akin to a fortunate winner of a lottery worth billions, his entire being buoyed by overwhelming exhilaration. All right, Lin Feng, the rewards have been chosen, Luo Chun remarked, observing the contentment radiating from Lin Feng. Next, allow me to introduce you to your new home within the Academy. Certainly, thank you, Dean, Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. He then followed Luo Chun, departing from the treasure-laden vault. Under Luo Chun's personal guidance, Lin Feng began to explore the vast expanse of the Apocalypse Academy, reminiscent of a mythical wonderland. They traversed the Truth Plaza, capable of accommodating 100,000 students simultaneously, past the Forbidden Library, housing the entirety of the world's knowledge, and glimpsed various uniquely styled training grounds tailored for students of different professions. Along the way, they encountered numerous upperclassmen diligently engaged in their studies. Upon witnessing the esteemed Vice Dean Luo Chun personally escorting an unfamiliar freshman around the campus, the proud and ambitious students displayed expressions of sheer astonishment and curiosity. They paused, whispering amongst themselves, pointing at Lin Feng. Look, it's Vice Dean Luo Chun. He's personally guiding a new student. My goodness, who is this newcomer? He must be quite exceptional. Could he possibly be the legendary top special enrollment student, a once-in-a-century talent? In an instant, Lin Feng's presence stirred a considerable commotion throughout the academy. His name, alongside the enigma of his status as the top special enrollment student, began to spread rapidly within the academy's internal forum and among the students. It was foreseeable that for a considerable time to come, he would become the focus of attention at the Apocalypse Academy. Throughout it all, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. He did not allow the newfound fame to inflate his ego. His thoughts were entirely consumed by how to incubate his precious dragon egg and how to utilize the mystical Chaos Soil. Eventually, after touring a significant portion of the campus, Luo Chun led Lin Feng to a quaint villa situated by the picturesque Moon God Lake, the most scenic spot in the academy. Lin Feng, this will be your dormitory during your time here, Luo Chun said, gesturing to the exquisitely decorated, elegantly situated 2-story villa. As the top special enrollment student, you will enjoy an independent living space and the highest level of logistical support. A dedicated robot will take care of your daily needs. All you need to do is focus on your studies and training. As Lin Feng beheld the dormitory, comparable to a 5-star resort, he once more felt the joy that came with privilege. Thank you, Dean. I am very satisfied. Ah, that's wonderful, Luo Chun nodded. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Here is your student card, which contains a map of the academy and various functional introductions for you to familiarize yourself with at your leisure. Should you require anything, you may contact me at any time using this card. With that, Luo Chun handed Lin Feng a golden student card and gracefully departed. Holding the student card, Lin Feng opened the villa's door. A refreshing breeze, imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, greeted him. Stepping inside, he admired the spacious living room, the soft sofa, and the array of technologically advanced furnishings. A genuine smile of contentment spread across his face. From this day forth, this would be his new home. He sank heavily onto the plush sofa in the living room, feeling every cell in his body relax. A new city, a new identity, a new home. A brand new life within the academy, brimming with infinite possibilities, slowly unfolded before him. The first task at hand was, Lin Feng's eyes shimmered with fervent determination. He carefully retrieved the wooden box containing the Chaos Soil and Chaos Dragon Egg from his backpack. It was time to embark on his grand creation. Chapter 51. The Marvelous Uses of Chaos Soil and the Incubation of the Dragon Egg. Lin Feng gently placed the ancient wooden box in the center of the living room on a tea table crafted from precious wood. Sitting on the soft carpet, he inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart, which was aflame with excitement. Only then did he cautiously open the box's lid. Within lay two items that would shape his future, a seemingly inconspicuous lump of black, Chaos Soil, and a pitch-black, Chaos Dragon Egg, adorned with mystical dark golden patterns. Lin Feng's gaze first settled on the Chaos Soil. According to the Divine Hint description, this mud possessed the potential to facilitate the infinite evolution of any being and was the sole key to incubating the dragon egg. How should it be used? Lin Feng pondered, glancing at the mud with uncertainty. Surely, he couldn't simply allow his slimes to consume it? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a divine hint appeared. Chaos Soil, the source of all things, does not require consumption. You simply need to place it within your summoning space. And the chaotic energy it emits will subtly transform and elevate the essence of all your summoned creatures, laying the most solid foundation for their future infinite evolution. Summoning space? Lin Feng paused, having never heard that term before. However, he quickly deduced that the summoning space referred to the mysterious dimension where his unsummoned companions resided. The implication of the divine hint was clear. He merely needed to toss the lump of soil into that space. This seems too simple, doesn't it? With a heart full of curiosity, Lin Feng extended his hand to touch the chaotic soil. In his mind, he silently intoned, "Withdraw." Buzz. In the next moment, an extraordinary event unfolded. That piece of black mud transformed into a radiant stream of light, vanishing from his palm. Simultaneously, through the mental link, Lin Feng distinctly beheld his mysterious, singular summoning space. It appeared as a nebulous realm, akin to chaos yet to be born. His fire element slime, wind element slime, and frost slime king were all present, leisurely awaiting. Just moments ago, the chaotic soil had appeared out of thin air at the heart of this space. It floated silently, emanating wisps of nearly invisible, grayish chaotic energy. This chaotic essence, seemingly alive, gently drifted towards the three slimes, who were curiously observing their new neighbor, and silently merged into their bodies. Gurgle? The three slimes swayed comfortably. They felt their souls being tenderly cleansed by a warm spring, becoming increasingly pure and substantial. Although their attributes and levels remained unchanged, Lin Feng could clearly sense that their potential and essence were undergoing a profound, earth-shattering transformation. Ding! Your summoned fire element slime has been nourished by chaotic energy, with a significant enhancement in soul potential. Ding! Your summoned wind element slime has been nourished by chaotic energy, with a significant enhancement in soul potential. Ding! Your summoned frost slime king has been nourished by chaotic energy, with a significant enhancement in soul potential. Success! Witnessing this scene, Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. He realized that he had laid the most perfect and solid foundation for his future divine legion. Having dealt with the chaotic soil, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the final treasure within the wooden box, the chaotic dragon egg. Now, everything was ready. All that remained was to incubate it. He glanced once more at the divine prompt. Divine prompt. Bury the dragon egg in the chaotic soil and nurture it with your mental energy for a high probability of successful hatching. Bury it in the chaotic soil? Lin Feng looked at the clump of mud he had tossed into the summoning space, pondering once again. How could he bury something that was merely a floating clod of earth? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the divine prompt provided a thoughtful solution. Divine prompt. You can reshape the chaotic soil in your summoning space while using your thoughts. Is it possible to do that? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He immediately closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness entirely within the mysterious summoning space. He gazed at the floating, chaotic soil, and then issued a mental command. Transform into a flowerpot shape. Buzz. A miraculous scene unfolded once more. The black mud began to writhe and reshape itself as if it were living modeling clay. Within mere seconds, it had transformed into a beautifully crafted, ancient black flowerpot, gently settling onto the ground of the summoning space. How convenient. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel again. He felt as though his summoning space resembled a personal farm, with the chaotic soil being the divine field capable of yielding any miracle. Once the flowerpot was prepared, Lin Feng opened his eyes. He cautiously extended his hand and delicately lifted the chaotic dragon egg from the wooden box. Then, as he had done with the mud, he silently intoned, "Withdraw." In the next moment, the dragon egg transformed into a stream of light, disappearing from his palm. When Lin Feng looked again at his summoning space, he discovered that the dragon egg had securely nestled into the black flowerpot made from the chaotic soil, buried halfway in the soft earth, leaving only the small, dark golden patterned tip exposed. Now, the final step, nurturing with mental energy. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the carpet, closed his eyes, and began to channel his vast mental energy into the dragon egg like gentle streams flowing steadily. This would be a long process requiring patience. However, Lin Feng was in no rush. He understood that every great life requires ample nurturing and waiting before its birth. He had a premonition that when this dragon egg finally hatched, the entire world would tremble in response. Chapter 52, The First Day of Academy Life, Library. After carefully nurturing the chaotic dragon egg, with his mental energy for about an hour, Lin Feng decided to temporarily pause this incubation process. He could sense that the dragon egg was voraciously absorbing his mental energy like a bottomless pit. Although with his current mental attribute of 100 points and a mana limit of 2,000 points, this consumption was negligible. The divine prompt had also informed him that hatching the dragon egg was a slow endeavor that could not be rushed. He only needed to persist in nurturing for an hour or two each day, allowing the miraculous power of the chaotic soil to gradually foster it. Haste makes waste. He would take his time. Lin Feng stood up, stretching his somewhat numb legs. He glanced out the window. It was still early. He couldn't possibly waste the first day of his academy life entirely on hatching a dragon egg, could he? After some contemplation, he resolved to take a stroll, familiarizing himself with the place where he would reside for a considerable time. Additionally, he intended to pursue the original goal that had prompted his decision to join the academy, to visit the Forbidden Library and seek the ancient tome that recorded the ultimate evolutionary form of slimes. Lin Feng retrieved his golden, Supreme Dragon card, student ID. He infused it with his mental energy, and instantly, an incredibly detailed, three-dimensional holographic map of Apocalypse Academy projected into the air before him. Each building and pathway was clearly marked on the map. Lin Feng swiftly located the iconic structure labeled as the Forbidden Library. It was situated at the heart of the academy, resembling a grand edifice akin to an ancient Greek temple. All right, off to this destination. Lin Feng confirmed his goal, then stored the map and exited his quaint villa. The afternoon sun warmed his skin, creating a pleasant sensation. The scenery by Moonlight Lake was indeed breathtaking, with a few elegant white swans frolicking on the gently rippling surface of the lake. On the verdant meadow by the lakeside, a plethora of unknown, vividly colored blossoms flourished. Lin Feng strolled along the lakeside path, unhurriedly making his way towards the library. Along the way, he encountered numerous students from the academy. Upon recognizing Lin Feng as the esteemed chief special recruit personally received by the vice president, they halted in their tracks, casting curious, awestruck, and slightly probing glances his way. A few audacious young women, upon catching sight of Lin Feng's handsome visage, could not suppress soft gasps, their cheeks flushing a delicate hue. Lin Feng, well accustomed to such penetrating stares, maintained his composure, walking past the gathering crowd with an air of tranquility. His demeanor, marked by an unflappable grace, elicited silent admiration from the students. Truly, as the chief special recruit, his aura was unparalleled. Indeed, to remain unfazed under such scrutiny was a testament to a character beyond their own. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng's thoughts wandered. Thank goodness I donned new attire today, and my hairstyle remains intact. I wonder if that senior who sneakily photographed me applied any beautifying filters. After a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes, a grand edifice constructed of pure white stone, exuding an air of sanctity and solemnity, came into view. At the entrance stood two imposing owlstone sculptures, symbols of wisdom and knowledge. Above the entryway, inscribed in ancient script, were the four characters, Forbidden Library. This was the sacred sanctuary of knowledge for the entire Apocalypse Academy, and indeed for the human realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng ascended the long staircase. At the entrance, a drowsy-looking librarian clad in a gray robe stood, seemingly on the brink of slumber. As Lin Feng approached, the old man did not lift his eyelids, merely extending a hand in a languid gesture. Student card, he rasped, his voice dry and hoarse, reminiscent of a long-neglected machine. Complying, Lin Feng presented his golden student card. Upon the librarian's hand brushing against the softly glowing card, his previously drowsy eyes snapped wide open, a sharp glint sharper than that of a hawk flashing through his murky gaze. He scrutinized Lin Feng from head to toe with an expression of astonishment and appraisal. After a moment, he slowly nodded and returned the card to Lin Feng. You may enter, he intoned, his voice still gravelly but now tinged with an imperceptible gravity. Remember, the library comprises 5 levels. With your card, you may freely access any area within the first 4 levels. However, the 5th level is off limits. Without a handwritten decree from the dean, no one may enter. With that, he dismissed Lin Feng, closing his eyes once more, reverting to his previous lethargic demeanor. Lin Feng regarded the seemingly ordinary, yet deeply enigmatic librarian with a sense of trepidation. He understood that such a humble custodian often harbored the most formidable presence. Without uttering another word, he nodded and pushed open the heavy oak door, stepping into this ocean of knowledge. As Lin Feng crossed the threshold into the Forbidden Library, he was instantly captivated by the breathtaking scene before him. It was an unimaginably vast circular space, filled with towering bookshelves that rose like a dense forest, stretching from the ground to an incomprehensibly high ceiling. Each shelf was crammed with a myriad of books, varying in thickness and size. The air was infused with an ancient aroma, a unique blend of parchment and ink. Sunlight streamed through the enormous stained glass windows above, casting vibrant beams of color that illuminated this sanctuary of knowledge, imbuing it with a sacred and serene ambience. The silence was profound, broken only by the faint sound of his own breathing and the occasional rustle of turning pages in the distance. A few students in academy uniforms were scattered among the shelves or seated in the reading areas by the windows, wholly engrossed in their pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 53, The Ancient Tome, The Path of Ultimate Evolution. No one spoke loudly. Everyone held a deep-seated reverence for this place. Lin Feng, too, was moved by the atmosphere. Subconsciously softening his footsteps, gazing at the vast sea of books, he felt momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. Fortunately, he possessed the Divine Hint. Divine Hint, the ancient tome detailing the ultimate evolution form of slimes, the Book of Origins, is housed on the third floor of the library, in the Ancient Creatures section, located on shelf A73, at the very top. His objective became clear in an instant. Lin Feng did not linger on the first floor, but made his way directly to the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. Ascending, he found the second floor dedicated to tomes on various vocational skills and combat techniques, while the third floor housed documents concerning various magical creatures, races, and historical geography. Upon arriving at the Ancient Creatures section on the third floor, Lin Feng noted a stark reduction in the number of students. The tomes here were predominantly ancient and obscure, chronicling beings long extinct or existing solely in myth. For many of the practical-minded students, delving into such ethereal subjects paled in comparison to acquiring practical combat skills on the second floor. Thus, the entire area felt rather desolate. Following the hint, Lin Feng swiftly located the towering bookshelf designated A73. He glanced upward to see the shelf, towering over 10 meters high, resembling a mountain constructed of books. The tome he sought, the Book of Origins, lay nestled at the pinnacle of this literary peak. How could he possibly reach such heights? Lin Feng gazed at the smooth shelf, pondering his predicament. Just then, Divine Hint. Beside the bookshelf, there is a levitation spell scroll designed for students retrieving high-level tomes. Lin Feng turned his head to discover a rolled parchment emanating a faint magical aura on a nearby pedestal. Approaching, he seized the scroll and, following the instructions, infused it with a modicum of mana. Buzz. A gentle current of wind elemental energy enveloped him, and his body began to float effortlessly, akin to a weightless balloon. How convenient. Lin Feng, filled with admiration, controlled his body and leisurely ascended to the topmost shelf of the bookcase. Soon, he arrived at the pinnacle, where he beheld a tome of considerable antiquity, its cover crafted from an unknown, coarse beast hide. Dust had settled upon its surface, indicating it had not been disturbed for an extensive period. Inscribed upon the cover in an ancient script, resembling tadpoles, was a title he could not comprehend. Yet, Lin Feng instinctively recognized that this was precisely what he had been seeking, the Book of Origins. He extended his hand, gingerly retrieving this ancient volume, which bore the weight of the future of the slime race, from the shelf. With careful control, he descended back to the ground, seeking a vacant reading nook by the window. There, with a sense of reverence akin to a pilgrimage, he gently blew away the dust from the cover. With a slow, deliberate motion, he turned to the first page of the tome. System notification. You are reading the ancient unique manuscript, the Book of Origins. As this book is written in the language of the gods, the system will automatically translate it for you, accompanied by this considerate system prompt. The once inscrutable tadpole script upon the pages began to morph rapidly, reshaping into lines of text that Lin Feng could comprehend. In the primordial dawn, before the separation of chaos, the world was composed of the most pure elements, and the slime, seemingly the most diminutive and inconspicuous of creatures, is, in fact, the miraculous creation closest to the elemental source of this world. They possess infinite plasticity and boundless potential for evolution. When a slime harmonizes the 9 foundational elemental powers, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, achieving perfect equilibrium, it shall encounter the ultimate and most glorious evolution. It will return to its essence, shedding the ornate vestiges of all elements, reverting to its most primal and powerful form. Chaos Slime. Chaos Slime. Level the sole, true deity governing the origin and end of all things. As Lin Feng read the final line on the page, detailing the Chaos Slime in a manner both simplistic and overwhelmingly authoritative, his breath caught once more, utterly suspended. A monumental wave of emotions surged within him. Chaos Slime. The only true deity. Was this the ultimate and most resplendent path of evolution for his legion of slimes? Sitting in the serene library, cradling the ancient Book of Origins, he lingered on the page, his mind echoing with those potent phrases. Chaos Slime. The only true deity. The magnitude of this revelation was staggering. Although he had previously been aware that, with the aid of the Chaos Expanse, his slimes possessed limitless potential for evolution, he had never fathomed that this so-called infinity culminated in divinity. Moreover, the title of the only true deity sounded even more formidable than his own status as a god-tier summoner, gathering the 9 foundational elemental powers. Lin Feng pondered the evolution conditions inscribed in the book, absent-mindedly stroking his chin. Presently, he had 3 elemental slimes: the fire elemental slime, representing fire, the wind elemental slime, representing wind, and the frost slime king, representing water, ice. This left him in need of the remaining 6 attributes: metal, wood, earth, thunder, light, and darkness. A daunting task indeed. He reflected on the challenge ahead. Acquiring these remaining elemental slimes would not be a simple endeavor. He would need to seek out various treasures imbued with elemental powers and nurture them into evolution, just as he had done with the wind elemental slime. Chapter 54. Defining goals and commencing leveling up. This would be an immense undertaking. Yet, rather than feeling daunted or retreating, Lin Feng was filled with an unprecedented, boundless motivation and anticipation, for he had glimpsed a remarkably clear path leading to the pinnacle. If he could successfully gather all 9 elemental slimes, he would, with his own hands, forge a true deity, a devoted servant of the divine, answering solely to him. At that moment, not merely the humble city of Apocalypse, but perhaps the entire world would tremble beneath him and his legion of divine beings. Excellent. The goal was firmly established. A fierce determination ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He carefully closed the Book of Origins, which had illuminated his future, and returned it to its rightful place. Turning away, he departed from the library, which had yielded him such profound insights. His mind was now singularly focused on one objective: leveling up, slaying monsters, seeking new materials for evolution. He was eager to elevate his power swiftly, for he understood that only by increasing his level and strength could he challenge higher-level dungeons, confront more formidable monsters, and acquire rare treasures infused with various elemental powers. Upon leaving the library, Lin Feng refrained from meandering through the academy and instead returned directly to his quaint villa by the Moon Goddess Lake. He needed to prepare thoroughly for his impending rigorous leveling journey. First and foremost, it was time for an upgrade in equipment. He retrieved the pristine epic grade set, Star Collar, obtained from the Academy's treasury, from his backpack. He then discarded the bronze grade Slime King's garb and plain trousers and shoes he had worn for several days. As he donned the shimmering silver robe radiating a faint starlight, his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The once unassuming boy next door now exuded an air of mystery, elegance, and nobility, akin to a regal star mage traversing the mortal realm. Of course, the changes extended beyond mere appearance. Ding. You have equipped the Star Collar robe, epic grade. Ding. You have equipped the Star Collar crown, epic grade. Ding. You have equipped the Star Collar boots, epic grade. Ding. You have activated the set effect, Star Blessing. Star Blessing. Passive, your skill cooldowns are reduced by 20, and mana consumption is lowered by 20. Lin Feng glanced at his newly updated attribute panel, nodding in satisfaction. Upon donning this epic set of equipment, his attributes experienced a tremendous leap. Particularly, his defense and health no longer resembled those of a frail magic user. They even surpassed that of several warriors of the same level. Moreover, the set S effect of reducing cooldowns and consumption could only be described as divine. This meant that he could summon his minions to unleash their formidable skills with far greater frequency in the future. Having secured his gear, Lin Feng summoned all his various minions. His second task was to feed them. In previous dungeons, he had collected an abundance of materials from a variety of monsters. For instance, goblin pickaxes, fishman scales, and flower spirits vines. While these items might appear to other players as mere trash to be sold for a pittance, to Lin Feng, they were invaluable resources, delectable provisions for his summons. Come, don't be shy, feast at your leisure. Lin Feng scattered the assorted materials from his backpack across the living room floor, gesturing grandly like a benevolent landlord to his 3 companions. Gooey, squee, ding. The 3 slimes, upon seeing the bounty of food, emitted joyful cries. They rushed forward, indulging themselves heartily. Ding. Your summoned fire elemental slime has consumed a goblin pickaxe, permanently increasing attack by 1. Ding. Your summoned wind elemental slime has consumed fishman scales, permanently increasing agility by 1. Ding. Your summoned frost slime king has consumed flower spirit vines, permanently increasing health by 10. Ding. A continuous stream of system notifications flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Although each attribute enhancement was minuscule, he believed that through perseverance in nurturing his summons in this manner, their foundational attributes would eventually escalate to a level that would instill fear in all. With everything prepared, Lin Feng gazed at his 3 companions, joyfully feasting, a confident glimmer in his eyes. He opened the dungeon list for Apocalypse City, beginning his search for the next target to conquer. His gaze bypassed the low-level dungeons of levels 10 and 15, directly honing in on the level 20 area. He intended to challenge himself beyond his current capabilities. Only through such ambitious endeavors could he procure the maximum experience points in the shortest possible time. Before long, a name captured his attention. Dungeon name, Wailing Cave. Recommended level, 20 to 25. Upon laying his eyes on this dungeon's name, a spark of interest illuminated Lin Feng's face. The Wailing Cave was renowned within Apocalypse City, not for its difficulty or the quality of its loot, but rather for the sheer number of monsters it harbored. According to guides on the forum, the Wailing Cave was an immense, labyrinthine underground cavern teeming with thousands of creatures known as burrowers. Individually, these burrowers were not particularly strong. However, they possessed a rather troublesome trait. They thrived in groups and displayed remarkable solidarity. Once a player provoked one, it would often result in a hornet's nest scenario, eliciting a relentless swarm of burrowers determined to attack. Many teams lacking adequate equipment and skills would find themselves overwhelmed and forced to retreat in disarray. Thus, this dungeon had earned the nickname Newcomer Deterrent Cave among players in Apocalypse City. Yet, what others deemed a flaw, Lin Feng perceived as a significant advantage. Numerous monsters? Prone to mobbing? This was simply splendid. For someone like Lin Feng, endowed with powerful area of effect skills, the greater the number of monsters, the higher his efficiency in farming them would be. Consequently, the experience points he could amass would also multiply. What was a nightmare dungeon for others was, for him, a veritable paradise for leveling up. Alright, it's settled. Lin Feng resolutely determined his next objective. He would venture into the Wailing Cave, a place that struck fear into the hearts of countless newcomers. Here, he would embark on his first frenzied leveling journey after entering the main city. Early the following morning, Lin Feng energetically departed from his comfortable villa. Rather than heading directly to the dungeon, he first visited the logistics department of the academy. As the chief special recruit, he was entitled to receive a monthly supply of top-tier consumables provided by the academy, such as various potions that instantly restored health and mana, as well as powerful scrolls and food that temporarily enhanced his attributes. Adhering to the principle of not passing up free resources, he collected all his allocations for the month, filling his backpack to the brim. Although, given his current strength, the likelihood of utilizing these items was slim, being prepared was always prudent. After completing this task, he made his way to the teleportation square in Apocalypse City. He located the teleportation array leading to the Wailing Cave dungeon area. Upon seeing a level 10 novice like Lin Feng intending to challenge a level 20 dungeon, the NPC responsible for teleportation displayed an expression of astonishment and concern akin to that of the previous NPCs. He kindly cautioned Lin Feng several times not to be overly ambitious and to avoid such foolish endeavors of challenging higher-level content. However, Lin Feng simply smiled and graciously declined his advice. Then, with the NPC watching on with a look of regret, as if another overly ambitious prodigy was destined to fall, he resolutely stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of bright light, the scene before Lin Feng transformed. A chill, damp air, laced with a hint of decay, invaded his nostrils. He found himself standing at the entrance of an enormous, pitch-black cave. Inside, jagged rocks and upside-down stalactites loomed ominously, while droplets of water occasionally fell from above, creating a rhythmic ticking sound that echoed eerily in the silence. In the distance, deep within the cave, a series of haunting wails reminiscent of ghostly cries sent shivers down his spine. This was indeed the Wailing Cave. Lin Feng felt no tension. Rather, he calmly summoned his 3 colossal slimes. The fire elemental slime, radiating a searing heat, the wind elemental slime, enveloped in a gentle breeze, and the frost slime king, exuding an aura of regality. 3 formidable companions emerged, dispelling the surrounding chill with their presence. System alert. The Wailing Cave features a complex terrain with numerous forks. Full map navigation mode has been automatically activated for your convenience. System alert. The precise locations of all troglodyte tribes on this map have been marked for you. The familiar navigation system was once again at his disposal. Lin Feng gazed at the impeccably clear 3D map within his sight, a confident smile gracing his face. All right, my little ones. A grand feast awaits us, he commanded his 3 companions. Our target lies 300 meters ahead, the first troglodyte tribe. Flatten it for me. Gurgle. Whoosh. Ding. The 3 slimes simultaneously roared with battle spirit. In an instant, they transformed into 3 streaks of vibrant light, akin to unstoppable heavy tanks, charging resolutely into the depths of the cave. Chapter 56. Upgrade Paradise, the Deluge of Experience. Lin Feng followed closely behind his 3 companions, proceeding leisurely into the cave's depths. His steps were as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Soon, they arrived at the location of the first troglodyte tribe marked on the map. It was a relatively spacious underground cavern. Within it, numerous rudimentary nests constructed from stones and beast bones were haphazardly assembled. Hundreds of hunched, pallid creatures with vestigial eyes, resembling humanoid moles, scurried about among the nests. They were the indigenous inhabitants of the Wailing Cave, the troglodytes. Monster, troglodyte laborer. Level, 20. Health points, 1000. Monster, troglodyte warrior. Level, 21. Health points, 1200. The levels of these creatures were predominantly above level 20. For a level 10 Lin Feng, this represented a substantial level disparity of 10 levels. Any ordinary level 10 player would likely flee in terror at the mere gaze of these monsters, let alone engage them in combat. However, Lin Feng's expression revealed no signs of anxiety. His gaze was calm and indifferent. He regarded the dense mass of creatures before him as one would view a ripe field of wheat, waiting patiently for harvest. Commence, he instructed via mental link, delivering a clear and concise command. This order was akin to pressing the start button on a bulldozer. Instantly, the three eager slimes surged into action. Leading the charge was none other than the Frost Slime King, the undisputed vanguard. With a mighty step, its colossal form composed of profound ice advanced forward. Ice Age. A palpable wave of blue-white frost surged forth, a terrifying shockwave that swept across the entire troglodyte tribe like a flood unleashed. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the cavern floor was blanketed in a thick layer of chilling, glacial ice. The troglodytes, who had just noticed the intruders and were preparing to sound the alarm and grasp their weapons, found their movements frozen in time. Their faces bore expressions of shock and anger, yet their bodies were completely encased in a thick layer of ice from head to toe. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling troglodyte tribe transformed into a desolate realm of ice sculptures. Hundreds of troglodytes, without exception, were rendered into lifelike ice figures, motionless in their places. Deep freeze. A powerful control effect lasting 5 seconds, utterly unresisting. And this was merely the beginning. At the very moment when all the troglodytes found themselves in a state of helplessness, Lin Feng's other two companions unleashed their devastating attacks. Gurgle, the fire elemental slime, with its magma-like form, erupted into a tumultuous roll. Massive fireballs, ablaze with ferocious flames, soared like costless projectiles, trailing long tails of fire, crashing mercilessly into the dense throng of ice sculptures. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions reverberated throughout the cave. The searing flames clashed with the frigid ice, staging a magnificent ballet of ice and fire within this diminutive cavern. 305, 288, 455, critical hit, 312, countless vivid. Alarming damage numbers surged forth like a waterfall from the heads of the frozen troglodytes. Their health points dwindled swiftly under the torrential assault of flames. Meanwhile, the wind elemental slime transformed into a cerulean phantom, darting through the ranks of ice sculptures like a wraith. With each movement, it summoned numerous sharp, wind blades. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. A relentless storm of translucent blades whirled, precisely harvesting those unfortunate remnants that survived the fiery bombardment. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 155, 148, 162. Icebound control. Fiery bombardment. Wind blade harvest. Lin Feng's three summoned allies operated with flawless coordination, reminiscent of a well-trained, remarkably efficient killing machine. The hapless troglodytes, from the onset of battle to its conclusion, were afforded no opportunity to even twitch a finger, let alone issue a cry of despair. Within that 5 seconds of deep freeze, they were brutally reduced from full health to none. When the icebound effect finally lifted, what awaited them was not freedom, but death. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the hundreds of ice sculptures simultaneously fractured, transforming into a cascade of white light that gently dispersed into the air. The cavern returned to a tranquil state, as if the vibrant lives that once thrived within had never existed. All that remained were glistening spoils of war and an unprecedented, terrifying deluge of experience points. Ding. Your summoned creature has slain a level 20 troglodyte laborer. You have gained 500 experience points. Ding. Your summoned creature has slain a level 21 troglodyte warrior. You have gained 550 experience points. Ding. A flurry of system notifications erupted before Lin Feng's eyes, frantically cascading across the screen. His experience bar, in that fleeting moment, soared upwards with the velocity of a rocket, ascending dramatically at a speed so exaggerated it was almost visible to the naked eye. Lin Feng gazed at his rapidly increasing experience bar, a radiant and genuine smile blossoming on his face. He knew he had arrived at the right place. This was his paradise. Chapter 57. Leveling up is like riding a rocket. Lin Feng stood amidst the chaos of the cavern, his spirits soaring high. Observing the significant leap in his experience bar felt akin to quenching a parched throat with a chilled cola on a sweltering summer day, refreshing him from head to toe. This sensation was simply exquisite. Indeed, battling enemies beyond his level was the fastest way to gain experience, especially when such encounters turned into a one-sided mowing down of foes. The joy was magnified manifold. It was time to clean up the battlefield. Lin Feng was in excellent spirits. With a leisurely gait, he strolled into the now deserted cave dweller village and began, like a diligent farmer in a bountiful field, to reap the fruits of his labor. The items dropped by these level 20 cave dwellers were evidently superior to those from the novice village monsters, while most were merely scattered copper and silver coins. He occasionally stumbled upon bronze-grade equipment and materials of decent quality. Cave dwellers, sharp fong. Common material can be used to craft low-level alchemical potions. Coarse leather armor, whiteboard. Rusted iron axe, whiteboard. Lin Feng was unyielding in his quest, adhering to the principle of not overlooking a single copper coin, collecting every gleaming object on the ground into his backpack. Although he deemed these items as mere trash, after all, even the smallest mosquito is meat. Little by little, they would accumulate, allowing him to exchange them for a fair sum in the city. It took him several minutes to thoroughly clear the spoils of the battlefield. After completing this task, he once again opened his holographic map, seeking his next target. Divine hint. To your southeast, 500 meters away, lies a larger cave dweller village. Home to approximately 500 cave dwellers, guarded by a level 25 elite cave dweller overseer. Oh, a larger scale? And an elite monster? Lin Feng's eyes brightened at this notification. This was fantastic news for him. The greater the number and scale of monsters, the more experience he could acquire. Excellent. Off he went. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng immediately set his sights on his next destination. Accompanied by his trio of slime companions, he marched boldly towards the marked location on the map. Half an hour later, as Lin Feng exited another cavern adorned with ice sculptures, his face bore a grin so wide it could hardly contain his joy. Another wave of substantial experience points had been secured. He felt he was drawing ever closer to leveling up. Thus, like an indefatigable perpetual motion machine, Lin Feng commenced a thorough sweep of the immense, labyrinthine wailing cavern. Under the guidance of his divine hint, no hidden cave dweller village could escape his notice. And for any cave dweller village that fell under his gaze, their fate was sealed. They would be frozen into ice sculptures amidst overwhelming cold and fear, then utterly obliterated by raging flames and razor-sharp wind blades. The entire wailing cavern transformed into Lin Feng's exclusive leveling arena. He reveled in the exhilarating thrill of mowing down foes, relishing the unparalleled joy of his experience soaring skyward. Time flew by amidst this monotonous, yet highly efficient monster grinding. Lin Feng even lost count of how many cave dweller villages he had cleared. All he knew was that his backpack was brimming with a plethora of junk materials and whiteboard equipment. He only understood that his level was escalating at a terrifying speed. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 11. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 12. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 13. The golden light of leveling up shone upon him as if it were free, illuminating him time and again. Each burst represented a significant advancement in his strength. He felt as though he had boarded a super rocket, racing towards higher levels at an unparalleled speed that left others in the dust. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, when Lin Feng transformed yet another cave dweller village into a display of ice sculptures, a series of even more resplendent upgrade notifications erupted around him. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 19. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 20. Level 20. In just a few hours, Lin Feng's level had surged from 10 to 20 with remarkable momentum. To level up 10 times in such a swift manner would undoubtedly astonish every player in the City of Apocalypse. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power within him, now several times greater than before. His face radiated with the joy of achievement. He glanced at his holographic map, realizing that he had nearly cleared all the cave dweller villages in the outer regions of the Wailing Cavern. Only the largest and final target remained, situated deep within the cavernous core. This was the lair of the ultimate boss of the dungeon, the level 28 Lord-level boss, the Cave Dweller Queen. Having cleared out all the minor foes, it was time to confront this dungeon's final boss. A confident light sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes as he gazed towards the deep crimson-marked area, brimming with a sense of danger. Accompanied by his three companions, Lin Feng slowly ventured deeper into the Wailing Cavern. The further he proceeded, the more ominous and eerie the surroundings became. Sticky, foul-smelling white spider webs began to appear on the cave walls. The air was filled with a wailing sound akin to the cries of the damned, growing clearer and more piercing. It was evident that he was drawing near to the boss's lair. Lin Feng maintained his calm and composed demeanor, even though he was about to face a level 28 Lord-level boss, a full 8 levels above him. Chapter 58, the final boss, no match for him. However, within Lin Feng's heart, there resided not a trace of anxiety. This was owing to his possession of the divine hint. Furthermore, he was accompanied by his trio of formidable slime behemoths, each having ascended to level 20. Notably, his trump card, the Frost Slime King, had, upon reaching level 20, attained attributes that could only be described as terrifying. Summon, Frost Slime King. Tier, Lord level. Level, 20. Health, 4,000. Attack power, 450. Defense, 300. Merely gazing upon this astronomical array of attributes was sufficient to instill despair and suffocation in any player of the same level. Lin Feng was even inclined to believe that with the current prowess of Little Ice, it could likely single-handedly confront the majority of level 30 and below boss-level adversaries. What then was a mere 28 level, Cave Queen worth? After traversing for approximately 10 minutes, Lin Feng found himself before an immensely vast cavern, reminiscent of an underground palace. Countless enormous stalactites, shimmering with an eerie phosphorescence, hung from the cavern's ceiling, casting an eerie pallor throughout the space. At the heart of the cavern lay a colossal nest, constructed from an abundance of bones and cobwebs. Looming above this nest was a grotesque creature, its lower half resembling that of a spider, while its upper half took the form of a human female, grotesquely bloated and resting there as if in slumber. Surrounding it were hundreds of royal guardian cave dwellers, each exceeding level 25. Monster, Cave Queen, Lord. Level, 28. Health, 50,000. 50,000 health points? It appears rather formidable. Lin Feng observed the gargantuan boss, stroking his chin, and offered an intrigued remark. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to his divine hint. As expected, all pertinent information and weaknesses regarding this boss were laid out before him with utmost clarity. Divine hint. The Cave Queen possesses exceptionally high toxin resistance and physical defense, but harbors a profound fear of fire and frost elemental attacks. Divine hint. Its abdomen is its most vulnerable weak point. Attacking this area inflicts triple critical damage. Divine hint. It spawns a batch of self-destructing spiders every 30 seconds, which must be prioritized for elimination. Fearful of fire and frost, a weakness in the abdomen, and it summons little spiders? Lin Feng's smile broadened as he perused the meticulously detailed hints. Was this not yet another gift of an easy question? Fearful of fire and frost. Apologies, but I happen to possess a fire turret and a frost monarch. A weakness in the abdomen? Regrettably, under my precise command, my summons can strike with pinpoint accuracy. Summoning little spiders? My wind element slime excels at dispatching such minions. One could say that the Cave Queen, from head to toe, was entirely countered by Lin Feng's team. This battle, before it had even commenced, bore no suspense whatsoever. All right, no more slumber, rise and meet your fate, Lin Feng murmured to the distant colossal boss. He then issued a command for an all-out assault to his three companions. Little Ice, as per usual, initiate the Ice Age control. Little Fire, once controlled, aim for its belly and unleash your most powerful fireball. Little Wind, be vigilant in clearing out those emerging little spiders. Do not let them approach. The commands were clear and precise. The three slimes, akin to finely tuned machines receiving orders, sprang into action. Buzz. A terrifying wave of frost surged forth, engulfing the entire cavern. The royal guardian cave dwellers, who had been on watch, were transformed into ice sculptures before they even had a chance to react. Even the Cave Queen, just awakening and preparing to unleash its wrath, found itself enveloped in a thick layer of frost, succumbing to a state of deep freeze lasting 5 seconds. In that fleeting moment of control, a colossal fireball, akin to a miniature sun and infused with the full might of the fire element slime, hurtled toward its target. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the underground palace. 5,580. Critical hit on weakness. An extraordinarily exaggerated and terrifying damage number erupted above the Cave Queen's head. Its health, a staggering 50,000 points, was mercilessly reduced by more than a tenth in that singular blow. A shrill and distorted scream erupted from the Cave Queen's mouth. Its bloated abdomen was blasted open, revealing a gaping, charred wound. Yet, its nightmare had only just begun. Frozen, Fireball, Ice Spike, Windblade, Lin Feng's three summons, like tireless war machines, unleashed their most potent firepower without reservation upon the hapless boss. 50,000 health points, though seemingly substantial, appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper against Lin Feng's impeccably countered strategy. In less than 2 minutes, accompanied by a final wail filled with reluctance and despair, the Cave Queen's massive form collapsed to the ground. Congratulations. You have successfully achieved the first kill of the 28-level Lord Boss, Cave Queen. You have gained a wealth of experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 21. Due to your perfect completion of the Whale Cave, below the recommended dungeon level, you have received a special reward of 5 skill points. The battle concluded. The level up was achieved. Additional skill points were earned. Lin Feng gazed upon the bountiful spoils before him, a radiant smile gracing his face. It was time to return triumphantly. He looked at the Cave Queen's enormous carcass, while the system prompts echoed in his ears, his heart brimming with joy at the harvest. From level 10 to 21. In less than a day, he accomplished what other prodigious players might require weeks, if not months, to achieve. Chapter 59. A triumphant return, skill upgrades. This rate of advancement felt akin to soaring aboard a divine vessel, astonishingly swift to the point of surrealism. 5 skill points. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the special reward notification. His eyes sparkled momentarily. Skill points were indeed a coveted boon. In this realm, practitioners had 2 methods to elevate their skills. The first, the most conventional, involved the continuous use of skills to enhance their proficiency. Once proficiency reaches its zenith, skills will automatically ascend to higher levels. While this method is undoubtedly reliable, it is also exceedingly time-consuming and labor-intensive, particularly in the later stages. The formidable skills may require thousands of repetitions to elevate by a single level, rendering the process dreadfully tedious. The alternative approach involves utilizing these exceedingly rare skill points to directly enhance skills. Just 1 skill point can instantly elevate a skill to level 1, disregarding any proficiency prerequisites. This method is undeniably straightforward and remarkably effective. However, the means of acquiring skill points are exceedingly scarce, typically only obtainable through the completion of exceptionally challenging trials or the unlocking of high-level hidden chests, with only a minuscule chance of success. Each point is incredibly precious. Yet, this time, Lin Feng has fortuitously acquired 5 points. This is undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. Which skill should he enhance? Lin Feng opened his skill panel, gazing at the formidable array of skills, and found himself enveloped in a delightful dilemma. His repertoire of skills was already quite extensive, comprising both those innate to his summons and those he had learned himself. For instance, the fire elemental slimes, Fireball, the wind elemental slimes, Windblade, the frost slime kings, Ice Age, and his own learned passive skills, Mana Pact and Summoning Pact. Each skill appeared to be a worthy investment. After careful contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately resolved to allocate all 5 precious skill points to the Summoning Pact skill. He understood clearly that for a summoner, what holds paramount importance is not the damage of individual summons nor the potency of singular skills, but rather the quantity. Quantity is the essence of everything. It is the cornerstone of the Legion strategy. The more companions he can summon, the more his combat prowess will escalate exponentially. Hence, enhancing the maximum limit of summoned entities through the Summoning Pact was undoubtedly his most cost-effective choice at this moment. It was settled. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng directed his thoughts to bestow those 5 radiant skill points upon the icon of Summoning Pact. Ding! Your skill, Summoning Pact, has been upgraded to LV2. Your maximum summon limit has increased to 1. Ding! Your skill, Summoning Pact, has been upgraded to LV3. Your maximum summon limit has increased to 1. Ding! A series of system notifications resonated in succession. Lin Feng could distinctly feel the bond between himself and the enigmatic summoning space expanding, growing ever more robust. After exhausting all 5 skill points, the Summoning Pact skill had successfully ascended from LV1 to LV6. Summoning Pact, LV6. Skill effect, passive. Your maximum summon limit is now 5. Originally, after acquiring this skill, Lin Feng's maximum summon limit stood at 112. Subsequently, through the God's Pact talent, his limit transformed to 5. The system defaults that the maximum number of summons for a summoner is determined by the higher of these 2 values. Now, with the elevation of Summoning Pact S-level, his maximum summon limit had burgeoned to 156, coupled with the fact that God's Pact itself allows for the summoning of 5 companions. Lin Feng meticulously examined the system's calculations. God's Pact determines the number of special companions he can possess, while Summoning Pact dictates the number of companions he can simultaneously summon to battle. This means that although he currently possesses the 3 elite slimes and the ancient tree of life, he can still summon an additional 2 ordinary entities by acquiring new summoning skills. A revelation dawned upon Lin Feng. His summon slots had become exceedingly abundant, enriching his tactical options for the future. Elated, he closed the skill panel, only to realize he had yet to attend to a significant matter: looting the corpse. With a light-hearted stride, he approached the colossal carcass of the Cave Queen. As a level 28 Lord-class boss, its loot did not disappoint Lin Feng. In addition to a plethora of gold and silver coins scattered about, 3 shimmering pieces of black iron-grade equipment lay quietly beside it, along with an unassuming, dull skill book. Lin Feng collected them one by one: black iron plate armor, black iron boots, and black iron helmet. All were pieces of heavy armor suitable for warriors, with commendable attributes, likely to fetch a good price upon return. He casually stowed them in his backpack, then turned his gaze to the seemingly insignificant skill book. Generally, skill books dropped by bosses are of notable quality. However, this particular tome lacked any radiance, appearing akin to a worthless whiteboard skill book. Curiosity piqued. Lin Feng examined its attributes, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Skill book, Summon Skeleton, Special. Learning requirements, Class, Summoner. Level 20, Skill effects. Consumes mana to summon a skeleton soldier from a corpse to fight for you. The summoned skeleton will inherit 30 of the attributes from the corpse's former life. Skill note: this is a skill capable of infinite growth. The more skeletons you summon, the higher your necromancer level will become, and the stronger your summoned skeletons will grow. Undead summoning. Lin Feng stared at the description of the skill book, utterly dumbfounded. Undead summoning. Gazing at the seemingly ordinary book in his hands, which contained an extraordinary introduction, he felt a surge of overwhelming excitement. This transcended the traditional boundaries of summoners. Chapter 60. Undead Summoning, a whole new system. His previous experiences, whether summoning slimes or rabbits, had all pertained to natural summoning, conjuring living beings. Yet, this Summon Skeleton skill had unveiled a gateway to an entirely new realm, the realm of the undead, summoning skeletal warriors to fight on his behalf. This concept reeked of malevolence and taboo. Nevertheless, it must be said that the potency of this skill is extraordinarily compelling. The ability to inherit 30 of the attributes from the corpse's former life. What does this imply? It means that the skeletons Lin Feng summons will no longer be the frail, attribute-fixed entities of yore. Their power will be solely contingent upon the materials from which they are summoned. If Lin Feng were to summon a skeleton using the corpse of an ordinary wild wolf, the result would likely be a rather unremarkable skeletal wolf. However, what if Lin Feng were to utilize the carcass of a colossal dragon for his summoning? In that case, he would conjure a terrifying bone dragon that inherits the formidable attributes of the dragon, boasting a staggering 30 attributes. The mere thought of that gargantuan bone dragon, shrouding the sky as it unleashes a torrent of deathly dragon breath upon his foes, ignited a fervent thrill within Lin Feng's veins. Moreover, this skill possesses the remarkable potential for infinite growth. The more skeletons he summons, the higher the level of his necromantic mastery, and consequently, the greater the strength of his skeletal minions. This presents an entirely novel and boundless system of troops. Elemental legions, a sea of the undead. Gazing at the 2 vacant summoning slots before him, Lin Feng glanced at the skill book in his possession, and a bold, audacious idea began to take shape in his mind. Why not embrace both? On one side, an elite squad comprised of various formidable elemental beings tasked with assaulting strongholds and vanquishing bosses. On the other, an endless tide of skeletal soldiers forming an ocean of the undead, adept at swarming smaller foes and executing overwhelming tactics. Elementals and the undead. Quality and quantity. Should he succeed in seamlessly merging these 2 distinctly different systems, how terrifying would he, as a supreme summoner, become? Ha ha ha, how utterly fascinating. The sheer excitement bubbling within Lin Feng reached a crescendo, prompting him to burst into laughter. He felt that the gameplay of his chosen profession was becoming increasingly intricate and enjoyable. Without hesitation, he chose to learn this skill book, which would unveil a new chapter in his journey. Ding! You have successfully learned the special skill, Summon Skeleton. The skill book transformed into a grayish light, imbued with the essence of death, and integrated into his being. In an instant, Lin Feng sensed a peculiar connection to death and souls manifesting within his spiritual realm. A brand new skill icon, radiating a ghostly glow, materialized in his skill bar. It bore the visage of a fearsome skull. Summon Skeleton, LV1. With the skill acquired, Lin Feng's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He could hardly contain his eagerness to find a corpse and test the potency of his newfound ability. And before him lay the massive remains of the cave dweller queen, a perfect specimen for his experimentation. An impish smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he extended his hand, aiming at the still warm carcass of the boss. He then unleashed his new skill. Arise, my loyal servant, he proclaimed, emulating the grandiose villains of stories past. A surge of gray, death-laden energy emanated from his palm, gradually infusing the corpse of the cave dweller queen. In the next moment, crack, crack, an unsettling sound of bones grinding echoed from the colossal body. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the once lifeless, bloated form of the cave dweller queen began to tremble violently. Its grotesque, bloodied body rapidly decayed, revealing a massive, sinister skeletal structure beneath. Ultimately, the enormous skeleton shakily rose to its feet. From its hollow eye sockets blazed 2 ethereal blue flames, symbolizing its very soul. A brand new, death-infused undead creature was born before Lin Feng's eyes. Cave Dweller Queen's remains, elite. Level, 28. Health, 15,000. Attack, 150. Defense, 100. Description: a powerful undead creature transformed from the corpse of the Cave Dweller Queen. It will be utterly loyal to its master. Upon scrutinizing the attributes of this skeletal queen, a satisfied smile graced Lin Feng's face once more. It had perfectly inherited the 30 attributes of the boss in life. Although it had lost the extravagant skills it once possessed, the sheer strength reflected in its formidable stats rendered it an exceedingly competent, frontline combatant. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded approvingly at the towering skeleton that now bowed before him. He felt himself increasingly embodying the essence of a great overlord. With everything in order, Lin Feng surveyed the dungeon that had been thoroughly drained of its value, stretching with a yawn. It was time to return, laden with spoils, and revel in the fruits of his victory. With a grand gesture, he summoned his 3 uniquely styled slime behemoths and the freshly minted, fearsome skeletal queen back into the summoning space. Then, humming a cheerful tune, he opened the dungeon panel and chose to exit. This venture into the Wailing Caverns had been nothing short of a perfect, bountiful dream journey. As Lin Feng's figure reappeared in the teleportation square of Apocalypse City, the day had shifted from the bright light of morning to the soft hues of evening. The warm, golden glow of the setting sun enveloped the grand city in a comforting embrace. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, savoring the rich, energetic air of the main city, feeling his weary spirit rejuvenated after his relentless monster hunting. Chapter 61. Return to the Academy, Rising Fame. He opened his attribute panel, glancing at his newly attained level. Now at 21, a profoundly satisfied smile spread across his face. In just one day, he had ascended 11 levels. Such a meteoric rise in experience would surely be met with disbelief if recounted. It was time to head back. Lin Feng did not linger in the teleportation square. His sole desire was to return to his comfortable little villa by the Moon Goddess Lake, savor a long, hot bath, and indulge in a well-deserved slumber. He hailed a magic-powered carriage that traversed the city, promptly stating the address of the Apocalypse Academy. Upon his return to the academy, Lin Feng immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere, one that felt markedly different from when he had departed that morning. As he traversed the grounds, every student he encountered, regardless of their activities, be it walking or conversing, would pause in unison upon catching sight of him. They directed a gaze toward him that was a complex amalgamation of awe, curiosity, and a hint of reverence. Some students even inclined their bodies ever so slightly, offering a respectful nod as if he were not merely a fellow student, but a distinguished figure worthy of their utmost respect. What is going on? Lin Feng observed the peculiar reactions of the surrounding students, feeling somewhat perplexed. Had he not merely ventured out to slay monsters for an entire day? Why did it seem as though he had suddenly transformed into a superstar within the academy? Just as he pondered this, he received a notification. Divine hint. Due to your status as the chief special recruit yesterday, the staff at the freshman reception leaked your identity. Your rare and unparalleled talent has spread throughout the internal forums of the Enlightenment Academy. Divine hint. Now, almost all mentors and students are aware of your existence and are fervently speculating about the extraordinary talents and professions you must have awakened to garner such attention from the academy. So that was the case. Lin Feng understood the hints and shook his head in resignation. It seemed that his desire for anonymity had been utterly dashed. However, he harbored no significant aversion to this newfound attention. Since he could no longer maintain a low profile, he would embrace it with equanimity. After all, with his current strength, he had no fear of anyone causing him trouble. On the contrary, the sensation of being admired was rather pleasing. Lin Feng maintained a positive mindset, swiftly acclimating to his new identity as a campus celebrity. With his chin held high and a gentle smile gracing his face, he strolled through the campus, basking in the multitude of reverent and adoring gazes. Upon returning to his tranquil villa, Lin Feng's first act was to plunge into the vast, soft bathtub. The warm, soothing water enveloped his body, making every pore feel as though it were expanding. The fatigue of the day seemed to wash away in that moment. After his bath, he commanded the household service robot to prepare a lavish dinner for him. Premium beef steak, paired with a century-old elven fruit wine. This indulgent feast made Lin Feng feel akin to a prince residing in a grand castle. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng did not immediately retire for the night. He had yet another crucial task to attend to, organizing the spoils of the day. He emptied his bulging backpack onto the plush carpet of the living room. With a clatter, a mountain of gleaming equipment, materials, and coins formed before him, all harvested from a day's labor in the Wailing Cavern. Gazing at this treasure trove, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile akin to that of a treasure hunter. He began meticulously sorting through the items like a diligent little bee. First came the abundant whiteboard and bronze-grade equipment, deemed useless. Lin Feng promptly packaged them and sold them to the system shop via the Academy's one-click selling function. Ding. You sold a rough leather armor X1, earning 10 copper coins. Ding. You sold a rusty iron axe X1, earning 15 copper coins. A series of system notifications flashed by, and his wallet swelled with several gold coins. Next were the black iron grade items, still possessing some value. Lin Feng organized these into categories and listed them on the Academy's internal trading platform, pricing them slightly below market value, confident they would be swiftly snatched up by students in need. Lastly, he was left with various monster materials, such as the sharp fangs of cave dwellers and the venom sacs of poisonous spiders. Lin Feng chose not to sell these, as they were meant as delectable treats for his gluttonous companions. He carefully stored these materials away, preparing for a concentrated feeding session the following day to enhance the basic attributes of his summoned creatures. After completing these tasks, Lin Feng finally felt he had thoroughly managed the day's affairs. He reclined on his soft bed and soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself riding a colossal chaos dragon, accompanied by an invincible army of endless elemental spirits and undead lords. In the following days, Lin Feng refrained from obsessively grinding dungeons as he had previously. He opted to slow his pace, recognizing that his recent rapid ascent in strength had been exceedingly swift and overwhelming. His level skyrocketed from 1 to 21, while his equipment transformed from basic to an epic set. The lineup of his summoned allies was nothing short of extravagant. Though such meteoric advancement was exhilarating, it also necessitated time for him to settle down and acclimatize to his newfound power. Thus, Lin Feng embarked on a rare period of tranquility and fulfillment in his campus life, following his entry into the Enlightenment Academy. Each morning, he would rise punctually, then jog for half an hour by the picturesque Moon Goddess Lake to maintain his physical fitness. Although a professional's physique naturally improved with level progression, Lin Feng continued to uphold this beneficial habit from his past life. After his run, he would return to his villa to enjoy a nutritious breakfast meticulously prepared by the service robot. His mornings were predominantly spent immersed in the vast expanse of the Forbidden Library, absorbing knowledge like a parched sponge. He delved into the weighty historical texts of this world, learning how human civilization had painstakingly risen amidst countless battles against interdimensional monsters. He also perused the illustrated compendiums of rare creatures, discovering many powerful and enigmatic beings that existed only in myths. Furthermore, he explored the detailed descriptions of various professional systems, deepening his understanding of his role as a summoner. While this knowledge did not directly enhance his combat prowess like levels and equipment, it significantly broadened his horizons and enriched his foundation, allowing him to envision a clearer and more expansive path for his future. In the afternoons, Lin Feng would frequent the academy's top-tier private training rooms, specifically designed for students. Here, he dedicated significant time to training and refining the coordination between himself and his summoned allies. He devised a myriad of complex combat scenarios, such as how to maneuver and strike in narrow alleyways, and how to flank and encircle in open plains. Furthermore, when confronted with adversaries of diverse characteristics, how should one adeptly switch tactics and adapt? With the assistance of his mental link skill, he orchestrated his summoned creatures with remarkable finesse, as if they were an extension of himself. Each fireball, cast by the fire element slime, struck with precision, targeting his most critical objectives. Each wind blade from the wind element slime flawlessly obstructed the enemy's movement routes. The Frost Slime King unleashed its Ice Age at the most opportune moments, exerting control over the battlefield. Under his command, his trio of slimes transformed from 3 mindless brutes into a well-coordinated, tactically astute special forces unit. Meanwhile, he himself evolved from a mere figure who commanded with a casual flick of the wrist into a true battlefield commander, adept at strategizing and planning. Of course, amidst his training, Lin Feng did not neglect to provide for his voracious companions, regularly feeding them. He generously offered the vast array of monster materials he had accumulated and acquired from the trading platform, treating them as premium sustenance. Although each enhancement of attributes remained minuscule, over time, his summoned creature's foundational attributes gradually strengthened at a stable, yet formidable pace. As for his most cherished treasure, the Chaos Dragon Egg, Lin Feng diligently devoted 2 hours each day, unwaveringly nurturing it with his mental energy. He could distinctly sense the life force within the egg growing increasingly robust and vibrant. The mysterious dark golden patterns on its shell became more luminous with each passing day. He knew that the day when this magnificent life would finally break free from its shell was drawing ever closer. Thus, peaceful yet fulfilling days passed by. Lin Feng resembled a reclusive master dwelling in a paradise, oblivious to worldly affairs, solely focused on his cultivation and growth. His level may not have surged as it once did, but his true strength was rapidly solidifying and expanding in a far more comprehensive and stable manner. Finally, after about a week, when Lin Feng felt he had fully unearthed the potential of level 21, he realized it was time to embark on a new journey. It was time to challenge more formidable foes, conquer higher-level dungeons, and initiate the next phase of his exhilarating ascent. He opened the dungeon list for Apocalypse City once more. This time, his gaze fixed upon the 25-level region. A name imbued with the essence of flames and sulfur caught his attention. Team Dungeon, Heart of Fire, level 25. Upon seeing the name of this dungeon, a spark of interest flickered across Lin Feng's face. A team dungeon, as the name implies, is a special dungeon designed for multiple players, characterized by its extreme difficulty. Unlike the ordinary 5-person dungeons like the Wailing Cavern, team dungeons typically require a minimum of 10 or even 20 individuals to form a viable team for the challenge. This is due to the fact that the monsters within team dungeons not only boast higher levels and stronger attributes, but also possess more intricate and varied skills, often necessitating clear roles and harmonious coordination among team members. For instance, a dedicated main tank is required to absorb the boss's damage. Specialized healers are essential to maintain the party's health, and various types of damage dealers are needed to assault the boss. It can be said that team dungeons represent the most rigorous test of a team's overall capabilities. Any misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The Heart of Fire stands as the first and most iconic 25-level team dungeon in Apocalypse City. According to the information Lin Feng discovered in the library and various forum guides, this dungeon is a vast lava cavern situated deep underground, inhabited by formidable fire element creatures and a cadre of fire-worshipping black iron dwarfs. The difficulty of this dungeon is exceedingly high. Many well-equipped and well-coordinated 20-member teams have frequently met their demise at the hands of the lesser monsters within during their initial explorations. Not to mention, at the deepest recesses of the dungeon lies a tremendously powerful level 30 final boss, the Lord of Flame. So far, only a scant few teams in the entire Apocalypse City have successfully cleared this dungeon. It can be said that the Heart of Fire is a towering obstacle in the minds of all players around level 25. However, this seemingly insurmountable peak appeared rather trivial in Lin Feng's eyes. A team dungeon, requiring at least 20 individuals? He glanced at his luxurious array of summoned creatures, a smirk playing on his lips. What nonsense. I am an army unto myself. Why would I need to team up with others? I have no such need. Each of my slime trio is 100-fold stronger than those so-called elite players. My main tank, the Frost Slime King, boasts immense health and defense, accompanied by a damage reduction aura, surpassing any guardian warrior in resilience. My damage dealer, the Fire Element Slime, unleashes explosive damage akin to a mobile artillery. My control and assassin, the wind element slime, is as swift as the wind, exhibiting unparalleled agility. I even possess a super healer, the ancient tree of life, with terrifying group healing capabilities. Tank, DPS, control, healing, I have it all. Moreover, each is top tier. It can be said that Lin Feng himself has formed an impeccably coordinated, fearsome super team. Thus, this so-called team dungeon is no different for him than the previous solo dungeons. It merely entails monsters with slightly thicker health pools and marginally higher damage output. Very well, it is decided. Lin Feng's desire for a challenge ignited once more. He could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the Heart of Fire, a dungeon that had caused countless players distress, and to test the fruits of his tranquil week of training. The following day, Lin Feng, as per his routine, completed his morning exercises and studies. He then proceeded directly to the teleportation plaza of Apocalypse City, locating the portal leading to the Heart of Fire dungeon region. Much like his previous visit to the Wailing Cavern, the area was equally sparse with people, because those who dare to challenge this instance are all elite teams of unparalleled strength. Typically, they coordinate their schedules in advance to teleport collectively. It is rare for solitary players to venture here alone. Thus, when Lin Feng, a young man seemingly only at level 21, clad in a robe of a mage, appeared here unaccompanied, he immediately attracted the attention of the NPC responsible for teleportation and several players waiting for their teammates. Hey, what is that mage doing here? Could he be here to tackle the Molten Core? Surely not. He is only level 21. Isn't he courting death by coming here? Moreover, he is alone. Is he attempting to solo a raid dungeon? This guy must be insane. The surrounding players, well-equipped and seasoned, pointed and whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with confusion and a hint of derision. In their view, Lin Feng's actions were nothing short of recklessly audacious. Unperturbed by their chatter, Lin Feng bore a serene expression. Calmly, he approached the teleportation NPC and stated plainly, "Hello, teleport me to the Molten Core." The NPC regarded Lin Feng with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. He intended to offer a word of caution, but when his gaze inadvertently fell upon the unique badge emblazoned on Lin Feng's chest, signifying his status as a distinguished chief recruit, the words caught in his throat. Instantly, his demeanor transformed to one of utmost respect. "Why yes, honorable sir, I shall activate the teleportation for you at once." He wasted no time, hastily initiating the teleportation array. The players who had previously mocked Lin Feng were now frozen in disbelief. Their mouths agape, wide enough to fit a chicken egg. Their expressions reflected a shock 100-fold greater than before. A chief recruit, the legendary prodigy from the Academy of Apocalypse. My heavens, we just ridiculed such a legendary figure. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on their brows, and they longed to vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Feng did not spare them another glance. Under the awed and fearful gazes of the crowd, he stepped confidently into the fiery portal radiating heat. Chapter 64, The Molten Core, My Domain. As Lin Feng passed through the searing portal, his surroundings were immediately engulfed in a blinding crimson hue. A torrent of scalding heat, tinged with the scent of sulfur, washed over him, making it feel as though he had stepped into an immense sauna, where even breathing became a challenge. He found himself standing upon a narrow stone bridge paved with black volcanic rock, suspended above an unfathomable abyss. Below, bubbling magma flowed like a river, glowing with an orange-red luminescence. Countless sparks erupted from the molten rock, streaking through the air in brilliant arcs. At the end of the bridge loomed a colossal cave, resembling the gaping maw of a demon. From the depths of the cavern, the faint yet rhythmic clanging of iron and the rough, incomprehensible speech of dwarves echoed. This was the entrance to the level 25 raid dungeon, the Molten Core. For any ordinary adventurer, this extreme environment, rife with flames and sulfur, posed a formidable challenge. Merely standing here would result in a gradual depletion of health due to the oppressive heat. Many water or ice-based classes would find their abilities suppressed by over 30%. This place was a paradise for fire-based creatures, yet a hell for all others. However, as Lin Feng stood there, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he experienced a sense of familiarity and comfort, akin to a wayward child returning to their mother's embrace. He quickly realized, I possess fire elemental slimes. With a mere thought, he summoned all three of his slime companions. As the fire elemental slime appeared, engulfed in blazing flames, the previously stifling heat transformed into a far more tempered ambience. The fire elemental slime acted as a natural flame affinity aura, completely unaffected by the high temperatures, and its flames blazed even more fervently, invigorated by the environment. It even mitigated much of the negative effects stemming from the heat for its master and allies. On the other hand, Lin Feng's Frost Slime King, a mobile refrigeration unit, also proved invaluable. The chilling aura emanating from it countered the scorching air, creating a perfectly balanced comfort zone with a radius of approximately 5 meters. Standing within this zone felt like experiencing both warmth and coolness simultaneously. A delightful contrast akin to summer's warmth tempered by air conditioning. As for the wind elemental slime, it remained as light and agile as ever. seemingly impervious to the environmental conditions. How amusing, Lin Feng chuckled at his trio of companions. What others perceive as hell has transformed into a resort of eternal spring and summer for me. He understood that from the moment he set foot in this so-called high-difficulty raid dungeon, it had lost any semblance of threat. This place was not his hell. Rather, it would become the exclusive domain of his fire elemental slimes. With that thought, Lin Feng's smile faded, his expression turning serious. It was time to meet the master of this domain. He stepped forward, accompanied by his 3 formidable guardians, onto the black stone bridge leading deeper into the cavern. As he entered the cavern that resembled a demon's maw, an even more intense wave of heat surged towards him. Inside, he discovered an expansive underground forge, filled with immense furnaces roaring with flames. Scalding magma flowed like streams through the artificial channels carved into the ground, providing a relentless source of heat for the entire workshop. A cadre of stout, muscular figures, their bodies robust and thick-set, adorned with fiery red beards and skin reminiscent of ancient bronze, were fervently hammering away at the searing weapons and armor in their grasp. Monster, Black Iron Smith, Elite. Level, 25. Health, 3000. Monster, Black Iron Overseer, Elite. Level, 26. Health, 3500. These were the first wave of minions within Heart of Fire. Their numbers were ample, exceeding dozens, and each one was an elite adversary. Under normal circumstances, any average 20-member team venturing into this realm would need to tread with utmost caution, devising meticulous strategies. For instance, they might first dispatch an assassin to stealthily mark the patrol routes, followed by guardians who would draw only 3 to 4 foes at a time into a secure corner for gradual elimination. The entire process was intricate and perilous. A single misstep could summon an overwhelming throng of monsters, potentially leading to utter annihilation of the team. However, the concept of caution was utterly foreign to Lin Feng. Observing the dark swarm of industrious dwarven elites, he bore a cruel smile upon his visage. He issued a simple yet forceful command to his Frost Slime King beside him. Little Ice, give them a refreshing cold shower. Chapter 65, A Clash of Ice and Fire. Annihilation. Upon receiving Lin Feng's directive, the Frost Slime King, a colossal being of azure ice, took a deliberate step forward. Within its crystalline eyes, shimmering with a cerulean glow, a regal indifference flickered. Subsequently, it gently pressed its hands, imbued with an overwhelming frost power, against the searing volcanic rock beneath. In the next heartbeat, Ice Age. A resounding wave of chilling blue-white frost, starkly incongruous in this realm of flames and sulfur, erupted violently from its center, cascading through the vast forge with relentless ferocity. It was a collision of extreme cold and searing heat. The cacophonous sound of sizzling filled the cavern, akin to a red-hot iron plunged into icy waters. Thick clouds of white steam billowed upwards, shrouding the entire workshop in a veil of mist. The molten lava that had been lazily flowing across the ground was instantaneously solidified, transforming into hard, black rock beneath the onslaught of this unyielding frost. The temperature of the forge plummeted in mere seconds, as if it had traversed from the scorching Sahara Desert to the frigid Antarctic glaciers in an instant. The Black Iron Dwarfs, who had just detected the intruders and were preparing to grasp their forging hammers in furious retaliation, found their movements forever frozen in that fleeting moment. Their faces retained expressions of rage and disbelief, yet their bodies were ensnared in a thick layer of ice radiating an eerie chill. Even their fiery red beards bore a glistening frost. In the blink of an eye, the once bustling forge morphed into a silent realm of ice sculptures. Dozens of elite black iron dwarves were rendered immobile, transformed into lifelike ice statues, stuck in place. Deep freeze. An absolute and unresistible crowd control from the Frost King. If this spectacle were to be witnessed by the teams outside, grappling with the challenges of conquering this dungeon, their eyes would surely widen in astonishment. They had to tread carefully, drawing out each elite adversary one by one. Yet, before this mysterious summoner, all were subdued in a single stroke. Such a feat was nothing short of divine. For Lin Feng, however, this was merely an appetizer. Little Fire, it's your turn to shine. He calmly issued a second command. Surveying the magnificent display of dwarven ice sculptures before him, Gurgle, the fire elemental slime, trailing behind, could no longer contain itself. This was its favored domain. The air was thick with the potent essence of fire. It felt an inexhaustible well of power coursing through its form. Its body, composed of molten rock, surged with vigor. Enormous fireballs, more colossal and incandescent than ever, erupted from its core in rapid succession, akin to an artillery barrage. These fireballs, while soaring through the air, absorbed the ambient fire elemental energy, growing larger and more luminous. Ultimately, they plummeted like miniature meteors, trailing long tails of flame, crashing into the dense cluster of ice sculptures. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosive sounds, as if threatening to upheave the entire cavern, resounded instantaneously. The searing flames clashed once more with the biting cold ice, enacting a grand symphony of fire and ice. 655, 628, 955, critical hit, 712. A torrent of glaringly vivid damage numbers erupted like a waterfall from the heads of the frozen black iron dwarfs. Their health bars dwindled in a swift cascade, obliterated by this cataclysmic inferno. In that moment, the opposing elements of ice and fire formed a flawless yet devastating synergy. First, the frigid ice ensnared the adversaries, rendering them immobile targets. Next, the raging flames unleashed relentless, annihilating strikes upon them. This sensation was akin to luring prey into a trap and then slamming the door shut. Simple, brutal, and efficient. The unfortunate black iron dwarfs, from the inception of the battle to its conclusion, scarcely grazed Lin Feng's attire. Under the dual onslaught of ice and fire, they were left utterly beleaguered, reduced from full health to empty in a heartbeat. When the 5-second duration of the deep freeze finally waned, they were not greeted by freedom, but by melting. With a sound reminiscent of snow dissolving, the dozens of dwarven ice sculptures swiftly melted within the searing flames, transforming into a cascade of white light. Gently dispersing into the air, the forge returned to a tranquil state, as though those formidable elite monsters had never existed. All that remained were glimmering spoils strewn across the ground, and a shower of experience points that filled Lin Feng with immense satisfaction. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain the 25-level elite black iron smith, granting you 1,000 experience points. Ding! Your summoned creature has slain the 26-level elite black iron overseer, granting you 1,100 experience points. Chapter 66, like a knife through butter, an unexpected discovery. Ding! Lin Feng observed the experience bar that had begun to ascend once more, a broad smile of immense satisfaction spreading across his face. After clearing the massive forging workshop at the entrance, he did not rush forward. Like a diligent scavenger, he ambled leisurely, commencing the meticulous task of cleaning the battlefield on the scorching ground. The elite monsters, level 25, dropped items of a significantly superior caliber compared to the ordinary burrowers in the Wailing Caves, besides a greater quantity of gold and silver coins. Several pieces of bronze-level equipment gleamed with a faint green light. Although Lin Feng found the attributes of these items unworthy of his attention, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum when sold to the ordinary players back in town. Adhering to the principle of frugality, he collected all the loot and tossed them into his backpack. Once this was accomplished, he activated the holographic map provided by the divine hint to strategize his next move. The entire heart of the magma constituted an extensive underground realm. Beyond the forging workshop at the entrance, numerous perilous zones awaited, such as the lava passage filled with fiery traps, the river of flames teeming with countless fire elementals, and the infernal demon temple, the lair of the final boss. For average expedition teams, each region posed a monumental challenge, necessitating their utmost vigilance as they advanced step by painstaking step. Merely traversing the first area could take several hours, potentially costing them multiple wipeouts. However, for Lin Feng, these purported challenges merely represented experience packages on his journey to level up. Alright, the next target, the lava passage. Lin Feng glanced at the map and, accompanied by his slime demolition team, set forth towards the next area with great momentum. The ensuing journey unfolded precisely as Lin Feng had anticipated, a complete and utter one-sided advance. The so-called lava passage was rife with various mechanisms and traps that spewed flames. Yet, before the omniscient navigation of Lin Feng's godlike perspective, these traps were rendered ineffectual. He consistently located the safest routes, effortlessly circumventing them. When he encountered an unavoidable obstacle, he simply commanded the robust Frost Slime King, clad in frost armor, to bulldoze through, suffering not even a scratch. The so-called River of Flames, inhabited by countless frenzied lava elementals and fire lizards, proved to be equally feeble against Lin Feng's tactical mastery of ice and fire. With a single Ice Age from the Frost Slime King, he could immobilize them entirely. Then, the fire elemental slime would follow up with several damage-doubling fireballs, effortlessly sending them back to their origins. Lin Feng's rate of advancement was astonishingly swift. He resembled an unstoppable super tank, rampaging through this treacherous labyrinth of flames with relentless vigor. All monsters daring to obstruct his path were mercilessly crushed beneath him and his formidable legion of summoned creatures. His experience bar surged upwards at a terrifying velocity, even more so than during his time in the Wailing Caves. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 23. The golden light of advancement flickered regularly upon him, akin to a commonplace occurrence. This sensation rendered Lin Feng feeling as if he were playing a pirated game with infinite experience hacks, soaring with exhilaration. Just as Lin Feng was on the verge of reaching the infernal demon temple, the domain of the final boss, a previously non-existent flickering golden dot suddenly appeared on the divine hint holographic map, nestled in an inconspicuous corner. What is this? Lin Feng's curiosity piqued, and he promptly halted his progress. Enlarging the map, he scrutinized the location of the golden dot. It lay at the end of a very concealed path, obstructed by massive boulders. It appeared to be a hidden chamber. Divine hint. Behind the rock wall 80 meters to your left. There lies a hidden treasury sealed by ancient dwarven runes. The treasury seemingly contains a special item related to fire and forging. A hidden treasury. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. He knew that large team dungeons often concealed unknown secrets and Easter eggs. And now, he had stumbled upon the greatest of these surprises. An item related to fire and forging? Lin Feng stroked his chin, filled with curiosity and anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, he altered his original course, directing his summoned creatures towards the treasury. Soon, he arrived at the rock wall that was indeed blocked by enormous boulders. The wall bore intricate, ancient dwarven runes that he could not decipher, emanating a faint aura of magical energy. Divine hint. This is a power-type seal that requires a sufficiently powerful physical attack to break through forcefully. Physical attack, you say? Lin Feng glanced at the 3 limp slimes beside him, then at the staff in his hand, a perplexed expression crossing his face. It seemed they were all magic-based outputs. How would he break the seal? Just as he pondered this dilemma, he suddenly recalled that he had a physical attacker in his arsenal. With a flicker of inspiration, he opened his summoning space and released a new companion, one who had been summoned during the Wailing Caves but had yet to make an appearance. Buzz. A wave of gray energy, imbued with death and decay, enveloped the area. A towering, menacing skeleton, constructed from eerie white bones, known as the Burrower Queen skeleton, materialized before Lin Feng. All right, my formidable friend. Lin Feng regarded the imposing undead creature with a satisfied smile. It is your time to shine. Go ahead and smash that wall before us. Chapter 67. The Forging Heart of the Dwarven King. Upon receiving Lin Feng's command, the towering, fearsome, Burrower Queen skeleton took a deliberate step forward. Its hollow eye sockets flickered with 2 blue flames of soul energy, and then it raised its massive arms, formed from sturdy leg bones, without any flourish, delivering a simple yet forceful punch against the rune-engraved rock wall. Whoosh! A colossal skeletal fist, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air, struck heavily against the rocky wall. The resounding boom reverberated throughout the entire lava corridor. Even the ground quivered slightly beneath the terrifying impact. The once glimmering, magically fortified wall, renowned for its impenetrability, was struck as if it had been assaulted directly by a battering ram. The ancient dwarven runes inscribed upon it dimmed instantaneously. A series of enormous, spiderweb-like cracks erupted from the point of contact, radiating outward in a frenzy. A massive white number, indicative of the damage inflicted upon the structure, abruptly surged forth from the rock face. Lin Feng, witnessing this astonishing figure, couldn't help but let out an expletive in his mind. He was momentarily taken aback by the sheer brutality exhibited by his skeletal minion. Although he had previously noted the impressive attributes of this skeleton, transformed from a boss, he had not anticipated its raw physical destructive power to be so utterly formidable. The force of this single punch likely surpassed that of a fully unleashed blow from a berserker specializing in strength at the same level. Indeed, a commendable demolition expert. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the sight of this magnificent embodiment of violent aesthetics. The skeletal queen, having delivered a powerful strike, did not pause. Like an unyielding, tireless machine of destruction, it raised its fists and continued to unleash a relentless barrage of devastating blows upon the already crumbling wall. Boom, boom, boom. The muffled sounds of impact echoed incessantly. The entire corridor trembled in response. In less than 10 seconds, with a resounding crash, the thick, several-meter-high wall finally succumbed, collapsing entirely. It revealed a dark, mysterious entrance exuding an ancient aura. Thus, the gate to the hidden treasury was brutally pried open. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively at his faithful skeletal queen before recalling it back to the summoning space. After all, the aesthetic of this creature was far too sinister for frequent display. Adjusting his attire, he then led his trio of slime companions into the enigmatic treasury filled with unknowns. The interior of the treasury was not particularly large, resembling a small, long-abandoned dwarven forge. Scattered about the room were rusted forging tools and failed weapons and armor. The air was thick with the scent of dust. At the center of the room stood an ancient pedestal crafted from obsidian, upon which rested a peculiar gemstone. No larger than a fist, it glowed a deep crimson, pulsating rhythmically like a heart, reminiscent of molten lava. An incredibly pure and intensely heated energy, akin to the very essence of flame, emanated from this heart, casting a crimson hue throughout the entire treasury. As Lin Feng approached, he felt his fire element slime become uncontrollably excited, emitting sounds of fervent desire. What is this? Lin Feng gazed at the extraordinary fiery heart before him, his eyes alight with curiosity and awe. He immediately activated Divine Insight on it. Divine Insight detected a mythical level special item, the Undying Heart of the Dwarven King. Undying Heart of the Dwarven King, mythical level. Legend has it that the forging king of ancient times, Emperor Thorin, infused his life's flame power and unparalleled understanding of forging into his heart before his death, transforming it into this eternal, indestructible heart of forging. Divine Insight. This item has two modes of use. Mode 1. Present it to any blacksmith, and they will be able to forge a world-shattering, demi-artifact level weapon. Mode 2. Allow your fire element summon to consume it. It will perfectly inherit the flame power of Emperor Thorin, resulting in a once-in-a-lifetime, earth-shattering divine evolution. Mythical level. Divine evolution. As Lin Feng read the lines of golden text, his breath caught once again, completely halting. His mind had grown somewhat numb from the barrage of enormous surprises. He felt as though he had become the chosen one, favored by fortune. First, an epic level set. Then, a mythical level chaotic soil and chaotic dragon egg. Now, a mythical level dwarven king's heart that could enable his fire element slime to undergo divine evolution. How could other players possibly compete? Lin Feng felt as if he were a player wielding infinite divine gear, able to pick up coveted artifacts wherever he went. Ha! He could no longer contain his overwhelming joy and burst into laughter. He looked at the fire element slime, which was drooling magma in anticipation of the dwarven king's heart, and wore a radiant smile. Little fire, it seems your fortune has finally arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward and lifted the still pulsating, searing dwarven king's heart from the pedestal. Then, under the eager and longing gaze of his fire element slime, he slowly extended the mythical heart towards it. Here, open wide. Today, you shall feast. Chapter 68. Divine Evolution. Flame Demon Slime Sovereign. As the master offered the heart, radiating a deadly allure, the fire element slime, composed of molten rock, was on the verge of boiling over with excitement. It could distinctly sense that this object contained an unparalleled flame power, infinitely purer than its own, yet sharing the same origin. This power was irresistibly captivating, akin to a drug that it could not resist. Without needing Lin Feng to utter another word, it opened its massive mouth wide, eagerly consuming the still pulsating, undying heart of the dwarven king, in one gulp. Boom. The instant the heart entered its body, a visible, golden-red inferno erupted from within, a terrifying flame storm that seemed poised to incinerate the entire world. The hidden treasury began to tremble violently beneath the onslaught of this horrific blaze. Even the sturdy obsidian walls began to show signs of melting. Upon witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, Lin Feng was utterly astonished. He swiftly commanded the Frost Slime King to erect a formidable ice armor before himself and the Wind Element Slime, barely managing to withstand the terrifying wave of heat. Goodness, this commotion was several times more intense than when Little Ice underwent its evolution. Crouching behind the icy shield, Lin Feng gazed at the magnificent scene before him, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, and could not suppress his awe. He could distinctly observe that at the very center of the fiery tempest, his fire element slime was undergoing an unprecedented, cataclysmic transformation. Its originally modest stature, barely taller than a human and composed of molten rock, began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Within mere seconds, its form swelled to that of a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming presence. The shape of its body began to undergo a profound metamorphosis. No longer did it maintain the soft, rotund appearance of a typical slime. Instead, it gradually coalesced into a robust form with humanoid limbs and a torso. The molten rock that enveloped its surface began to cool, solidifying into chunks of obsidian-like armor, imbued with explosive power. Between the gaps of this armor flowed a molten magma, akin to blood, in a fiery, golden-red hue. A pair of magnificent wings, forged from pure flames, sprouted from its back, while atop its head, a crown of blazing inferno materialized, exuding the aura of a sovereign. Finally, when all transformations settled, a brand new entity, a fire demon, reeking of destruction and dominance, reminiscent of a being risen from the abyss of hell, stood before Lin Feng. Towering at 3 meters tall, its entire form was clad in impervious molten armor, with colossal wings of fire casting shadows. In its grasp rested a gargantuan warhammer forged from the purest essence of firepower, an aura of terrifying supremacy, capable of incinerating all in its path, emanated from this formidable being. Ding! Congratulations! Your summoned creature, the fire element slime, has successfully consumed the undying heart of the dwarf king, achieving a godly evolution. Ding! Your summoned creature, the fire element slime, has advanced to the rank of Flame Demon Slime Lord, Lord level. The Flame Demon Slime Lord, yet another Lord level being. Lin Feng gazed at this imposing fire demon, radiating an undeniable aura of authority, his excitement reaching a fever pitch, nearly rendering him breathless. He understood that from this day forth, the era of the slime triumvirate had come to an end. In its place would rise a far more formidable age, characterized by the dual reign of fire and ice. He could hardly contain his eagerness as he delved into the newly transformed attributes of his chief general. Summoned creature, Flame Demon Slime Lord. Rank, Lord level. Level, 23. Health points, 3,500. Attack power, 600. Defense, 250. Skill 1. Lava Burst active, swinging the flame hammer. It strikes the ground, dealing devastating fire damage to all surrounding enemies and significantly lowering their defense. Skill 2. Hellfire Rain, active, summons an extensive meteor shower of fire, bombarding the targeted area. Skill 3. Demon Body, passive, immune to all fire damage. Gains a 30 attribute boost when fighting in fiery environments. Skill 4. Sovereign's Might, passive, as the Lord of Flames. It inflicts an additional 15 damage to all enemies of equal or lower rank. Gasping, Lin Feng meticulously perused the entire attribute panel, once again overwhelmed by the sheer brutality of its stats and skills. Astoundingly violent. An attack power of 600. This was nothing short of a walking nuclear warhead. Surely, even a level 30 Guardian Warrior would crumble under a single strike. Moreover, its skills exuded a pure aesthetic of destructive might. Lava Burst dealt area damage and inflicted armor-penetrating effects. Hellfire Rain unleashed an extensive AoE area of effect. Demon Body granted fire immunity and a 30 boost in its element's domain. Sovereign's Might provided a permanent 15 damage increase. This was an unequivocal war machine, born for destruction and slaughter. If the Frost Slime King epitomized a calm and elegant Ice Emperor, then the Flame Demon Slime Lord was an unrestrained, tyrannical fire overlord. One embodying ice, the other fire. One static, the other dynamic. One controlling, the other attacking. The fusion of these two potent Lord-level entities ignited within Lin Feng an imagination of the cataclysmic power they would unleash together. Ha ha ha, splendid. Utterly magnificent. Lin Feng beamed at the fire tyrant, who knelt before him in fealty, unable to contain his elation, bursting into laughter. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. He believed that not even a level 30 Flame Lord could withstand his might, and he would dare confront a level 35 or even 40 boss with his dual kings of ice and fire. All right, everyone rise. Lin Feng patted the Flame Demon Lord's searing lava armor, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It was time to show the native inhabitants of this dungeon who the true King of Flames was. Chapter 69. Flame Demon Temple, the Infallible Lord. As Lin Feng emerged from the hidden treasury alongside his newly upgraded legion of summoned creatures, his aura had transformed entirely from when he had entered. If he had been merely a confident top-tier player before, now he embodied a king imbued with absolute faith in the devastating power of his legion. He did not even glance at the godly hint provided map. It was simply unnecessary. From this moment on, within this heart of magma, all tactics and techniques had become irrelevant. His sole purpose was to obliterate everything before him with overwhelming, cataclysmic force. Onward. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Feng, brimming with vitality, set forth, leading the towering Flame Demon Slime Lord, engulfed in infernal flames, as it advanced with heavy steps, akin to a moving volcano, toward the depths of the dungeon, ready to trample everything in its path. Beside it, the Frost Slime King, exuding an extreme chill, and the Wind Elemental Slime, enveloped in a gentle breeze, followed closely behind. These three formidable beings, each a lord in their own right, with the Wind Elemental Slime possessing immense potential, formed an unstoppable arrow formation, charging recklessly through the molten pathway leading to the ultimate boss's temple. Along their path, they encountered several elite patrol squads composed of black iron guards and flame elementals, powerful foes that would require careful handling by an ordinary team. Yet, before the Lin Feng Legion, they appeared as feeble as lambs awaiting slaughter. There was no need for Lin Feng to issue any commands. The Flame Demon Lord merely charged forward and, with a simple and brutal motion, brought down the enormous fiery warhammer in his grasp upon the ground. Lava eruption, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar of violent, golden-red shockwaves swept through the arena in an instant. All the creatures caught in its wake were annihilated in a heartbeat, vaporized by the terrifying heat, leaving no trace of a complete corpse behind. Simple, brutal, efficient. This was the Flame Demon Lord's astonishingly unreasonable and overwhelming clearing ability. All Lin Feng had to do was follow behind leisurely, collecting spoils of war while delighting in the melodious notifications of experience points gained. This sensation was nothing short of blissful. Before long, they arrived at the final area of the Heart of Fire, the Flame Demon Temple. This grand edifice, constructed entirely from black obsidian, radiated an aura of malevolence and majesty. At the center of the temple lay a colossal lava pool, bubbling with molten magma. Within this pool, seated upon a throne formed from countless bones, was a terrifying demon, larger than Lin Feng's Flame Demon Lord, composed entirely of pure flame and lava, wielding a massive two-handed sword engulfed in black flames. Its eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in slumber. However, the palpable and suffocating aura of terror emanating from it proclaimed that it was the sole and supreme ruler of this domain. Flame Demon Lord Ragnaros, Lord. Level 30. Health 100,000. A staggering 100,000 health points. The 30th level ultimate boss. This was the embodiment of despair that had terrified countless raiding teams. Yet, as Lin Feng gazed upon this seemingly invincible final boss, a playful smile graced his face. He turned to his side, glancing at the Flame King, the Flame Slime Lord. Then, through a mental link, he issued a provocative command to it. Little fire, do you see that massive figure ahead? It seems to be mimicking you. Go forth and show it who the true king of flames is. Roar, responding to its master's command. The Flame Slime Lord seemed to sense the challenge from its kindred spirit. The fiery determination ignited in its eyes, composed of magical flames. It unleashed a roar filled with dominance and fury, then fearlessly charged at the still sleeping Flame Demon Lord, ready to defend its honor as the Flame Monarch. Sensing the intruder's presence, the slumbering Flame Demon Lord slowly opened its eyes, which glowed like molten lava, exuding an aura of brutality and destruction. Upon seeing a smaller flame counterpart daring to challenge its authority, a disdainful and cruel smile appeared on its face. A mere ant dares to provoke my majesty. It spoke in an ancient, hoarse language laced with the scent of sulfur as it rose from its throne. Die! It raised the massive sword engulfed in black flames with no flourish, simply and brutally, bringing it down upon the charging Flame Slime Lord. Thus, the epic confrontation between kings, concerning the title of Flame Monarch, commenced. However, contrary to what anyone might expect, a protracted and earth-shattering battle, the outcome was astonishing. Just as the enormous black sword was about to strike the Flame Slime Lord, Lin Feng's other ace moved. The Frost Slime King, following closely behind, felt a surge of icy power within its crystalline blue eyes. Buzz! An invisible, extreme frost energy crossed the spatial divide, descending upon the seemingly invincible Flame Demon Lord. Crack! With a faint sound, the Flame Demon Lord's motion to swing its sword abruptly froze mid-air. A thin, nearly invisible layer of frost enveloped its body. A debuff icon appeared above its head. Deep Freeze. Although, due to its immense level and resistance, the control time was a mere second, in a battle of true masters. That 1 second could determine everything. Roar! The Flame Slime Lord seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Its massive warhammer, ablaze with fierce flames, continued its relentless descent, crashing violently into the unprepared chest of the Flame Demon Lord, which was immobilized by the freeze. Boom! 8,550. Critical hit. An exaggerated damage number burst forth. The battle had already declared its victor in an instant. Chapter 70. First Clear. Tremors in the City of Revelation. A single second of deep freeze had proven to be a fatal opening in this high-stakes boss encounter. The Flame Demon Lord Ragnaros, a figure of immense power in the lore, had left countless teams in despair. Yet, upon awakening, it hadn't even had the chance to unleash its devastating skills before falling into a significant disadvantage due to the straightforward, yet brutal combo executed by Lin Feng's dual kings of ice and fire. Roar! As it broke free from the brief state of paralysis. The searing pain in its chest and the sudden loss of a substantial portion of its health plunged it into a frenzy. Its eyes, akin to molten lava, ignited with an endless inferno of rage. It felt that its dignity as the Flame King had been ruthlessly trampled by these two insignificant intruders before it. Humble, wretched insect, you shall all perish. It let out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the Inferno Demon Temple with its fury. Below, in the molten lava pool, torrents of scalding magma erupted skyward, resembling an apocalyptic rain of lava. Wrath of the Inferno Demon. The ultimate boss's berserk skill was unleashed. Yet, in the face of this terrifying spectacle akin to the end of the world, Lin Feng's countenance remained remarkably serene. He merely snapped his fingers. Buzz! The ancient tree of life that had been faithfully accompanying him radiated a gentle, life-affirming green aura from its verdant trunk. Life aura. A thin, nearly imperceptible green shield enveloped Lin Feng and all his summoned creatures in an instant. As the torrential magma rained down upon this verdant shield, it dissipated as effortlessly as raindrops merging into the ocean, leaving not a ripple in its wake. The boss's seemingly cataclysmic, all-encompassing attack failed to harm even a single hair on their bodies. What? The Inferno Lord, witnessing this scene, displayed a rare expression of shock and disbelief in its fiery eyes for the first time. Its full-force strike had been rendered utterly ineffective. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Lin Feng's three formidable allies launched their lethal assaults once more. The Frost Slime King incessantly unleashed Ice Spike, slowing and harassing the boss to create an optimal environment for damage output. The Wind Elemental Slime transformed into a cerulean specter, darting around the boss at high speed, relentlessly striking at the elusive vulnerabilities marked by the godly hint. As the principal attacker, the Inferno Slime Monarch charged fiercely, wielding a colossal fiery warhammer. It engaged the gargantuan Inferno Lord in the most primal and savage confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of their impacts reverberated through the temple, transforming the entire arena into a gladiatorial battleground of two fiery titans. Despite the Inferno Lord's higher level and greater health, under Lin Feng's godlike oversight and precise command, paired with the Frost Slime King's relentless control and deceleration tactics, and the Wind Elemental Slime's elusive strikes at weak points, the battle had devolved into an unequivocal, one-sided brawl from the outset. The Inferno Lord resembled a pitiful creature cornered by 5 hulking brutes in a narrow alley, possessing immense power, yet utterly incapable of unleashing it. In a futile rage, it succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Lin Feng and his impeccably coordinated elite team. Minutes later, accompanied by a final, despair-filled wail of unwillingness, the gargantuan form of the Inferno Lord Ragnaros collapsed, sending molten rock splattering throughout the air. Its fiery eyes gradually dimmed, and until its last breath, a hint of bewilderment and incomprehension lingered within them. It could not fathom how it, the illustrious flame sovereign, had been bested by a mere assembly of seemingly feeble slimes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully achieved the first kill of the level 30 boss, Inferno Lord Ragnaros. You have received a vast amount of experience points. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 24. Ding! Congratulations! Your level has risen to 25. Ding! Due to your perfect solo completion of the level 25 team dungeon, Heart of Fire, your deeds will be announced server-wide. Do you wish to remain anonymous? Yes. Without hesitation, Lin Feng chose anonymity. Then, in the next moment, a resounding proclamation, akin to a divine decree, echoed through the skies above Apocalypse City and every major city in the world. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Anonymous, who, as a mere mortal, has equaled the divine. Successfully completed the level 25 team dungeon, Heart of Fire, in solo mode, becoming the first individual in the world to independently conquer a team dungeon. Their glorious feats will be immortalized in history. Server announcement. Server announcement. This monumental announcement reverberated 3 times, striking the hearts of all players engaged in the game like thunder from the heavens. Instantly, the entire world erupted in fervor. Upon witnessing this announcement, all individuals could only respond with dumbfounded astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Soloing a team dungeon? What kind of absurdity is this? Is this even possible for a human being? Surely, the system must have encountered a bug. Chapter 71, World in Turmoil, Reactions from All Sides. As the shocking server announcement resonated through every corner of the world, whether adventurers valiantly battling in dungeons, casual players leisurely strolling in main cities, or high-ranking members of various factions strategizing in their guilds, all paused in unison, ceasing their activities. They gazed skyward, transfixed by the lines of golden text radiating divine light as if they were oracles. Their minds went blank, as if stripped of the very ability to think. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the world, as though time itself had been halted. After a lengthy pause, when people finally began to recover from their profound shock, a cacophony erupted, louder and more frenzied than any prior tumult, resembling a volcano that had long been dormant and was now erupting simultaneously across every corner of the globe. Am I seeing things? Someone slap me and tell me this isn't real. Soloing a team dungeon. The level 25, Heart of Fire. This is more absurd than pigs flying. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That infamous dungeon, we, the elite raiding team of 200 from the Madman Guild, were just annihilated in there yesterday. One person? How could he possibly defeat it? Anonymous Powerhouse. It's that same anonymous figure, the one who soloed the Wild Wolf Valley not long ago. Now, he has accomplished yet another earth-shattering feat. A god. This person is undoubtedly a true deity. He has transcended the realm of understanding for ordinary players. Legendary creator. Immortalized in history. My heavens, who exactly is this anonymous legend? In that fleeting moment, the world channel was inundated with an overwhelming tide of astonishment and admiration, utterly engulfing it. Countless players fervently engaged in discussions and speculations regarding the enigmatic figure who had once again woven a myth, pondering the extraordinary prowess this anonymous maestro must possess. At that instant, his name became the singular focal point of the entire realm. His exploits were destined to become a legend, one that would remain unsurpassed for an extensive period to come. Simultaneously, within the confines of Apocalypse City, the guild residences of the foremost factions were abuzz. Those who typically held positions of authority, the guild leaders and family patriarchs, who often concealed their emotions behind stoic facades, were now jolted from their seats by the sudden, sweeping announcement that reverberated throughout the server. In the Hall of the Warrior Alliance, a towering figure, a one-eyed giant exuding an air of dominance, gazed at the proclamation before him, his singular eye shimmering with unprecedented fervor. A solo clearance of the Molten Core? How intriguing indeed. Relay my orders. Deploy every ounce of our intelligence resources. At any cost, we must unveil this anonymous identity. Such a talent must, and can only, belong to the Warrior Alliance. In the Sanctuary of Light, a venerable elder clad in resplendent bishop robes, his benevolent visage framed by golden locks, gently set down his holy scripture. Looking skyward, a warm smile graced his face, to stand alongside the divine in mortal form. Oh, it appears our era is destined to herald the rise of an extraordinary individual. Go forth, my children, and seek this favored one. Inform him that the gates of the light shall forever remain open for him. In the shadowy enclave of the Shadow Brotherhood, a figure cloaked in darkness, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible, let out a raspy, owl-like chuckle. How amusing. A most intriguing prey. Investigate him. I demand to know everything about him. If he cannot be of service to us, then we shall obliterate him before he fully matures. In an instant, the entire Apocalypse City was engulfed in a clandestine undercurrent stirred by Lin Feng's actions. Numerous factions commenced their maneuvers. Some sought to recruit and entice, while others were driven by jealousy and murderous intent. Regardless of their motivations, they shared a singular objective: to uncover the mysterious legendary creator hidden behind the veil of anonymity. At this moment, at the eye of the storm, our protagonist, Lin Feng, remained blissfully unaware. He stood beside the colossal carcass of the Flame Demon Lord, merrily humming a tune while counting his abundant, gleaming spoils. The chaos unleashed in the world outside, spurred by his actions, was of no concern to him. In fact, it even brought a smile to his face. Let the tempest rage on. You shall never find me, he mused, eyeing the radiant purple epic staff, a summoner's ultimate weapon, freshly extracted from the boss's remains. A brilliant, heartfelt smile illuminated his face as he realized he had drawn one step closer to his invincible aspirations. Chapter 72. Epic Staff. A bountiful return. Lin Feng's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He was utterly indifferent to the tempest his actions had stirred in the outside world. His complete focus was captivated by the newly acquired epic staff he had just retrieved from the Flame Demon Lord's lifeless form. This staff, forged from an unknown black metal, was adorned with dark red, mystical runes that flowed like molten lava. At its pinnacle lay a massive gem, reminiscent of a demon's eye, pulsating with an eerie crimson light. Waves of pure and ferocious fire energy emanated from the staff, warping the very air around it. Merely gripping it, Lin Feng could feel the fire elemental, slime, within him, rejoicing with fervent anticipation. Eagerly, he inspected the weapon's attributes. Staff of the Flame Demon's Dominion, Epic, Equipment Type, Weapon Equipment Requirement, Level 25. Magic Class, Attributes, Spell Attack Power 200, Additional Attribute 1, Spirit 30, Additional Attribute 2, Flame Skill Damage 20, Additional Attribute 3, all fire attribute summons gain a 10 boost in all attributes. Special Effect, Soul of the Flame Demon, active, consumes a significant amount of mana to summon a lava behemoth of the same level as the user for combat. Lasting 1 minute. Cooldown, 24 hours. Gasping, Lin Feng meticulously absorbed the luxurious attributes displayed before him. Incredible. This power is simply unreasonable. With a spell attack power of 200 and a spirit of 30, these two foundational attributes alone dwarfed his erstwhile level 1 bronze apprentice staff by a staggering margin. The additional attributes were nothing short of miraculous. A 20-point increase in flame skill damage. A 10-point enhancement for all fire attribute summons. These enhancements were a boon for Lin Feng, who wielded the formidable Flame Demon Slime as his ace in the hole, significantly amplifying its combat prowess. As for the final active skill, Soul of the Flame Demon, it filled Lin Feng with an exhilarating sense of treasure. Summoning a lava behemoth of equal level. This meant he would possess an additional, powerful temporary combatant. Although the skill had a cooldown of 24 hours, it was undeniably a formidable trump card capable of turning the tide of battle at critical moments. Perfection. This staff seemed tailor-made for me. Lin Feng gazed at the staff brimming with potent energy, his eyes sparkling with unabashed admiration and satisfaction. Without hesitation, he replaced his long-used apprentice staff with the newly acquired formidable Staff of the Flame Demon's Dominion. Instantly, an unparalleled surge of pure and ferocious fire energy coursed through the staff and into his body, enhancing his affinity with fire elements several notches. Ecstasy. Lin Feng, filled with contentment, wielded his new weapon, reveling in a sense of unmatched power. Having secured this vital trophy, he then turned his attention to the other spoils scattered across the ground, remnants of the Flame Demon Lord's defeat. As a level 30 ultimate boss, its loot was naturally nothing short of spectacular. In addition to the copious amounts of gold scattered across the ground, several pieces of equally epic equipment radiating a purple glow emerged. There was the Flame Demon Plate Armor for warriors, the Molten Fire Boots for assassins, and the Flame Necklace for priests. Each item boasted exceptional attributes, capable of driving external players into a frenzy over these top-tier treasures. Lin Feng meticulously collected every piece, ensuring not a single item was left behind in his inventory. Although he had no use for these items personally, selling them on the Academy's trading platform would undoubtedly yield a substantial fortune, one large enough to catapult him into instant wealth. Beyond the equipment, there was also a seemingly weighty skill book engulfed in flames. Skill book, Reign of Fire, rare. Learning requirements, Fire Mage, level 25. This was a skill book for a Fire Mage's large-scale AoE attack. Lin Feng, having no use for it either, added it to his collection. After completing this, Lin Feng clapped his hands, feeling that his journey through Molten Heart had reached a perfect and rewarding conclusion. His level soared from 21 to an impressive 25. He upgraded his gear, trading in his old equipment for an epic set and weapon. His wallet was on the verge of becoming exceedingly robust due to the plethora of epic items he was about to sell. One could say that his gains from this dungeon run were far more significant than what others might achieve through months of arduous grinding. Well, it was time to return. Lin Feng glanced at the now completely looted dungeon, stretching his limbs. He opened the dungeon panel and chose to leave. When Lin Feng reappeared at the teleportation square in Apocalypse City, he immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere around him, one that seemed markedly different from before he entered. Players waiting for teleportation, or those who had just arrived, regardless of their activity or conversation, wore expressions of shock and fervor. They repeatedly discussed a singular name, the anonymous Overlord. Upon seeing Lin Feng emerge from the teleportation array of Molten Heart, now at level 25 and adorned in a magnificent set of never-before-seen epic robes, all chatter abruptly ceased. A multitude of eyes, filled with curiosity, speculation, and a hint of reverence, converged upon Lin Feng. Chapter 73, Trouble Approaches? A single strike to kill. As Lin Feng felt the weight of the myriad gazes, each imbued with a myriad of complex emotions, he experienced a slight stir within. He understood that the commotion generated by his solo completion of the team dungeon might be even greater than he had anticipated, though he chose to remain anonymous. Only he emerged unscathed from the Molten Heart teleportation array under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Coupled with his current level of 25 and his dazzling epic gear, it was evident to anyone with sense that he was indeed the one who had created a legend, the anonymous Overlord. However, Lin Feng felt no trepidation regarding this exposure. His visage remained tranquil and unruffled. If he was revealed, so be it. After all, with his current strength, he had no reason to fear unless faced with top-tier players in the level range of 70 to 80. Ignoring the stares of those around him, he proceeded to traverse the square, intent on returning to the academy. Just then, several well-equipped players, exuding an air of arrogance and hovering around level 25, stepped forth from the crowd, obstructing his path. Leading them was a towering berserker clad in black heavy armor, bearing a menacing scar across his face. His name, emblazoned above him, exuded an aura of arrogance, Frenzied Blade. Following his name was an equally ostentatious guild suffix, Dominance. Lin Feng had encountered descriptions of this guild in the Academy's library. Dominance was known as a relatively formidable mid-tier guild in Apocalypse City, infamous for their high-handedness and aggressive tactics. They often engaged in unsavory practices, such as clearing areas in the wild or forcibly buying and selling, earning a poor reputation among the casual player base. Stop right there. The berserker known as Frenzied Blade commanded, his scrutinizing gaze appraising Lin Feng with an unfriendly tone. You're the one who soloed the Molten Heart, the anonymous Overlord, right? His voice boomed, laden with provocation, instantly drawing the attention of all in the square. Looks like a spectacle is about to unfold. It's the Dominance Guild. What do they want? Are they seeking trouble with that Overlord? It appeared likely. For the members of Dominance were notorious for their bullying, unable to tolerate those they deemed superior. The onlookers gathered around, eager to witness how this mysterious Overlord would respond. Lin Feng regarded the scarred face barring his way with a slight frown. He had no fondness for trouble, especially not this kind of senseless confrontation served up on a platter. Without replying to the question posed, he merely asked in a flat tone, "Is there something you need?" "Huh, quite the performer, aren't you?" Frenzied Blade scoffed, a smirk of disdain crossing his features. To him, Lin Feng was merely a fortunate soul, perhaps having exploited some glitch or lucked out in defeating the Molten Heart. In terms of true strength, he believed that a seemingly frail mage could never compare to his battle-hardened prowess as a berserker. Clearing his throat, he adopted a condescending tone as he addressed Lin Feng. "Listen here, I won't waste time with pleasantries. Our guild leader, Tiger of Dominance, has taken a liking to you. I'm here to extend an official invitation to join our ranks. If you agree and share your strategy for soloing the Molten Heart, our leader has promised to grant you a position as the deputy leader of an elite team. How does that sound? An opportunity like this is rare, so you should cherish it." As he spoke, he reached out, intending to pat Lin Feng's shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. However, before his hand could make contact, Lin Feng deftly sidestepped, evading the gesture. Lin Feng regarded the self-satisfied individual before him, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Threat? Benevolence? Attempting to pilfer his strategy? Truly oblivious to his own folly. Not interested, Lin Feng replied coolly, the three words slipping from his lips with an air of finality. Then, he circumvented him, preparing to leave directly. "What the hell did you just say?" Huang Dao never anticipated that he would be so ruthlessly rejected by a newcomer in front of so many witnesses. He felt as though his dignity was instantaneously tarnished. Anger and humiliation manifested on his face immediately. "Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Let me tell you, no one in this Apocalypse City dares to refuse an invitation from the Batian Guild." He reiterated with a menacing tone, "I will ask you one last time. Will you join, or will you not?" As he spoke, he hefted the gleaming, double-handed axe from behind him and slammed it heavily onto the ground. A fierce aura erupted from him. The members of the Batian Guild surrounding Lin Feng stepped forward, sporting malicious grins, clearly prepared to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Although dueling was prohibited within the city, they intended to pressure Lin Feng into submission with their intimidation. They could not believe that a mere newcomer would dare to sever ties with a long-established guild right in front of so many people. However, once again, they underestimated him. Confronted with their threats and encirclement, Lin Feng's countenance betrayed no fear. Instead, a playful smile graced his lips. He slowly turned around to face the arrogant Kuang Dao and gently raised the staff of infernal domination in his hand. "You know," Lin Feng began, his voice almost a whisper. "The one thing I despise the most is being threatened." No sooner had he finished speaking than he uttered not a single incantation, merely with a thought. A suffocating wave of frost emanated from him with terrifying intensity. Ice Age. With a crack, a blue-white frost shockwave erupted from Lin Feng, radiating outward. The previously arrogant Kuang Dao and his equally malicious companions froze in shock, their expressions solidifying instantly. From head to toe, their bodies were rapidly encased in a thick layer of impenetrable ice. In the blink of an eye, they were transformed into lifelike ice sculptures, frozen in their haughty poses. Utterly motionless, the entire area fell silent in an instant. All the players who had gathered to spectate felt as though their throats were constricted, unable to utter a single sound. Their faces were painted with sheer terror. One move. He accomplished this feat with a mere single maneuver. Chapter 74, Secluded Cultivation. The Dragon Eggs Anomaly. He had instantly obliterated several elite players of the Batian Guild, all at level 25. What in the world was this divine damage? Meanwhile, Lin Feng treated the entire affair as a trivial matter. He hardly spared a glance at the frozen sculptures, leisurely striding through them as if they were inconsequential obstacles. Until his figure completely vanished at the edge of the square, the frozen members of the Batian Guild shattered into shards, dispersing as white light, heading towards the city's resurrection point. Only then did the entire teleportation square erupt into a cacophony of exclamations, even more intense than before, filled with shock and fear. The news of Lin Feng's annihilation of the Batian Guild's elite players swept through Apocalypse City like a super typhoon, rapidly disseminated through forums and word of mouth to every corner. In an instant, the entire Apocalypse City was once again shaken. Extra! Extra! Anonymous Overlord appears at the teleportation square. One move obliterates the Batian Guild's Kuang Dao squad. No way. Is this for real? I know that guy Kuang Dao. He's ranked among the top 100 berserkers in the equipment leaderboard. He was taken out in a single blow. Absolutely true. I was there at the scene. That Overlord simply waved his staff lightly, and then crack. Kuang Dao and several others were all frozen solid. They didn't even have a chance to retaliate. The spectacle was simply breathtaking. My goodness. Such terrifying power. This is the true demeanor of a great Overlord. No more chit-chat, just action. I love it. The Batian Guild has truly bitten off more than they can chew this time. Haha, they deserve it for being so arrogant all the time. The World Channel and the Regional Channel of Apocalypse City erupted once again due to Lin Feng. Previously, people had merely regarded his solo clearance of a team dungeon as an abstract, impressive feat, as most had not witnessed it firsthand. It felt like a distant, unreal myth. However, this time was different. Under the broad daylight, in the bustling teleportation square, before hundreds and thousands of players, he had obliterated a long-established expert with a single move. This display of raw, overwhelming power left an unprecedented impact on everyone. Henceforth, no one would dare to doubt the strength of this anonymous Overlord. A profound sense of respect blossomed within the hearts of all. His name became synonymous with strength, mystery, and untouchability. Meanwhile, at the center of this storm, our protagonist, Lin Feng, had returned to his tranquil little villa by the Moonlight Lake, isolating himself from the clamor outside. To him, the earlier incident felt as trivial as stepping on a buzzing fly while walking, hardly warranting any thought. He had far more important and intriguing matters to attend to. He categorized all the epic-grade equipment he had obtained from Heart of the Molten Fire and listed them on the Academy's internal trading platform. He set prices slightly below market value. However, this time, he chose not to trade in federal coins, but instead noted special trading requirements for each piece of equipment. Selling epic-grade plate armor, infernal armor, only in exchange for rare materials containing gold, earth, and thunder attributes, or relevant clues. Selling epic-grade boots, molten fire boots, only in exchange for rare materials containing light, dark, and wood attributes, or relevant clues. Indeed, he aimed to use these top-tier items he had no use for to pave the way for his grand plan of the 9-element slime's ascension. He believed that within the Apocalypse Academy, many wealthy students and collectors who cherished unusual materials were hidden away. His epic-grade equipment would undoubtedly possess irresistible allure for them. Utilizing these resources to exchange for the evolution materials one requires is undoubtedly the most efficient and economical approach. After accomplishing all of this, Lin Feng chose to disregard it. He was confident that it would not be long before fish would voluntarily take the bait. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng once again entered a state of seclusion and cultivation. He refrained from visiting any dungeons or appearing in public spaces. Instead, he remained quietly in his little villa, dedicating a considerable amount of time each day to meditation, purifying his mental energy. He also devoted significant effort to training his summoned creatures, enhancing their synergy and coordination. Moreover, he diligently nurtured the egg filled with infinite possibilities, the Chaos Dragon Egg. His life had transformed into one of simplicity, routine, and fulfillment. Although his level momentarily stagnated at 25, his true strength was steadily growing, deepening in a manner that was increasingly formidable and unfathomable. Thus, peaceful days passed for approximately a week. On this particular day, Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the carpet, eyes closed, as he gradually infused his mental energy into the summoning space, directing it towards the dragon egg buried within the chaos soil. Over the past few days, he had begun to distinctly sense the little life within the egg thriving and maturing. Its heartbeat grew stronger, and its soul waves became increasingly vibrant. He had even established a rudimentary emotional connection with it. He was aware that the day it would finally break free from its shell was drawing very near. Just as he reveled in the joy of this hatching process, a sudden, crisp crack echoed from his summoning space, as if the eggshell itself was fracturing. Following this, a powerful force, so overwhelming that it left Lin Feng somewhat breathless, erupted from the black pot, a terrifying aura that melded both the sacred and the abyssal. Lin Feng's eyes flew open, his face alight with uncontrollable ecstasy. He knew that his long-awaited little treasure was finally about to be born. Chapter 75, The Birth of the Chaos Dragon King. Crack, crack, crack. The delightful sound of shattering resonated from Lin Feng's summoning space like the most exquisite melody, causing his heart to thump vigorously, as if it might leap from his throat. He promptly closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness within that mysterious summoning space, eager to witness the birth of this magnificent being. Under his gaze, the Chaos Dragon Egg, which had lain quietly in the black pot for many days, began to tremble violently. Fine cracks, resembling a spider's web, spread across its dark shell adorned with golden patterns at a visible pace. Waves of pure, paradoxical, yet harmonious energy seeped forth from the fissures. One half radiated with the warmth and light of sacred power, akin to the sun, while the other half exuded the chilling, malevolent essence of shadow power, reminiscent of the abyss. These two inherently opposing forces coexisted in an exquisitely harmonious manner, forming a slowly rotating taiji pattern that enveloped the entire dragon egg. What an overwhelming aura! Lin Feng marveled at the extraordinary sight before him, filled with both the divine and the uncanny. He had never encountered any creature capable of wielding both light and darkness, two of the most supreme and contradictory powers, simultaneously. Merely this potential was sufficient to elevate it above 99 of all beings in this world. At that moment, a resounding boom echoed. The egg, now riddled with cracks, could no longer withstand the immense force within and erupted explosively. Countless shards of black eggshell scattered in all directions. A new, petite, and adorable figure emerged from the black pot. It was a tiny dragon, no larger than a palm, exuding an endearing charm. Its form differed from the formidable dragons of legend. It appeared plump, covered in a layer of smooth, obsidian-like scales. Its head was large and round, with eyes as clear as black gemstones, brimming with curiosity about this new world. Behind it sprouted a pair of comically small bat-like wings. It sat dazedly in the pot, tilting its head inquisitively as it surveyed its surroundings. When its gaze met Lin Feng's attentive consciousness, a spark of profound affection and attachment ignited in its gemstone-like eyes. It opened its tiny mouth, emitting a sweet, baby-like coo. Then, flapping its comical little wings, it wobbled out of the pot, soaring directly toward Lin Feng's consciousness, affectionately nuzzling him with its smooth little head. How utterly adorable! Lin Feng gazed at this clingy, playful little creature, and his heart nearly melted. He found it impossible to associate this charming little being with the legendary chaos dragon capable of cataclysmic destruction. However, upon opening its attribute panel, he finally grasped the meaning of the saying, "A dragon cannot be judged by its appearance." Ding! Congratulations! Your Chaos Dragon Egg has successfully hatched. Ding! Your fifth summon, the Chaos Dragon King Bahamut, juvenile form, has joined your party. Summon, Chaos Dragon King Bahamut. Rank, mythical, unique. Level, 1, form, dark form. Health points, 2000. Attack power, 200. Defense power, 150. Skill 1, Shadow Dragon Breath, active. Unleashes a corrosive shadow breath that deals immense shadow damage to all enemies in a straight line. Skill 2, Abyssal Devour, active. Consumes an enemy unit. If the opponent's level is lower than its own, there is a chance to instantly eliminate them. Skill 3, Twin Souls, passive. Possesses two distinctly different soul forms of light and darkness, allowing it to switch at the command of its master. Skill 4, Might of the Dragon King, passive. As the sovereign of all dragons, it inherently exerts a bloodline suppression of 20 on all beings below the dragon lineage, thereby diminishing their attributes across the board. Mythical Great, unique. When Lin Feng beheld the extravagant attributes and skills of this little creature, akin to a luxury cruise liner, he was once again profoundly astonished. This This was merely a level 1, juvenile dragon. Its foundational attributes were already more formidable than his level 25 Frost Slime King. 2000 health, 200 attack, 150 defense. This was nothing short of a monster among monsters. Furthermore, its skills were equally grotesque in their potency. Shadow Dragon Breath, a vast area of effect attack. Abyssal Devour, a terrifying single-target skill with an instant death effect. Might of the Dragon King, which directly provided an aura of debilitation that could only be described as a game-breaking advantage. As for the core skill, Twinborn Soul, it filled Lin Feng with boundless anticipation. What it had displayed thus far was merely its dark form. What kind of powerful abilities? Starkly contrasting with the darkness, would it possess in its luminous form? Lin Feng could scarcely imagine. He only knew that from this day forth, the true ace and ultimate trump card within his legion of summoned creatures had come to fruition. Little Black, henceforth, you shall be called Little Black. Lin Feng extended his hand, gently stroking the little dragon nestled in his embrace, his face adorned with a smile filled with the warmth of a proud father. Lin Feng spent a delightful while in the summoning space, playing with his newly born dragonling. This little one, named Bahamut, despite bearing the imposing title of Chaos Dragon King, possessed a temperament akin to that of a newborn infant. Chapter 76, Luminous Form, Twinborn Dragon King. It was imbued with an insatiable curiosity towards everything. One moment, it frolicked in pursuit of the ethereal currents of the wind elemental slime, and the next, it inquisitively poked at the icy, solid body of the Frost Slime King with its tiny claws, reveling in its playfulness. Lin Feng's few slime companions exhibited great kindness and curiosity towards this new addition, especially the Frost Slime King, who, being a king itself, acted like an older brother, consciously retracting its chill for fear of freezing this seemingly delicate little creature. The summoning space was filled with harmony and joy. Observing this scene, Lin Feng's face radiated a smile of contentment. He cherished the feeling of familial harmony. After acclimating to its new surroundings, the little black dragon Bahamut returned to Lin Feng's side, affectionately nuzzling its small head against Lin Feng's consciousness, emitting a contented purring sound reminiscent of a kitten. While stroking its smooth, ebony scales, Lin Feng issued a command brimming with anticipation. Little Black, let us try switching to your other form. Eep. Upon hearing its master's command, the little black dragon tilted its adorable head, seemingly perplexed. However, the innate bond from the depths of its soul compelled it to instinctively obey this directive. Buzz. In the next moment, a miracle unfolded once more. The little black dragon's once pitch-black form erupted into a dazzling, radiant golden holy light, suffused with divine warmth. This holy light was so pure, so sacred, that it seemed capable of purifying all darkness and evil in the world. Under the illumination of this holy light, the little black dragon's body began to undergo wondrous transformations. Its sleek, obsidian scales rapidly faded, transforming into pristine, crystal-like white scales that emanated a gentle halo of sanctity. Its eyes, once resembling clear black jewels, metamorphosed into golden vertical pupils, exuding both majesty and compassion. The bat-like black wings on its back became a pair of immaculate wings composed of pure light elements, akin to those of an angel. In the blink of an eye, the little demon, once steeped in the essence of the abyss and darkness, had transformed into a small angel, radiating an aura of sanctity and light. These two entirely distinct forms and qualities seamlessly intertwined within this singular creature, creating an extraordinary beauty characterized by both contradiction and harmony. Ding! Your summoned creature, the Chaos Dragon King Bahamut, has successfully transitioned to its luminous form. Lin Feng gazed in awe at the little white dragon, now radiating holy light and exuding a majestic presence, once again deeply impressed. He eagerly examined its newfound attributes and skills in this radiant form. Summoned creature, Chaos Dragon King Bahamut. Rank, Mythical Grade, Unique. Level, 1. Form, Luminous Form. Health, 2000. Attack, 150. Defense, 200. Skill 1. Holy Light Dragon Breath, active, expels a breath filled with healing energy, restoring a significant amount of health to all allied units within range and dispelling all negative states. Skill 2. Divine Protection, active, bestows a holy shield upon an allied unit that can absorb immense damage and renders the target immune to all control effects. Skill 3. Twinborn Soul, passive. Skill 4. Might of the Dragon King, passive. Lin Feng was once again profoundly astonished when he comprehended the skill descriptions of the luminous form. If the dark form of Bahamut was a terrifying abyssal tyrant born for destruction and slaughter, then in its luminous form, it was a flawless angel of holy light, created for protection and healing. A vast area healing skill, coupled with the ability to purify all negative states. Furthermore, it could bestow an invincible shield that absorbs immense damage and grants immunity to all control effects. This was no mere summoned creature. It was a superlative caretaker, more proficient and powerful than any top-tier priest. Lin Feng felt utterly numbed. He looked upon his dragonling, capable of transforming into a demon to wreak havoc, yet also an angel to save lives. Only one thought lingered in his mind. A bug. This was undoubtedly the most egregious and illogical bug in the world. One was a super healer with a terrifying area healing aura, the life ancient tree. The other was a super caretaker with potent area healing, purification, and an invincible shield, the luminous Dragon King. With these two mobile water sources at his disposal, Lin Feng felt that, moving forward, even contemplating death would become an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Haha. Lin Feng could no longer contain the exuberance within him, bursting into hearty laughter. He felt that his legion of summoned creatures had grown increasingly outrageous, and, indeed, invincible. He extended his hand, cradling the little white dragon, radiating with holy light. In his embrace, his face illuminated by a resplendent smile. He understood that the path ahead would be paved with ease, thanks to the presence of this little companion. Any adversary, any obstacle, would be utterly crushed before him and his divine legion. Having successfully hatched the Chaos Dragon King, an extraordinary ally, Lin Feng's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. He felt that his days of seclusion and cultivation had yielded immense rewards and remarkable achievements. His prowess had undergone a qualitative leap. An impulse surged within him to challenge a higher-level dungeon immediately, eager to test the might of his new partner. However, he ultimately restrained his restless heart. Knowing that progress must be taken one step at a time, he resolved to grant himself another day of leisure to relax, while also attending to the transactions of the equipment he had previously listed on the Academy's trading platform. Chapter 77. Trading Requests. Lin Feng reclined comfortably on the plush sofa in the living room, then accessed the internal trading platform of the Academy of Revelation. To his surprise, he discovered dozens of unread private messages in his account's backend. These were all potential customers inquiring about the epic-grade equipment he had listed for sale. Lin Feng opened each message one by one. Big shot. Big shot. Is your Flame Demon Plate Armor still for sale? I offer 5,000 Federation coins. Please, sell it to me. Hello, classmate. I am the Vice President of the Alchemy Society. We are very interested in your priest's flame necklace and hope to discuss the price face-to-face. Handsome. I'm a senior from the combat department. Can you sell your assassin's molten leather boots to me at a discount? I can treat you to bubble tea. As he perused the myriad of messages, a wry smile crept across Lin Feng's face. He noticed that most individuals seemed to have conveniently overlooked his special note stating he would only exchange for materials, not money. They were all eager to purchase his equipment, either with coins or other means. Naturally, Lin Feng would not acquiesce. He was not in need of currency at this point. What he sought were rare evolution materials that could enhance his strength. Patiently, he declined each inquiry regarding price one by one. At last, he stumbled upon a few messages that genuinely piqued his interest. One, in particular, caught his attention. The sender's ID was Mineral Man, and the title read President of the Geology Research Society at the Academy of Revelation. The content of the message was succinct. Hello, classmate. I am very interested in your epic-grade two-handed sword, Flame Demon Blade. I noticed your request for rare materials containing gold, earth, and thunder attributes. I happen to possess several collectibles that meet your requirements. If you are interested, we can arrange a time for an in-person transaction. Here is my contact information. Oh, finally, a catch. Lin Feng's eyes brightened at this message. The president of the Geology Research Society must possess some extraordinary ores. Without hesitation, he promptly replied to the Mineral Man using the provided contact details. Sure, this afternoon at 3 o'clock, in the Academy Cafe, second floor private room. Let us not miss each other. After settling this matter, Lin Feng noticed another private message that equally intrigued him. The sender's ID was Summer Dream. Seeing this familiar name, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not anticipated that the proud girl he had once turned down in the novice village would reach out to him. Curiosity piqued, he opened the message. Hello, Lin Feng. Long time no see. I saw the equipment you listed on the trading platform and noted your trading requirements. Regarding the materials you need, I might be able to offer some assistance. If you have time, I would like to meet and discuss it in person. I mean no offense. I simply wish to apologize for my earlier rudeness in the novice village. Summer Dream's tone was exceedingly polite, even laced with a hint of trepidation. Clearly, she had heard of the significant news Lin Feng had generated in the Academy of Revelation. She now recognized just how short-sighted she had been previously. Lin Feng contemplated the message for a moment. He did not expect Summer Dream to possess anything of value, considering she was merely a newcomer to the main city. However, her demeanor was quite humble, and given their shared history as classmates, meeting her would not pose a problem. Thus, he replied, this afternoon at 3 o'clock. In the Academy Cafe, second floor private room. He scheduled both individuals at the same time and place, curious to see what surprises they might bring. At 3 o'clock that afternoon, in the Academy Cafe, Lin Feng arrived a few minutes early at the designated private room on the second floor. Just as he settled into his seat, the door was gently pushed open. A beautiful girl in a pristine white dress, exuding an air of innocence, entered somewhat shyly. It was none other than Summer Dream. Today, Summer Dream seemed to have made an effort to present herself well. A light touch of makeup accentuated her already exquisite features, making her appear even more enchanting. "Hello, Lin Feng." She greeted him nervously in a soft voice upon seeing him. "Hello, please take a seat." Lin Feng gestured toward the seat opposite him, maintaining his calm demeanor. Just as Summer Dream was about to speak, the door to the private room was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. A burly, disheveled man, caked in dirt and resembling someone who had just crawled out of a mine, strode in with great strides. It was the Mineral Man. Upon entering, he hefted a massive pickaxe, larger than himself, and dropped it heavily onto the ground, then plopped down onto the sofa beside Lin Feng with a resounding thud. He grabbed the water jug from the table, disregarding the cup, and gulped down several mouthfuls. After wiping his mouth, he boomed in a deep voice. "You must be the brother selling the epic sword, right? I am the Mineral Man. Without further ado, I have just one question. In my possession lies a collection of treasures. Would it suffice to exchange for your sword?" Upon concluding his statement, he proceeded to pour forth a burlap sack, equally caked in mud, onto the coffee table with a resounding clatter. Instantly, a heap of bizarrely shaped, multicolored gemstones, shimmering with an array of peculiar glimmers, filled the entire surface of the table. Lin Feng's eyes, upon catching sight of several of these stones, became irrevocably transfixed. Chapter 78. The deal is sealed. New evolution materials. Lin Feng's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the vibrant assortment of minerals on the coffee table, much like iron filings are magnetically attracted to a magnet. Beside him, Xia Ming gasped in surprise at this sudden and extravagant display, her lovely eyes brimming with curiosity. The disheveled, robust man who proclaimed himself a mineral enthusiast patted his muscular chest with evident pride and addressed Lin Feng. "What do you think, brother? All of these are treasures I painstakingly unearthed from perilous, desolate mines. Each piece, when offered, could incite a frenzied competition among alchemists and blacksmiths." His tone was laden with confidence and pride regarding his collection. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to his boastful claims, for he had no need for such introductions. His divine insight had already revealed the intricate details of each mineral laid before him. His gaze methodically swept across the array of stones. Stellar steel, rare material and exceptionally hard metal, central to the crafting of epic-level armor. Secret silver ore, rare material, a metal infused with pure magical essence, suitable for creating top-tier magical adornments. It must be said, the mineral enthusiast was not indulging in hyperbole. The stones he presented were indeed rare and valuable commodities in the marketplace. Yet, none of these were what Lin Feng sought. His eyes continued to roam until, in a corner of the mineral pile, he spotted a few true treasures that left him breathless. The first was a striking, golden-hued metal, crackling with arcs of electricity. Divine insight. This is a piece of thunder gold, imbued with pure lightning elemental power. When consumed by your summoned slime, there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a thunder slime, Lord level. The second was an inconspicuous, yet astonishingly heavy, gray-brown stone. Divine insight. This is a heart of earth, rich with earth elemental power. When consumed by your summoned slime, there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a earth rock demon, Lord level. The third was a sharp metal or gleaming like gold. Divine insight. This is a pure gold essence, condensed from the most pristine gold elemental power. When consumed by your summoned slime, there is a 20% chance it will evolve into a gold slime, Lord level. Lightning, earth, gold. 3 exquisite materials, each capable of facilitating a slime's evolution to Lord level. As Lin Feng absorbed the descriptions of these 3 items, his heart raced uncontrollably. He had never imagined that in seeking mere equipment in exchange for ordinary materials, he would instead reel in such a magnificent catch. The sheer luck was extraordinary. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng suppressed his inner elation and feigned a demeanor of measured satisfaction as he selected the 3 invaluable treasures from the pile. He then addressed the mineral enthusiast in a tone of feigned indifference. "These items are indeed commendable. However, I find myself lacking interest in the majority of them. Let us settle on these 3. Would you trade them for your epic level, Flame Demon Blade?" "Just these 3? The mineral enthusiast was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying a profound sense of regret. Clearly, he recognized that these were the most precious and rare stones in his collection. He had initially hoped to barter with lesser materials, but Lin Feng's discerning eye had swiftly plucked away his prized possessions. He hesitated and struggled internally. On one side lay the beloved treasures he had painstakingly excavated. On the other, the epic two-handed sword of his dreams, capable of catapulting his prowess to an entirely new echelon. This choice was undeniably arduous. Lin Feng observed the turmoil on his face, not pressing him further. Instead, he slowly pushed the 3 stones back toward him and remarked coolly, "If you cannot part with them, then let this deal fall through." With that, he began to rise to depart. Wait, don't go." The mineral enthusiast, seeing Lin Feng's intent to leave, became frantic. Gritting his teeth, he stamped his foot as if making a monumental decision, and with a resounding slap on the table, he declared, "Deal. I'll trade. What are 3 mere stones compared to my beloved great sword?" He hastily pushed the 3 stones toward Lin Feng. his eyes glistening with desire and anticipation as he watched Lin Feng intently. Lin Feng, witnessing this, stifled a chuckle within while maintaining an expression of triumph. He retrieved the flamed demon blade, radiating with epic brilliance, and placed it upon the table. Thus, a transaction, wherein both parties felt they had gained immensely, was joyfully concluded. The mineral enthusiast cradled the massive sword in delight, his face alight with a foolish grin, and without so much as a farewell. He exited with a triumphant clang of the door. The private room returned to tranquility, leaving only Lin Feng and the ethereal Xia Ming, who had remained silent throughout, observing the unfolding drama with wide-eyed astonishment. Chapter 79, An Unexpected Clue. Once the fervent mineral enthusiast departed, the atmosphere in the private room shifted to one of quiet awkwardness. Xia Ming sat across from Lin Feng, her delicate white hands nervously clutching the hem of her garment. Her bright eyes would occasionally dart toward Lin Feng, only to lower in startled retreat whenever their gazes met, a faint blush blooming upon her cheeks. Her emotions were a whirlwind. She had mustered immense courage to seek out Lin Feng today, contemplating the use of the hard-earned materials she had painstakingly gathered as a stepping stone. She sought to forge a closer relationship with the legendary figure before her. Simultaneously, she wished to apologize for her earlier lack of discernment during her novice days in the village. However, after witnessing the extraordinary transaction that had just transpired, resembling a celestial contest, she came to a profound realization of the immense chasm that lay between herself and Lin Feng. The items he casually offered in trade were of such epic caliber that they could incite fervor throughout the entire academy, while her own meticulously prepared treasures, which she believed to be precious, were likely unworthy even of being compared to his footwear. This stark disparity instilled within her a sense of inferiority and discouragement, robbing her of the courage to speak. Lin Feng, perceptive to the girl's discomfort and unease, was far from being an unfeeling brute. He could surmise her thoughts, yet chose not to voice them. Instead, he took the initiative to lift the teapot from the table and pour a warm cup of red tea for the already empty cup before her. In a gentle tone, he broke the silence. "You mentioned that you have materials I require?" "Ah, yes." Summer Dream, taken aback by Lin Feng's engagement, quickly nodded like a chick pecking at grains, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing heart, she carefully retrieved an item from a small storage pouch she carried, placing it delicately upon the table. It was a segment of withered black wood, resembling a branch, completely desiccated and exuding a faint, ominous energy filled with the essence of death and decay. "Lin Feng, I know this item cannot possibly compare to that of the esteemed senior." Summer Dream's voice trembled slightly. "I managed to obtain this from an elite creature in a level 30 dungeon, the Necropolis, just a few days ago. I noted that your trade requirements included materials of the dark attribute. I surmised this might meet your needs." Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the blackened wood, and his eyes momentarily glimmered with renewed interest. "Divine hint. This is a branch tainted with potent dark elemental energy. Upon consumption by your summoned slime, there is a 15% chance it will evolve into a shadow slime, Lord level." Once again, he encountered a top-tier material capable of evolving into a Lord-level entity. A wave of exhilaration surged within him, as he had not anticipated such a remarkable surprise from this seemingly ordinary school beauty. Clearly, he had underestimated the fortune and potential of these prodigies. "Indeed," Lin Feng acknowledged, a genuine expression of appreciation gracing his features as he nodded. "This is precisely what I need, and it will be immensely beneficial." Upon hearing Lin Feng's affirmation, Summer Dream's previously anxious heart settled instantaneously. A radiant smile blossomed on her face, reflecting pure joy as if she had received praise from her idol, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. "That is wonderful," she exclaimed. "What would you like in exchange?" Lin Feng replied, "You may choose any item from the few remaining epic-grade equipment at my stall." Although the value of the Wraith branch might not equal that of an epic piece, Lin Feng was not one to take advantage of others, especially not of a beautiful classmate who had once offered him support, albeit with ulterior motives. However, Summer Dream's subsequent response once again took Lin Feng by surprise. She gently shook her head and, with utmost sincerity, declared, "No, Lin Feng. I do not wish for your equipment. Consider this branch a gift from me. Firstly, as an apology for my ignorance in the novice village, and secondly, to express my gratitude for the honor you have brought to Jianhai Third High School." As she spoke, a hint of pride illuminated her features. "Now, everyone in the academy knows that our cohort has produced a genius like you. We, hailing from Jianhai City, share in this glory." Lin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback by her words, before breaking into a carefree smile. He realized that he was beginning to see this girl in a new light. She was not merely a pretty face, but a person of pride and kindness as well. "Very well," Lin Feng nodded, foregoing any pretense of refusal. He accepted the Wraith branch with gratitude, then looked at Summer Dream earnestly, stating, "I will remember this favor. Should you encounter any insurmountable difficulties within the academy, do not hesitate to seek me out." This marked the first time Lin Feng had made a promise to another, a gesture of his highest regard for this benevolent girl. Yes, Summer Dream beamed at his commitment, feeling even more elated than if she had received an epic grade item. She nodded vigorously, her lovely eyes shimmering with excitement. Thus, a delightful exchange, or perhaps a gift, came to an end. Lin Feng's spirits soared, for he had successfully gathered the 4 foundational elements, gold, earth, lightning, and darkness, required for his grand plan of elemental ascension. Only wood and light remained. As he contemplated where to procure these final materials, Summer Dream, who had just parted from him, seemed to recall something and sent him another message. By the way, Lin Feng, regarding the light attribute materials, I believe I have a lead. I heard that in the level 30 team dungeon, the Cathedral of Holy Light, the final boss, the Grand Archbishop, wields a weapon known as the Staff of Holy Light. It is said that the core of this staff is crafted from the purest Holy Light crystal. The Cathedral of Holy Light, the Holy Light crystal. Upon reading this information, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. Chapter 80, Seclusion and Advancement. With the clear lead on the Holy Light crystal, Lin Feng's spirits lifted even higher. He felt he was one step closer to assembling the 9 elemental forces necessary to summon the chaotic true god. Now, among the 9 fundamental elements, only the last material of the wood attribute remains elusive. However, Lin Feng remains unperturbed. He firmly believes that as long as he continues to grow stronger and explore this vast world, he will eventually uncover clues regarding the wood attribute materials. The next step in his plan has already crystallized in his mind. He has devised a new course of action for himself. First and foremost, he intends to utilize the 4 exceptional materials he has recently acquired to cultivate 4 formidable Lord-level slimes: gold, earth, thunder, and darkness. The mere thought of adding 4 more powerful generals to his ranks fills Lin Feng with boundless enthusiasm. Once these 4 new slimes are successfully created, his slime legion will officially transition from the era of the 3 giants to a more terrifying epic where 7 kings coexist. At that juncture, he will dare to challenge the level 30 team dungeon, Holy Light Cathedral. For he is a man who pursues absolute certainty. He relishes confronting each new challenge with an overwhelming and dominant demeanor. He aims to ensure that he can secure the so-called Holy Light Crystal in the most effortless and graceful manner possible. That evening, upon returning to his tranquil villa, Lin Feng could hardly contain his excitement and immediately embarked on his grand creative endeavor. He re-entered his technologically advanced private training room and locked himself inside. He first summoned a brand new level 1 ordinary slime and presented it with the piece of thunderous gold, imbued with pure thunder elemental power. Come, little one, consume it. From this day forth, you shall wield the power of thunder. With Lin Feng's exuberant encouragement, the little slime eagerly devoured the peculiar metal, which crackled with arcs of electricity. Boom! In the next moment, a blinding flash of purple lightning struck down from the ceiling, engulfing the little slime entirely. The training room was overwhelmed by the chaotic lightning and the deafening roars of thunder. Half an hour later, when Lin Feng emerged from the training room, he was accompanied by a brand new partner radiating an aura of destruction. It was a Lord-level Thunder Slime Monarch, composed entirely of furious purple lightning, crackling and sparking as it moved. It embodied speed and annihilation. Next, Lin Feng summoned a second little slime and fed it the astonishingly hefty heart of the earth. Come, little one, consume it. From this day forth, you shall embody the earth. A rumble echoed as the very ground beneath them began to quake violently. Countless rocks and soil erupted from the earth as if alive, enveloping the little slime in layers, forming a colossal rock cocoon. Another half an hour passed, and Lin Feng was once again joined by a new companion, a Lord-level Earth Rock Demon, impressively massive and composed of incredibly hard, metallic glimmering rock. It epitomized defense and strength. Lin Feng's fervor remained unabated as he swiftly fed the essence of metal and withered branch of the undead to the 2 newly created slimes. Thus, a regal and deadly golden slime king, composed entirely of the purest, sharpest gold, and a shadow slime lord, cloaked in darkness and exuding an aura of death and decay, emerged. One represented an indomitable offensive force, while the other embodied the mysterious and elusive mastery of shadows. When Lin Feng successfully created these 4 new, uniquely powerful Lord-level slimes, the training room was nearly overwhelmed by their imposing presence. Thunder, earth, gold, and shadow, together with the previously created fire, frost, and gale. He now commanded a total of 7 formidable Lord-level slime monarchs, each representing a different elemental essence. They stood around Lin Feng like the most loyal of guardians, radiating a terrifying aura that resonated harmoniously, causing the very space of the training room to tremble. Looking at this opulent army of kings that he had forged with his own hands, Lin Feng's face beamed with a radiant smile, filled with pride and satisfaction. He knew that from this day forth, his slime legion had truly begun to take shape, finally resembling the nascent form of a divine army. All right, my little ones. The retreat ends here. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Feng, brimming with vigor, declared, "Now, let us embark together to conquer the so-called Holy Cathedral." Chapter 81, The Trial Tower. After successfully assembling his new Slime 7 Kings Legion and elevating their levels to 25, Lin Feng felt that his strength had reached an unprecedented height. He refrained from hastily challenging more difficult dungeons, opting instead to find a suitable venue within the academy to test the formidable combat prowess of his newly revitalized royal army. The most appropriate place for testing strength at the Apocalypse Academy was undoubtedly the Trial Tower. The Trial Tower is a virtual combat space established by the Apocalypse Academy specifically for its students. The tower consists of 100 floors, each populated by powerful virtual monsters serving as guardians. Students can challenge the Trial Tower to assess their strength, hone their combat skills, and receive generous academic credit rewards based on the number of floors they conquer. Academic credits are a form of currency that is even more valuable than gold at the Apocalypse Academy, redeemable for various rare equipment, skill books, and precious materials. Thus, the number of floors one conquers significantly reflects a student's strength and status within the academy. On this day, Lin Feng ventured alone to the towering, silver-white structure, replete with technological allure, that stood in the heart of the academy. At this moment, the square before the Trial Tower was teeming with people, abuzz with excitement. Today marks the annual initiation ranking competition, a day when all freshmen converge to challenge the Trial Tower, with their final achievements determining their standing in the academy. This ranking not only influences the allocation of resources for their future, but also directly impacts each individual's honor. In the center of the square, a colossal magical crystal screen displays the freshmen's Tower Challenge records in real time. Freshman Tower Challenge rankings. First place, Wang Tung, class, Dragonblood Warrior, A class, current level, 30. Second place, Xia Ming, class, Frost Empress, A class, current level, 28. Third place, Zhang Wei, class, Paladin, B class, current level, 25. As the students gazed upon the familiar names and their commendable achievements, gasps of admiration erupted throughout the square. Wang Tung, the senior, truly deserves his accolades. An A-class Dragonblood Warrior, he has reached the 30th level. This nearly matches the record set by last year's seniors. Xia Ming is impressive as well. The Frost Empress class is reputed for its formidable control, offering substantial advantages in tower challenges. Indeed, our cohort of freshmen is bursting with prodigious talent. At that moment, Lin Feng, clad in a resplendent epic-level robe but only at level 26, slowly approached the entrance of the Trial Tower. His distinct appearance immediately captured the attention of everyone in the square. Who is this individual? So unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Judging by his level, he must also be a freshman, right? Is it not a bit late for him to challenge the tower now? However, his equipment appears remarkably impressive. It seems to be an epic-grade set. Could he be a scion of some concealed noble family? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Wang Tung, the reigning Dragonblood Warrior, emerged from the Trial Tower, his expression radiating pride. Clearly, he had failed at the 31st level. Nevertheless, his achievement of 30 levels was sufficient to secure his position at the top of the freshman rankings. He basked in the adoration and envy of those around him, a victorious smile gracing his face. His gaze soon fell upon Lin Feng, this peculiar newcomer. Upon noticing Lin Feng's even more extravagant epic-grade gear, a flicker of barely concealed jealousy and disdain crossed Wang Tung's eyes. Humph, another worthless individual relying on family wealth for equipment, he thought contemptuously. What he despised most were players like Lin Feng, low in level yet boasting formidable gear. To him, true strength stemmed from personal prowess, not from lavish equipment. Thus, he approached Lin Feng with an air of superiority, condescendingly stating, "Fellow student, judging by your appearance, you must be here for the freshman ranking competition as well. However, arriving now seems a tad late, don't you think? I have already reached the 30th level." He deliberately emphasized 30th level, brimming with arrogance. Lin Feng glanced at the self-satisfied individual before him, his brow slightly furrowing. He had no desire to engage with such a person, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He intended to bypass Wang Tung and proceed into the Trial Tower. Yet, Wang Tung clearly had no intention of letting him pass. He stepped forward, blocking Lin Feng's path, a taunting smile adorning his face. "What is the matter? No words? Afraid your achievements cannot hold a candle to mine? It stands to reason, a mage like you, who relies on equipment, probably can't even surpass the 20th level, right?" His derisive remarks elicited laughter from the surrounding crowd. Lin Feng halted, slowly turning around to face the audacious figure before him, an icy glint flashing in his eyes. He preferred to avoid trouble, yet when it sought him out, he never cowered. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Divine hint. Current scene meets the criteria for a face-slapping condition, automatically generating the optimal resolution for you. Divine hint. The Dragonblood Warrior Wang Tung before you is proud and arrogant. You may challenge him to a public bet regarding your tower levels. Divine hint. The wager will be his Dragon Blood Cloak, an epic item that permanently enhances the fire resistance and power of summoned creatures. Divine hint. This item is an exceptional boon for your Inferno Slime Lord. Upon reading the hint, a playful smile graced Lin Feng's face. He turned to Wang Tung and calmly inquired, Is 30 levels a noteworthy feat? Wang Teng, incensed by the remark, retorted, how about we wager? Lin Feng regarded the arrogant dragonblood warrior with little emotional fluctuation. He found the provocation hardly worth his ire. Aware that when the disparity in strength is vast, any taunts from the opponent appear feeble and absurd. However, the system's suggestion piqued his interest. A dragonblood cloak? A permanent enhancement for summoned creatures? A prime supplement for the Inferno Lord? Since it was a recommended item from the system, it seemed illogical to pass it up. Thus, Lin Feng, with a placid smile, replied, very well, how shall we wager? Wang Teng was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to accept his challenge with such nonchalance. After a moment of stunned silence, a more disdainful smile spread across his face. To him, Lin Feng was merely a stubborn fool. Quite simple, Wang Teng proclaimed, pointing toward the trial tower with an air of superiority. Let us wager on the number of levels we can conquer. I have reached the 30th level. If you can surpass my record, you win. If you cannot, you lose. What do you say? Are you brave enough to play? Agreed, Lin Feng nodded. Then shifted the conversation, asking, and what shall the wager be? Wager? Wang Teng burst into laughter as if hearing a grand joke. You truly dare to mention a wager? Very well. Since you're eager to play, let us raise the stakes. He gestured to his own cloak, radiating a faint crimson glow, declaring, this dragonblood cloak, an epic item, is worth its weight in gold. If I lose, it becomes yours. However, if you lose, he surveyed Lin Feng's Starlight Sorcerer's set with greedy eyes, stating, your equipment shall belong to me. The surrounding students, captivated by the unfolding wager, collectively inhaled sharply upon hearing the stakes. 2 pieces of legendary equipment as a bet. This was nothing short of extravagance. It was, without a doubt, a monumental gamble. All eyes converged on Lin Feng, eager to witness whether this enigmatic young man would dare to accept a challenge that appeared to be a certain defeat. Yet, Lin Feng's reaction once again defied everyone's expectations. He merely nodded calmly, as if the items presented were nothing more than inconsequential, mundane gear. Very well. With that, he dismissed Wang Teng, who wore a face of disbelief, and stepped forward into the sleek, silver trial tower brimming with technological allure. As Lin Feng entered the first level of the trial tower, the scenery shifted dramatically. He found himself in a vast, boundless virtual expanse composed of radiant white grids. Welcome to the trial tower, Challenger. The first level challenge is about to commence. Monster type, level 10 Wild Wolves x10. Completion condition, defeat all monsters within 10 minutes. With the chilling sound of the system prompt echoing, 10 agile wild wolves emerged from the ether, baring their teeth and locking their fierce gazes on Lin Feng. For any level 10 novice, this was no small challenge. However, for Lin Feng, it resembled nothing more than the trivial creatures found at the entrance of a novice village, utterly pathetic. He couldn't even be bothered to summon his legion of 7 kings. With a mere thought, he activated a skill he hadn't utilized in quite some time, the most rudimentary one. Summon skeletons. A wave of gray, deathly energy instantly suffused the air. 10 skeleton soldiers, formed of stark white bones, and with azure flames flickering in their eye sockets, appeared before Lin Feng. Go! He commanded nonchalantly. The skeletons surged forth like arrows released from a bow, charging at the wild wolves. A one-sided massacre commenced without any suspense. In less than 10 seconds, the unfortunate wolves were torn to shreds. First level, challenge successful. Transferring to the second level. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, in the square, every onlooker was fixated on the enormous magical crystal screen. Their gazes were riveted on a newly emerged name on the leaderboard. Lin Feng, profession, summoner, current level, 1. A summoner. As the crowd recognized Lin Feng's profession, they were momentarily stunned. This was soon followed by a chorus of derisive laughter, filled with confusion and mockery. Surely, I must be mistaken? He is a summoner, an F-class life profession. Ha! This is hilarious. A life profession daring to challenge the trial tower? And even betting against Senior Wang Teng? Is he out of his mind? This is going to be entertaining. I bet he won't even make it past the 10th level. Even Wang Teng, who had just made the wager with Lin Feng, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Feng's profession. Then, a radiant smile spread across his face, as if he had already secured victory. He felt as if he had encountered a once-in-a-millennium fool who had come to deliver his gear. However, just as everyone anticipated Lin Feng would become a laughingstock, the progress bar representing his name on the screen began to ascend at an incomprehensibly exaggerated speed. Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 10, Level 11, Level 20. His ascent through the tower was so rapid it resembled an elevator ride. Almost every few seconds, his level would jump upward. The square, once filled with laughter and mockery, gradually descended into silence. Every face displayed expressions of shock and disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They were utterly baffled. What in the world was happening? How could a summoner possess such terrifying speed in the trial tower? How on earth was he achieving this? Chapter 83, Record Broken, Generous Rewards. Inside the trial tower, Lin Feng's expression remained tranquil and undisturbed, oblivious to the astonished gazes from the outside. He was entirely absorbed in the efficient and pure joy of conquering the tower. For others, the challenges of the trial tower might be fraught with difficulties and trials, necessitating meticulous strategizing and careful attention to every detail. However, for Lin Feng, it was akin to a perfectly designed laboratory tailored for him to test various tactics and skill combinations. Because he possessed divine-level hints, the challenge of the 30th level is about to commence. Monster type, level 30 Elite Gargoyles X5. Monster characteristics, extremely high physical defense and magical resistance. Immune to most control effects. Completion condition, defeat all monsters within 10 minutes. Divine-level hint, detected the guarding monsters, gargoyles. Divine-level hint, the core weakness of the gargoyle is located at the joint of its wings on the back. This area has only 10 of the defense of other areas. Divine-level hint, the gargoyle's attack pattern is diving claw strikes. At the moment of ascent, there will be a 5-second window of vulnerability. Divine-level hint, recommended strategy. Use the Earth Rock Demon for frontal defense to attract its aggro. Then, command the Wind Elemental Slime to utilize its high mobility to attack its rear weakness. Upon reading this series of impeccably clear hints, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Any seemingly insurmountable foe would be instantaneously deconstructed before his divine-level hints, revealing every secret without concealment. Let us begin. Lin Feng calmly issued his command. He didn't even need to summon his entire legion, merely calling forth the Earth Rock Demon and Wind Elemental Slime. The battle erupted instantaneously. 5 massive gargoyles, constructed entirely of hard rock, let out piercing shrieks as they dove toward Lin Feng from 5 different directions. The Earth Rock Demon roared, instantly activating its defensive skill, Rock Barrier. A colossal shield, composed of countless rocks, immediately positioned itself in front of Lin Feng. Boom, boom, boom. The claws of the gargoyles fiercely gripped the rocky shield, producing a cacophony of teeth-grinding friction. Yet, not a single mark was left upon it. In the fleeting moment of their missed attack, as they prepared to ascend anew, a fleeting azure specter appeared behind them, as silent as a ghost. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp, wind blades sliced through the air with surgical precision, deftly severing the delicate connections of their feeble wings. 1,550, 1,620, 2,550. Critical hit. A torrent of terrifying damage figures erupted above the heads of the gargoyles. Their once proud, seemingly indestructible defense crumbled under the meticulous exploitation of their weaknesses by the wind element slime. As fragile as mere parchment. In less than a minute, 5 elite level 30 gargoyles, which had caused countless challengers endless headaches, were utterly dismantled without even brushing against Lin Feng's clothing. Challenge on the 30th floor, success. Transmitting to the 31st floor. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, in the plaza, a profound silence fell before the enormous magical crystal screen. Everyone stood transfixed, as if ensnared by a spell, gazing at the name that had ascended to a breath-stealing height. Lin Feng, profession, summoner, current floor, 31. 31st floor. He had truly surpassed Senior Wang Tong. Moreover, he did so in an effortless, almost poetic, and crushing manner. The previously arrogant and disdainful dragon blood warrior, Wang Tong, now wore an expression of utter shock. His face a ghastly blend of green and pale, reflecting the utmost dismay. His eyes were filled with a profound astonishment, far more intense than any in the crowd. Overwhelmed by incredulity, he could not fathom it. He truly could not comprehend why, after pouring every ounce of effort and even unleashing his ultimate dragon transformation skill, had he barely scraped through the 30th floor? Yet before this summoner, it seemed as effortless as eating and drinking. This was simply unscientific. This was illogical. Yet, the numbers on the screen continued to rise, each increment a resounding slap to his face, forcing him to confront this harsh and absurd reality. And still, it was far from over. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng's tower-climbing record surged upward with unstoppable momentum. 35th floor, 40th floor, 45th floor. Time and again, he shattered everyone's perceptions. Time and again, he pushed the limits of their psychological endurance. Finally, when that number settled upon a terrifying floor that had never been reached before, perhaps never to be surpassed again, it read, Lin Feng, profession, summoner, final floor, 50. The entire plaza erupted into a frenzy. The crowd roared with awe and reverence, akin to a tidal wave. 50 floors. He had decisively left behind the previous record of 42 floors held by his predecessors, crafting a brand new myth solely for himself. Moments later, Lin Feng emerged from the trial tower, invigorated and refreshed. He met the fervent and adoring gazes of the crowd with a composed smile. The harmonious chimes of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully conquered the 50th floor of the trial tower, setting a new historical record for the Academy. Ding! You have received a special reward, Trial Badge, Legendary. Ding! You have received a substantial credit reward of 100,000 points. Ding! You have received a special reward, 10 skill points. The bountiful rewards were now his. Meanwhile, the once arrogant Wang Tung now resembled a defeated rooster, dejectedly lowering his head as he reluctantly offered Lin Feng his epic dragon blood cloak. Without a glance in his direction, Lin Feng nonchalantly accepted the cloak, which was a remarkable boon for him. Then, amidst the crowd's reverent and admiring stares, he turned and departed with effortless grace. Chapter 84, A New Objective. Lin Feng returned to his tranquil villa by the Moonlight Lake, shutting out the chaos and adoration that had erupted in his wake. For him, breaking the Academy's record or winning a mundane bet was merely an inconsequential interlude. What truly exhilarated and fulfilled him was the substantial gains from this tower-climbing expedition. Sitting on the plush carpet, he began to meticulously tally his spoils. First and foremost, the staggering sum of 100,000 credits. Lin Feng opened the internal exchange marketplace of the Academy of Apocalypse, surveying the myriad of rare items available for credit exchange. A satisfied smile gracing his face. 100,000 credits was an astronomical figure for any student. It would allow him to acquire anything he desired within that marketplace. However, Lin Feng did not rush to spend. He casually browsed, adding a few crucial items he might need in the future to his wish list before temporarily closing the marketplace. He understood that while credits were abundant, they must be used wisely. Next, his gaze fell upon the 10 glimmering skill points. This, too, was a considerable fortune. Without hesitation, Lin Feng allocated all 10 precious skill points to the passive skill, Summoning Contract, which increased his maximum summonable creatures. Ding. Your skill summoning contract has reached level 7. Ding. Your skill summoning contract has reached level 8. Ding. Your skill summoning contract has reached level 16. A series of system notifications flashed across the screen. The summoning contract skill underwent a radical transformation. Summoning contract, LV16. Skill effect. Passive. Your maximum summonable creature limit is 15, including the initial slot he possessed. He was now theoretically capable of summoning 16 ordinary creatures simultaneously, although he still lacked the diverse summoning skills to learn at present. However, the sheer magnitude of this number is sufficient to drive any summoner into a frenzy. It signifies that the evolution of his future necromantic maritime strategy will be significantly expedited. After mastering the allocation of skill points, Lin Feng retrieved the epic Dragon Blood Cloak he had won from Wang Tung. Dragon Blood Cloak, epic, equipment type, cloak, equipment requirement, level 30, warrior class, attributes, constitution 50, strength 30, additional attribute, fire resistance 20, special effect, dragon bloodline, passive. When the wielder's health falls below 30, there is a chance to activate Dragon Blood, enhancing all attributes by 20 for 30 seconds. One must concede that the attributes of this cloak are indeed extraordinary. For any warrior player, it is undoubtedly a coveted artifact. Yet, a hint of disdain flickered across Lin Feng's visage. He was aware that this cloak possessed an even more optimal application. He opened his summoning space and unceremoniously tossed the epic cloak, exuding a potent aura of dragon blood, before the slumbering, colossal Inferno Slime Lord. Little fire. It's time to feast. Upon inhaling the alluring scent of dragon blood, the slumbering Inferno Lord abruptly opened its fiery eyes, filled with an insatiable desire akin to that of encountering a gastronomic delight of unparalleled quality. There was no need for Lin Feng to utter another word. The Inferno Lord simply opened its maw wide and devoured the epic cloak, which was of immense worth in the outside world, in one gulp. Ding. Your summoned creature. The Inferno Slime Lord has successfully consumed the Dragon Blood Cloak. Ding. Its soul essence has been nourished by the ancient dragon blood, resulting in an unknown mutation. Ding. Its passive skill, Lord's Might, has successfully evolved into Dragon Demon Might. Dragon Demon Might, passive as a tyrant of flames and a descendant of dragons. It inherently inflicts an additional 20 damage to all enemies of equal or lesser level. Furthermore, all its fire-based attacks will carry the Dragon's Might effect, with a chance to instill fear in the target. Splendid, splendid, splendid. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim 3 times in delight upon witnessing the newly evolved passive skill. The damage bonus had escalated from 15 to 20, and an additional control ability that could induce fear had been granted. This was nothing short of an epic enhancement. He felt that the cloak had been an exceptionally worthwhile investment. Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the most significant and mysterious reward acquired from this tower expedition. The legendary Trial Badge. Trial Badge, legendary. Equipment type, special accessory. Equipment requirement, none. Attributes. All attributes 20. Additional attribute 1. You and all your summoned creatures will ignore 10 defense when attacking. Additional attribute 2. The experience gained by you and all your summoned creatures is permanently increased by 20. Special effect. Proof of the Tester, unique passive. This badge grants you access to the core forbidden area of the Apocalypse Academy, the Hall of Heroes. As Lin Feng comprehended the badge's astonishing attributes, his breath quickened once more. An increase of 20 to all attributes, ignoring 10 defense. A permanent 20 experience boost. This was akin to a mobile super buff. particularly the experience enhancement effect, which was nothing short of a divine artifact for Lin Feng, whose primary focus was leveling up. The final special effect filled him with boundless curiosity and anticipation. What secrets and opportunities lie hidden within the core forbidden area, the Hall of Heroes? Without hesitation, Lin Feng donned the ancient badge, which radiated a soft golden light upon his chest. Instantly, a warm and powerful force surged into his being. He felt himself and all his companions grow stronger. Having absorbed all the rewards, Lin Feng stood up, stretched his limbs, and his eyes sparkled with confidence. It was time to embark on the next chapter of his journey. He understood that after this period of seclusion and tower exploration, his strength had undergone a significant leap. He now possessed the confidence and power to challenge the objective he had previously set, the level 30 team dungeon, Holy Light Cathedral, to reclaim the penultimate piece of the puzzle concerning his grand plan of divinity through the 9 elements, the Holy Light Crystal. Chapter 85. Return to the Holy Light Cathedral. After fully digesting the bountiful rewards from the trial tower, Lin Feng's strength experienced yet another substantial leap. He lingered no longer and set forth directly to the teleportation square in Apocalypse City. His objective was clear, the level 30 team dungeon, Holy Light Cathedral. Upon arriving once more at the teleportation area, imbued with an aura of sanctity and solemnity, he noticed a dramatic change in the atmosphere since his last visit. Previously, when he had come here, the elite players from the top guilds regarded him with mere curiosity and scrutiny. However, now, upon witnessing the legendary figure of Lin Feng making his entrance once again, all present instinctively halted their activities and collectively stepped back several paces. They willingly cleared a grand path, a royal road leading to the teleportation portal for Lin Feng. Their gazes were filled with genuine awe and reverence, devoid of any remnants of disdain or doubt. For just yesterday, Lin Feng had etched a mythic record of 50 floors in the trial tower, and his summoner profession had swept through the Apocalypse Academy and the entirety of Apocalypse City like a tempest. Now, everyone was aware that this seemingly youthful chief recruit was far from a mere pay-to-win player reliant on equipment. He was, in truth, an extraordinary prodigy endowed with unparalleled strength. A being they could only revere from afar, never to provoke. Amidst the transformation of the players' attitudes, Lin Feng remained as composed as ever. His expression betrayed no emotion. Under the multitude of awestruck and admiring gazes, he stepped forward, approaching the 2 level 60 paladin NPCs clad in silvery divine armor. This time, without needing Lin Feng to present his identity card, the 2 haughty Templar knights knelt gracefully, lowering their noble heads in a gesture of reverence. "We welcome your return, esteemed lord." Their voices resonated with fervor and devotion. It was evident that Lin Feng's identity had long been registered within the apex system of Apocalypse City. Now, all the elite NPCs were acutely aware of his presence. Lin Feng acknowledged them with a subtle nod before stepping directly into the portal that radiated a gentle holy light. He found himself once more within the sacred light cathedral, a dungeon imbued with sanctity and grandeur. Lin Feng sensed that his mindset had transformed entirely since his last visit. Previously, he had come to acquire an item, but this time, he had come to conquer. He intended to stamp his authority upon this level 30 elite team dungeon with the utmost dominance and overwhelming force. "Arise, my legion." With a sweeping gesture, Lin Feng summoned forth 7 vibrant, ominous beams of light that illuminated his surroundings. The Infernal Demon Lord, the Frost Slime King, the Wind Elemental Slime, the Thunder Slime Lord, the Earth Rock Demon, the Golden Slime Sovereign, the Shadow Slime Overlord. 7 formidable, level 26. Uniquely styled yet equally breathtakingly powerful Lord-level slime monarchs encircled Lin Feng like the most loyal of guardians. Beside him, the chaotic Dragon King Bahamut, radiating with divine brilliance, flapped its delicate wings and emitted a battle cry filled with fervor. "Very well, my little ones," Lin Feng remarked, a confident smile gracing his lips as he surveyed his opulent legion of kings. "Last time we visited, we sought merely an item. This time," a glint of sharp determination flickered in his eyes, "our aim is experience points." He resolved to transform every creature within this dungeon into nourishment for his ascension, propelling his level to unprecedented heights. Onward. At Lin Feng's command, his resplendent army surged forth like a torrent, sweeping down the broad ceremonial avenue toward the magnificent cathedral. The ensuing actions unfolded with an even greater simplicity and brutality than before. Faced with the Church Guardian Knights, charging from either side of the avenue, Lin Feng felt no need for elaborate tactics. He merely issued a directive to his thunderous Thunder Slime Lord, crackling with purple electricity. "Little Thunder, give them a therapeutic shock." With an exhilarated roar, the Thunder Slime Lord transformed its tempestuous form into massive chains of violet lightning, weaving through the ranks of the Templar Knights with agility. The cacophony of thunderous roars echoed like the harbinger of apocalypse across the skies. In that instant, the sacred ceremonial avenue was engulfed in a cataclysmic storm of devastation. A veritable thunderous purgatory. 3,550. 3,620. 5,550. Critical hit. A barrage of outrageous damage figures erupted above the heads of the Templar Knights. Their once proud holy shields, designed to withstand considerable magical assaults, crumbled beneath the ferocious might of the thunder, as fragile as parchment. In less than 5 seconds, dozens of elite level 30 monsters writhed in agony, enveloped in smoke, reduced to charred remains by the relentless electric onslaught. One strike, a straightforward, brutal clearing of the field. And this time, it was even more violent and unreasonable than before. Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction as he observed the experience bar once again climbing. After shattering the magnificent door crafted from pure gold, Lin Feng did not immediately step inside. Instead, he stood calmly at the threshold, his gaze penetrating as he surveyed the interior of the cathedral, steeped in sanctity and solemnity. His divine hint had already scanned the inner workings of the cathedral with precision akin to the most sophisticated radar.